Hey, everyone. What's up? How's it going? And thank you in advance for coming to check out the podcast on this Saturday. And yeah, I know like 4 minutes late, but whatever. Ain't that bad. 4 minutes late ain't that bad. Yo, what's up, Neozoic? How's it going? How's everyone doing? How's your weekend been so far? Or how's your week been? Whichever one works for you. So, let's see, question. What game is the bigger L? Concord or Dustborn? Uh, hmm. I probably would have to say Concord, actually. I mean, with Dustborn, there's a lot to make fun of because it's like a single player game that has a story to it. So there's a lot more you can like make fun of that's within the game. But I would say with Concord, with the closed beta that they had, where you can only access it through if you pre-order the game, and from what I understand, uh, you pre-order the game, and then they not only did they give you a code for the closed beta, but they give you additional codes you can give to other people, and the numbers for that were pretty low. I think they were like in the hundreds, like 200, something like that. It was pretty low on Steam at least, but I'm pretty sure the numbers weren't really that different on PS5. And it was no different when they had the open beta. From what I understand, the numbers weren't any better. And then, of course, when the game came out, nothing really changed there. And then they closed the servers like less than 2 weeks after it launches. So, I mean, I would say that the Concord definitely took a bigger L than Dustborn. What's up, Prime? How's it going? Hey, Melina Chan, what's up? Octo Commander, what's good? Up, down, weak, mostly up. That's good. That's good. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully none of you guys hopefully none of you guys played had the displeasure of playing Concord or Dustborn. I mean, both of those games you had to pay to even play them, so I doubt anyone actually wasted money on it. Yo, Rolls Royce, what's up? We are we are winning and keep up the pressure on these woke losers. Yep. Yep. Stay on their neck. Keep your foot on their neck. Don't let them get any breathing room to do any more dumb shit. I mean, they're gonna keep doing it. What's that game? People are calling it Concord 2.0. The other game that Sony is sending out to die pretty much. Fair game or fair games because it has like the dollar sign at the end. So I don't know if it's fair game and just has the dollar sign as like to be stylish or something. I don't know. It really doesn't matter. You can call the game whatever you want to call it. It looks terrible. The characters look awful. It'll probably last longer than Concord, I'm sure. But it'll probably be like another the usual games as a service that don't really go anywhere. So the Prime Itsuno leaving Capcom is definitely a bummer. I love DMC and Itsuno did so much to make that series what it is today. Given the current state of Capcom, however, maybe it's for the best. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Prime. I think it is for the best. I think he saw the writing on the wall of what's been happening. That's why I kind of feel him leaving. It seems like shortly, like a few months after Dragon's Dogma 2 came out, and I feel like higher ups at Capcom definitely got involved and fucked things up for him and his team because it makes no sense. You're there for 30 years. You bring back Devil May Cry with 5 that did very well, which is a very good game. And you would figure that they'll be making a sequel, obviously after they're done working on Dragon's Dogma 2 and DLC and patches and whatever else. But I mean, not even 6 months, I believe, after Dragon's Dogma 2 comes out rather, and then he's announcing his departure. So uh, I'm pretty sure like shenanigans were going on where he just didn't like how things were going. I mean, you see how what they're doing with other games, so yeah, not good at all. But hopefully him and God, what's his name? Hideki Kamiya, I think his name is from Platinum Games, who actually used to be at Capcom rather. I think he was in the team that did Okami, I think, or maybe I'm getting that mixed up. But yeah, hopefully they I'd like to see them to get together and make something. It actually would be cool if both of them also join with Shinji Mikami, and then all three of them can make a game or like create their own studio or something. But who knows? That's a lot of wishful thinking. But oh, what up, Spirit of Paradox? Good morning, good evening. Yep, yeah. What would it be for you? UK, so yeah, like somewhere in the evening, kind of. Yeah, yeah, actually, yeah, pretty much fairly late. Royce, I buy older video games on eBay than at Walt Games. Yeah, yeah, same. Especially if you can get them for a good price, because eBay and Amazon, uh, you know, fucking people be charging way too much money for some of these older games. Especially if like you like me, you like JRPGs, so then it's like they fucking go up in price like crazy. So, Prime. To be honest, while the failure of Concord is hilarious, I don't think it'll mean too much in the short term. Games like Wolverine, Spider-Man 3, and Last of Us 3 need to fail in order to I'm guessing you say 4, Sony to get a wake-up call. Yeah, I agree. I agree. They're gonna need the games like those to fail. Actually, it won't even just be like one of those games you had mentioned. They would have to be like probably like all of the games you had mentioned in order for them to really like see what's going on. That people don't want those type of games, and that's why people have to see the patterns of what those games have in common with like say like a Concord or a Dustborn or I don't know, like Forspoken or whatever games like that where you can actually you notice, all right, they got a lot of bullshit in it, woke nonsense, DI um like content, if you notice like all right, well they have a very diverse group of people in this particular setting, or there can also be a lot of subliminal shit like pride flags everywhere, like Suicide Squad. They had like what the hell was it called? Something we welcome everyone or something like that. And I'm like, but a Suicide Squad, really? I don't know. So, and we also saw with the Mrs. Freeze, the LGBT skin that you can put on her. I guess I don't know if developers think it's a woman or not. Maybe they don't know what a woman is, but who knows? Royce, these game developers need to learn the hard way. Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, a lot of them are learning now, especially this year alone, because what was it? Star Wars Outlaws. Saw that's been going. Assassin's Creed Shadows ain't gonna be much different, I'm sure. Who knows? Maybe Silent Hill 2 remake will have the same fate as say like Star Wars or Concord or Dustborn. So Jinpachi is here. So let me let him in.
Hey, hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
What's up? Pretty good.
Awesome, awesome. Give me, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be listening to you. Give me 1 second because I'm doing something, but I'll be in the, I'll be here. I'll be listening.
Okay, no problem. All right then. King Turk, what's up? What's up, bro? Have a good stream. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate you coming by. And you have yourself a good day too. Not sure what the time is in your area, so it might be late, I would assume. So, uh, if it is late, then have a good night. Fucking stuttering. So, yeah. Okay, got another comment. Spirit Paradox. Gaming is bloody terrible nowadays. As one of the viewers said, I've been buying older games. I bought Transformers War for Cybertron. I actually heard that game was really good. I think the sequel was actually disappointing from what I heard too. I didn't play it.
It was really good. This War for Cybertron was really fun. I like the art style because
Yeah, it looks really cool.
it combined the movie like the Michael Bay Transformers with the older ones.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like somewhere in the middle where they had this like real like like very industrial like mechanical look, but it also
Yeah.
had like a good color palette, and they kept some of like the more like I don't want to say like artificial, but the more like fictional side of the robotic. It was a
Mm-hmm.
very good balance between the two. Like if you ever look at the designs for the Transformers, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it did look good. What else did he say? Oh yeah, War for Cybertron, MGS4, and Godzilla on PS2. Having a blast with them. I didn't play. I played one of the Godzillas on PS2. I would assume there was more of them. It was like some fighting game, so it was
You
alright for
should
what it
play.
was.
You might be thinking about I want to say it was called War of the Monsters. Godzilla.
I think that was what it was. I think that was it.
That game was fun. If it's still, I forgot the exact. It's kind of a shame I can't remember the name because the game was so fun. It was like you just get to play as various Godzilla characters.
Yeah,
Destroy a
that
city,
yeah,
fight each
yeah,
other.
that's what
It
it
was
was.
I think it was called War of the Monsters. I think it was called that. But that game
You
was
might be
really,
right.
really.
That
It
name
was
sounds
actually
familiar.
multiple. There's multiple of them. I think there was a sequel as well.
Oh wow.
Um,
Oh okay.
yeah,
Okay, Fall of Cybertron has the better story. Okay, so
if you're interested,
maybe neither one was disappointing.
a Spirit of Paradox. If you're interested, Transformers, Devastation. I like that game. So I don't know how the reviews were, but I found it fun. It was made by Platinum Games, and it's. I thought it was pretty cool. Like it was really fun.
Oh
The
yeah,
game
that
was
game. Yeah.
yeah, it was fun. It was like over the top action and stuff. Like granted, it wasn't any. It wasn't like Metal Gear Rising, and it wasn't exactly like this world beater game. But if you like Transformers, it's very on brand, and the action was like pretty cool. You could feel the Platinum Games influence on there.
The
So
music
it
was
had
really good too.
the music was really good. It had some
Very
elements
underrated.
of Vanquish. It felt like some of it felt kind of like Vanquish ish, like
Mm.
like the gunplay and stuff. But then
I
like
can
you
see the
had like
comparison.
yeah, like it was a good. I like that game. I thought it was really fun.
Neozoic Remnant and Remnant Jinpachi off topic. What are your thoughts on the CEO of Dustborn being exposed as a racist? I'm not really surprised. Fucking someone who hates um his own race of people, pretty much. I mean that's what you get when you're dealing with like activists and fucking socialist weirdos.
Well, isn't he like Swedish
So
or something, or like from like Norway
um
or something like that? Maybe
might be
Polish.
Norway.
I know like
Let me look that
in
up actually.
so if you look at like Norway, Germany, and Sweden and whatever, like from what I understand, a lot of those countries are very highly socialist, and we all know socialist is a trickle down of communist. So
Mm-hmm.
virtue signaling galore, $1 billion fucking taxes over there because all the fucking social programs and shit like that. So I think that it's not surprising that Dev would
Oh, they're
that got
Norwegian.
yeah. That doesn't surprise me because Norway and
Yeah.
Sweden and stuff they're very socialist, very left. Um, so and like I feel like there's a thing where countries that are doing well, like in terms of like a pretty clean society, there's a sense of guilt, and I feel like when people make the joke of white guilt, I think that's a very real thing,
Mm-hmm.
and I think
Yeah.
that these
No,
people
that's
have
definitely
been.
true.
I think that these people like Germans and Swedish and Norwegians and like you just have this thing where there's a sense of white guilt with them. Like that I don't know how to explain it. It's so weird. Now when I say it out loud, it sounds so weird to describe. But like if you listen to them talk, there's like a sense of guilt. It just sounds like it's coming across as guilt. Like like other
Yeah.
parts of the world, society is much more. Those societies are much more shit in terms of quality, so we feel
Hmm.
guilty, so we have to be the savior. It's like that white savior thing. Like
Yeah, I mean, and
it's
then
just
that's
weird.
like that's the
It's
case
weird.
with a lot of like game developers now, and also the journalists, where it's like they're always trying to like
Yeah. Well, I would
make
put
them
it this.
like
Yeah.
trying to
Go
like
ahead.
prop up minorities and always like put down like anyone who's white. So I mean, there's a
It's
lot of
just
white
like,
guilt within the gaming industry.
and I just challenge people to like look at what they say, like listen to what they're saying, and like just pay attention to devs from those countries, and you'll find that a lot of them are like highly like left leaning and highly SJW. I mean, obviously, that's not true for everyone. They're, like, I'm not gonna totally generalize because it's not true for everyone. But like
Mhm.
a lot of times with game development, and then like they're from socialist countries, it's like I'm not really surprised. You know what I mean? And like
Yeah.
it seems to be like a from what I've seen, it seems to be a trend with those developers from those
Hmm.
regions.
The chosen one. Hey, what's up? Remnant, you mentioned earlier that you don't want to spend a fortune on retro games. Got the perfect solution for you. As long as you have a decent PC, download the well, oh, fucking chat. Xenia and I'm sorry, PCSX2 emulators. I've heard of the other one, PCSX2. Um, I don't game on PC, and my actually I have to get a new laptop anyway because this one's been giving me some issues. Um, but
What's
I'll
up, Molina?
definitely uh
What's up, Apollo?
I'll definitely put into consideration if I ever decide to game on PC, which I may
Everyone,
end up
everyone,
doing at some
everyone in
point.
the chat, everyone in the chat. What's up? I didn't give anyone a shout out, but like everybody who's tuning in, glad to see you. Molina's here.
Oh yeah, what's up, Apollo Patriot?
Apollo, Chosen, The Prime, Rolls Royce. Everyone who's here, thanks for tuning in.
Oh yeah, Apollo. Yeah, Sweden, Germany, Norway, Poland. They all went downhill.
I think also when you look at his history, when you think about the fact that these people were like Vikings, like bashing people's heads in, like raiding
Yeah, right.
freaking things, it's kind of like it feels like an over, and it's like and this is gonna sound crazy, but it's like they're so white, like they're so blatantly like white, like high population with blonde hair, blue eye, like they're so like undeniably like full blown white that they overcompensate with the SJW stuff because they almost feel like they have to. You know what I mean? Does
Yeah.
that make sense?
Hmm.
Like they're not just white; they're like fucking like super mega like fucking like like freaking Norse god fucking white.
Yeah.
And they're like, and it's like, all right, well, we're so white, we better double down. So no, I don't know. That's like that's what it feels like to me. Like, you know what I mean?
They're trying to save themselves from getting canceled or something.
Yeah, like it's so easy to cancel us because historically we did this whatever. It's like it's a trickle down
Hmm.
of white guilt,
Yeah.
but I think that they just go extra hard.
Yeah, more white guilt.
It's just that they go extra hard with it. I think because like there's no like they're just fucking so damn white. Like, and I'm not saying like a bad thing. It's just it's actually kind of funny to me. It's like a funny thing.
Yeah. What's up, Toby? How's it going? So, what you guys been playing, watching, reading, doing? It doesn't have to be like gaming or entertainment related. Maybe some people working out, or I know some people create their own stuff, like Octo Commander does. Who else? Guardian. Obviously,
Harosho,
what?
Apollo Patriot, Harosho.
Oh,
He says he's proud of his Russian and Belarusian heritage. So,
oh yeah.
yeah, Harosho. Well, since I'm,
Working out and
so
grinding. That's good.
so for me, like working out is a given. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like that's like I shouldn't even mention it anymore.
Hmm.
But really, like I've been learning different skills. Like I've been learning, like lock picking, um, different like trying to learn different languages and stuff like that. Like trying to overall like just better myself in some ways. I find it very entertaining. So it's
Mm,
very fun. So I'm enjoying that process. Um, but yeah, that's what I've been doing, and obviously working on my art and commissions and stuff. So I feel like I'm pretty fulfilled in
nice.
that regard. Um, as far as lockpicking goes, there's ethical usages of it. So people hear lockpicking, they think of like crime, but there's a lot of like ethical reasons why you would learn to do that. Like, I mean, people get locked out of their cars, jobs, like lockers all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, and plus, it's a good skill to have in case of the impending apocalypse.
Yeah, yeah. Or you
Next
could
to
be a
that shit,
cat burglar.
maybe. Or I could be
There's always
like
that.
I can replace I can impress the waifu Jill. I'll be the other master of unlocking.
Oh yeah.
Then that'll lead to unlocking other things. Yes, I know it's a
Mm-hmm.
fictional character, whatever. But yeah, yeah, like it's a good skill to have, man. You never know. We know Kamala, if she becomes president, you might need to like fucking know how to do that because it'll be a full out nuclear wasteland. So you
Shit,
might have to pick a
you may
locker
have to dig a
first.
hole on the ground.
You might have to climb out of the radiation and pick some locks, some fucking abandoned warehouses and pick open
Yeah,
fucking what are
gonna be
those
like
things called?
Metro.
Like tackle boxes for fucking scraps and
Oh
shit.
yeah, yeah,
Because it's a fucking nuclear wasteland. But anyway, yeah. So
yeah.
I digress.
Toby mostly Tekken 8 and some Black Myth Wukong on the side. Nice. Definitely gotta get Black Myth at some point. I'm just hoping they make a physical edition of it. Let me see. Spirit. Ultimate Universe Comics, Venom War, Avengers versus Aliens, Crime Syndicate, DC. Nice.
Toby,
Yes.
that Tekken 8 is cool, man. I just wish the game was a little. I just wish it was better, man. And I like the game. The game is fun and some it's fun, but you know, on a competitive and technical level, it's like it's bullocks, bro. Like I don't know how else to put it. It's not very like it's so watered down that it's hard for me to like really enjoy it the way I did previous seconds. So I
Hmm.
mean, it's fun though. I'm glad you're enjoying the game. Like I have my fun with it too. Um, a lot of the legacy skill does carry over, but it's just like when I think about like heat and the repetitive nature of it, and like I'm having such a hard time like taking the game seriously. Not to mention that they
Hmm.
watered down the females, and they basically admitted that Bandai Namco was doing some DEI shit. I mean, it's kind of funny that I can't.
Harad is playing dumb on Twitter on X.
Yeah, on X he's playing dumb about it, but it's kind
And
of obvious that
apparently some people were saying he's like was like contradicting because he was like backpedaling and saying some other shit afterwards or
well
whatever.
he
But
backpedaled on Eddie. He said that people would call
yeah,
him racist about Eddie, which was BS, and then he called the dude out. But then ironically, the first DLC character was Eddie. So I
and
think
then you
that's
look at
kind.
his design, it's like Jesus,
Then they gave
fucking
him the fucking Killmonger haircut, which is an
yeah.
abomination because Eddie had the cool ass Trick Williams haircut going on. How you go from quality like that to fucking bullshit Killmonger haircut? Come on.
Yeah.
But anyway, like it's a fun game, but it's like the gameplay has become nerfed and watered down. Then they nerfed the sex appeal. Then they try to gaslight people. Then it turns out they are playing ball with DI. That's when revenue. Remember when I first played the game and I showed you we were hanging out together. I showed you the costumes. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, I
And I
saw.
was
Yeah.
and I remember I was like, and I even like, I was like, what the hell? Why are they so like? Why are they? I noticed it right away. I'm like, why are all the women all of a sudden covered up? And then
Mm-hmm.
I looked, and then I didn't get the game day one. I was like 3 months into its life cycle, so the DLC was already up. And then I go online, I find out some of the legacy costumes were DLC, and then they released the bikinis, and all the bikini costumes are covered from the waist down, except for Asuzena, who, as much as I like Asuzena, she has a very like unimpressive body type, to say the least. It's very like
For a Latina too, right?
for a Latina
What the
woman. I
hell?
know I know Peruvian girls personally. I'm not saying that of course not every Peruvian girl is going to be thick as hell,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
most of the ones that I know and the ones that I see every day, the ones that I, work out with, the ones that I know some of their family, like 8 out of 10 of them are pretty thick. They're not like built like Azucena. Like even
yeah.
the fighters that I
She kind of
see,
like a stick. I mean,
even the even like
she ain't like skinny like, but you know what I mean. She's
she's
definitely
like
lacking.
she has like a muscular tone to her. She's toned.
Hmm.
but she has no like real assets like that. Like even when you look at some female MMA fighters, which is a direct parallel to her, they're actually a little bit more. They're a lot of them are pretty curvy too. A lot of female Peruvian
Hmm.
fighters. I can actually name I can't name. Well, I know a few of them, but I can't think of their names off the top of my head, which is a shame. But this
Well,
is
real
gonna
quick, Apollo Patriot mentioned about Assassin's Creed failing. Maybe Ubisoft go bankrupt by then. I hope so.
yeah.
I hope so. I hope by like next year you hear like they're looking to sell or just shut down because they haven't really contributed anything within to gaming in like a long time. So if they would have shut down, it wouldn't really be much of a loss. Like because they did it to themselves. It'll be different where if it's like they were doing very well and then they just so happened to fall on like bad luck or something going wrong where they had to shut down. Where like
What's
I'll
up,
put this
Mermac?
I use an example like this was like the 360 or PS3 era of Ubisoft and they were just shut down. Yeah, you'd be like, oh damn, that sucks.
Well, to be
Because
honest, Ubisoft has been declining for a long time, man. They were
yeah, they
downhill.
have.
They had a sharp prime, and then they had a really fast decline. It was just that it was done well. Not, let me put it this way: not that the
What's up,
decline
Mermac?
is not that the decline was fast, but that the once they started like once every year it got worse and worse. It was like a gradual decline. And like you could look back at this even around like 2013 or 2014. If you look at Assassin's Creed 3 was watered down to all shit. That was like that was like their games were just getting mediocre in general, let alone,
Yeah, I was actually gonna
using
correct
DEI.
myself and say like they were starting to decline on with the 360 and PS3 games.
Yeah.
Like that generation. They were slowly declining, even with Splinter Cell. Because I know people were mixed on Conviction and Blacklist,
Yeah.
and then I think there was other games like Prince of Persia. It wasn't as good as like the ones with
Older
the
ones.
original, the other
Hell no.
trilogy that they worked
Not
on.
even close. Not even
Yeah,
close. Yeah,
so
look, yes,
they
the
they
gameplay
were
in Prince of
declining,
Persia.
but definitely around like I keep forgetting like the exact number of the generation, but
Apollo
PS4 and
Patriot.
Xbox One, they were definitely like it was really like going downhill.
Apollo Patriot, I really liked that game, Ghost Recon Future Soldier. I thought it was really
Yeah.
cool. I really liked how they approached the concept of stealth in that game. I found it to be very grounded, and it was really cool. I actually liked that game a lot too. I'm glad you mentioned that one. Harasho. But anyway, yeah, Mermac, what's up, man? I don't know if you heard me before, and yeah, like with Splinter Cell, look, I'm one of those people. I actually liked Conviction, and I'm a hardcore Splinter Cell fan. I'm not like a casual fan. Like I love the fucking series to death. I've played and beaten every game in the series. Like I love all of them. I even played the PSP one years ago. I had it. I had Splinter Cell Chaos Theory on Nintendo DS. So for like again, like I'm a Splinter Cell fiend, and like I found Conviction like decent. Conviction felt like to me felt like it wasn't a great. Let me put it this way: it wasn't the best Splinter Cell game, but it was a good game in general because the sandbox feeling
Hmm.
was like gone. But as far as like a linear like political thriller action game, it reminded me of like something like Taken or like the Born Identity.
Mm.
Like I really enjoyed that game for what it was. And then I like Blacklist because you had all those
Let me
options.
quickly
Excuse me. Yeah.
answer Neozo's question about he said Remnant and Jipachi off topic. What are your thoughts on Minecraft movie teaser getting trashed by the fans and got a dislike ratio? It
I
looks
mean,
like shit,
it
honestly.
looks
I
bad.
mean,
It looks
it's
bad. I mean, like
terrible.
I'm not look, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be
I'm
honest. I'm
not
not a huge
surprised it got a ratio.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Because I'm not a
How the fuck you
huge
gonna make a movie out of Minecraft? First of all, and it's,
yeah.
and
Well,
you
you could
got
do it.
Jack Black playing Jack Black for the
Well,
thousandth time,
first of
and
all,
then
it should have been that movie should have been entirely CGI. It should have been like a Pixar style like kind of movie.
mhm.
I'm not saying Pixar should make it. I just mean like fully
If they were gonna
CGI.
do it like at least if they would at least try to do it correctly, then yeah, it should have been
It
like
could no,
that.
it could work. It could have worked as a film, but it should have been like a CGI like family friendly film. I don't know what this whole like Jason Momoa shit and that Mark Henry ass looking woman in there like
Yeah.
'cause she looked like a fucking a Roland Burger. I don't know what the fuck. Like, but anyway, like the point is that they could have done it, but that shit looks horrible. And like even like it's like this is Borderlands again.
I was gonna actually say like, what was the last movie that came out that fucking failed? And yeah, it was
Borderlands.
Borderlands.
It's like it's like
I forgot.
yeah,
Yeah, so just like the same. It's like might as well have been made by the same people.
yeah, exactly.
Yo, what's up, Venom Snack?
But back to what I was saying before, because I want to let get that
Wreck-It
thought off
Ralph
my
from Minecraft. Yeah, they should have done that.
I want to get that thought out of my head. I think Blacklist is underrated. I think Blacklist is actually a very good balanced game where you have some sandbox elements in a way, and you have options between going lethal and going with total stealth. And
Hmm.
the animations on the hand-to-hand combat are very good. As on a personal note, there's a lot of like jujitsu sweeps and transitions that are implemented, which I thought was cool. Um,
Hmm.
it's a pretty cool game. I think that Blacklist is kind of underrated in a way. You know, and
That's fair to say.
the
It was
options
pretty good. I agree.
the options for creativity are very high in that game as well because you can do like you can
Hmm.
basically do like if anyone's seen my Arkham videos, you can actually do that kind of stuff in that game, which is really cool. If you if you know how to use the gadgets and whatnot. Like again, I get why some purists don't like it. Like as a purist myself, in a way, I kind of get why people think it's a far cry because it is ramped up to 10. But I think that if
Hmm.
people can remove that bias, because I was actually one of those people early on saying that the game looks bad. I bashed it, and my friend, one of my close friends, damn near forced me to play the game. I think he like bought it and then gave it to me. So I was like, damn, I'm not gonna fucking like not play it or whatever, something like that. And like I'm like, all right. And then I played it, and I'm like, okay, I was wrong. This game's pretty good. It's actually very good. And I had the same feeling with Metal Gear Rising. I dismissed it as
Hmm.
a Metal Gear purist. But then when I played Metal Gear Rising, I'm like, what the fuck? This is like my favorite action game of all time. And to think that I was like, I totally fucking dismissed it, which is crazy. So anyway, just want to let that out. We can move on.
Yo, what's up, Christian Frades? How's it going? What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, yeah. Because they're gonna be there. We're supposed to be doing a reboot of not a reboot. I'm sorry, a remake, I believe, of Splinter Cell. So maybe Sam Fisher will be a transgender, go by the
No
name
chance.
Samantha.
No
Samantha.
chance it'll be good. Grimm's daughter about to be race swapped. She's gonna have some Viking ass name like Grimm's daughter and then be played by fucking that girl from Minecraft. Watch. Mark my
Oh my
words.
god.
She's
Yeah.
gonna look like
Hopefully
Mark.
Ubisoft will be
She's gonna look like
you know
Mark Henry after a sex change. And she's a redhead. And she's a redhead. Oh, she's definitely getting
oh
race
yeah,
swapped.
yeah, they definitely she's gone. You know what they do to redheads, so yo, what's up, Emerald Taurus?
That's crazy. Like you really that really got my brain like gears turning. Like she's a hot redheaded
Fisher.
Norse descended white woman because a name like Grimm's daughter is like highly Germanic and fucking like highly like northern European. Like ain't no way she's gonna fucking not be fucking
Hold
changed
on.
to all hell.
Fisher as a Deborah Wilson will be fine. Yeah, that's what they'll do. Uh, OG L LG. Oh, I'm sorry, OG Lock. Yo, what's up? What y'all thinking of a family-friendly GTA movie where Chris Pratt plays Claude Speed?
Bro.
Uh,
Hold on,
ooh.
Revenant. You gotta say it correctly. It's not OG Lock, it's OG Loke, bro.
Oh,
OG
OG
Loke.
Loke.
Yeah. Cause he's gangster. But yeah, anyway, continue.
Oh yeah. I don't know why I'm blinking out. Okay, yeah.
I'm a
I'm
gangster.
gangster.
I'm gangster.
Yeah,
And you remember the part
yeah.
with the fucking Hispanic dude he was in jail with?
Oh
he,
yeah,
he wanted you to kill him, and he was when you're chasing him, he's talking mad shit about the gay shit they did in prison.
yeah.
Like, oh my god.
Yeah, OG Loke. Yeah. Chris Pratt as Claude Speed. I don't know about that. A family friendly GTA movie.
I think if
That
they make
sounds
a
so
movie,
long.
they should make Claude Speed because GTA 2 and 3 you're playing as Claude. I know Claude. Yes, I know the Claude in GTA 2 is technically a different person, and they do all the mental gymnastics. It's a
Hmm.
cop out. I don't care what Rockstar says because they have damn near the same name and they dress the same, so they can suck my dick and
Yeah,
all that. Like, oh, it's a different person. It's like get the fuck out of here. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is,
I'm
um,
a real G.
the point is, if they make a GTA movie, like I feel like that would work. I know it's gonna sound crazy. I feel like that would work as like a more like art house kind of film.
You dropped the
Like,
soap, sugar.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry.
But it should be like an art house kind of film. Like it should be
Hmm.
like a film. Like I would actually keep him as a silent protagonist and then just have it be like long sequences of action, kind of like how John Wick is filmed, where like there's
Hmm.
like entire like 5-10 minute stretches of like pure action. Or like Crank. I don't know if you remember the Crank, like something like from like a Jason Statham movie, and just have Claude be silent or whatever. Like it should be
Yeah.
something like that. I don't think making it like a traditional Hollywood movie would go well at all, and I don't think that it necessarily lends itself to being a film outside of like what I had said of like a high octane action movie or
Hmm.
whatever. I would actually use the fan theory that people came up with where um what's her name damn the crazy bitch I forgot her name, the Colombian
Oh,
girl.
god damn it. Uh,
She got that crazy last name too.
yeah, yeah.
Damn, I forgot her name. Basically, the girl that from San Andreas and the girl that's in the beginning of 3, the main villainess, she could be. They could have her that she shoots.
Catalina.
Catalina, that's her name. Yes,
There you
Catalina.
go.
They can have it that she gets shot in. She shoots him in the neck early on, and from that point on, he's silent. Or just have him like have that happen because that's what the theory is in the game. He gets shot and injured where he can't
Hmm.
speak for the rest of the game. So I think that would be like a good way to approach it. But they don't have. I don't feel like Hollywood has the creativity for that. They'll just do some Avengers shit somehow or some Marvel storytelling.
Something uncreative. Something that will subvert everyone in the wrong way. Since that's all they know how to do anyway. So, anywho,
What's his name? Caesar
right.
Villapando. Villapando. Cesar Villapondo. It's not like that. I don't remember. But yeah, Caesar's cousin.
Damn, 2 hour video. Damn. I mean, he does good work with that. So
Well, the
that makes
game, the
sense.
game's the game's very interesting. Like when you look at it, like I
Hmm.
mean, I could praise the tone of. I was actually. It's funny that that came up because I was thinking about GTA 3 yesterday. I was thinking about replaying it, and I was
Hmm.
actually recommending to you, Revenant, to play it if you don't remember. But
Oh yeah, you have
uh,
the
well
trilogy, right?
the yeah, even though the trilogy is mediocre, but after patches, at least it works. And plus, you can't buy the classic unless you have a PC, which is terrible.
Hmm. Yeah,
But
because they took
anyway,
them off the market
yeah, because they're
like
fucking
bitches.
dickheads. They only took it off to force people to buy the trilogy. But
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah, that's what they usually do.
but
That's
but
why
that's
it's
not
good
the
to
point.
always like have the original in whatever capacity that you may be able to have it, because you never know. Like companies will take it off. They'll probably do. Capcom might do that with the original Dead Rising,
They might,
unless they, I don't know. I don't know if they've done it yet, but they probably will. Especially if the remaster or the modern day remaster doesn't do as well as they hope.
yeah, no, it's true. And like GTA 3 is a very unique game. It has a true dystopian tone to it. I don't know if you like ever like really looked at the world and like played it, but it seems almost like a dystopia. It
Hmm.
has a very unique tone, and it's not. I don't think it was even intentional. It's just that the nature of like that game being so old, it really like it really has a very like cool aura and atmosphere. So
Yeah, it does. Yo, Y chromosome, what's up? Uh, Melina, she's crazy as hell, but she's a good uh
yeah,
femme fatale femme fatale character and antagonist. Yeah, no, she actually is.
yeah. I
They'll
think
ruin
she
her
is too.
now though.
Yeah,
Was
she
that?
she really is. She really no, she really is a great female antagonist. She's really good. And
Hmm.
in San Andreas, they did a great job like expanding upon her. You know what's fucked up though? This is kind of a joke, but I'm like half serious. you know, I've dated a lot of Latina women, and she really is like a just a crazy Latina girl. It's like turned up to 10, bro. Like that's really what she feels like. It's like I wouldn't say like it's like I wouldn't say it's like it's not exaggerated, but like I ain't gonna lie, some of the ways Catalina act, I have dealt with women like that with almost very little exaggeration. So I always find it kind of funny when she's like yelling at CJ, and like I'm like, why- like it's supposed to be parody, but this shit is like low key a little authentic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you're right. Emerald Taurus. Good thing I bought the Dead Rising games. I wish I bought the GTA original trilogy before they took off the stores. Yeah, I know. I know the feeling. Because when they be doing that, I hate that shit. Because then if you want
Yeah,
the original, like all the way back on the PS2, whatever, they're gonna charge you a shit ton of money.
and also like the
Unless
only
you find a
saving
good like
grace,
mom and pop store that they give you a reasonable price.
the only saving grace is if you already bought them before this
Yeah,
happened. Because
exactly. Yeah.
even if they're off the marketplace, you can still re-download them if you own the license or if you have the license for it. So for I wish they had a physical release, to be honest. But anyway, like because like I know I have San Andreas, the classic, so I can always, even though it's off the marketplace, I can always re-download it. And I think you have Vice City, right? Didn't I like help you with Vice City, if I recall correctly, with some parts of
The
it?
original?
Yeah, the original, well, the PlayStation. I mean, the original one that was that wasn't remastered. It was like
Ported over pretty much.
yeah, yeah. That's the word. Ported over on PS5.
Yeah,
I know.
what
I
was the
know. I
part?
know.
There was something with the
It
fucking
was
ice
it
cream
was
truck
no, no,
and
no. It wasn't the
the
ice cream.
boat,
It
right?
was no. It was the bullshit part with Love Fist, where if the car stops
Oh yeah, yeah,
and
it'll
then
blow
it
up, right?
fucking blows up. That
The
part is
fucking
ass,
Irish
bro.
guys in the car and shit.
Yeah, like that part is
Oh
awful.
my
They're
god.
not Irish. They're fucking like
Oh,
UK metal
Scottish.
band. They're like a UK metal band, and like
That's what it was.
it's funny, but that mission is ass cheeks. I hate that mission. But
Hold
yeah,
on.
like
Neil
yeah.
Zoic had a question. Question. Did you think movies based on video games would be the next big thing since comic book movies are dying out? Or what other answers do you have? I mean, I don't think the what is the word you used? I don't think that the next big thing. As far as like the next trendy thing to do in Hollywood, yeah, I think that'll be it. But as
Well,
far
video
as like,
games.
will they succeed or really like outdo like the comic book movies, like superhero
Love
movies? I
Fist.
don't I don't think so.
Well, look,
But
look. Let's be real. Let's be real. They look. Let's be honest. Martin's. I'm just gonna give a little bit of like history here. Martin Scorsese said that superhero movies aren't cinema, right? Again, they could be good, they could be bad. I don't agree with that. But I'm bringing this up for a reason. During a
okay.
phase, there was a certain phase of time where mafia movies were very popular,
Yes.
and you had Tarantino films, and they still exist today, but now they're not coming out as often as they did back when they were in their hype era.
No, they're not.
So a shit ton of mafia movies, they ran it into the ground. A lot of people don't give a shit anymore, and then they moved on to
Mm-hmm.
something else. Then they
Yeah,
had the
just like the westerns too. They did that too. That was
yeah,
that was kind of like
westerns.
had his
Yeah.
phase.
Yeah. Then you had the 80s and 90s, I mean the 90s and 2000s where you had like the Matrix look, trench coats, black leather, like you had this like gothic kind of vibe that got ran into the ground, and then
Hmm.
they moved on again. And then you had the superhero phase, and now superhero phase is done. They killed it because they did so much stupid shit and subversion. A lot of people don't care anymore,
Yeah.
such as myself. And you know, and whatever. There's some outliers like Wolverine and Deadpool. There's a few good ones, but my point is that the superhero market is nowhere near as strong as it once was. And then right now, gaming industry is the biggest industry in terms of entertainment outside of you know adult content, because they don't
Hmm.
mention adult content, but basically the second biggest entertainment industry is gaming, and now gaming is going to be milk and abused to
Oh
death.
yeah.
So that's going to be the next thing you're going to see a shit ton of movies for, and a lot of them are going to flop hard.
Oh yeah. Venom Snack said GTA 3 is one of my favorite games ever. for sure. Even above Vice and San Andreas, I don't know, remasters were fucking hideous. The OG ports on Steam have to be modded to play, but it's worth it. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, they
Yeah.
definitely, they definitely fucked up the remasters because you would have figured like they would do a good job with that because
Look,
those three games really helped put Rockstar on the map. So,
yeah, they should have
but
done it themselves in house. Honestly, they
yeah,
shouldn't
they
have
should have. They
outsourced
have the
that. They really
manpower, they have the resources. So, I mean,
they shouldn't have out. They
they
shouldn't. They
trusted it
should have
with a
outsourced it.
fucking company that ported over fucking the games on mobile and shit.
Well, from a visual perspective and design perspective, they lost the art style. Like
Yeah, they did.
GTA 3 and Vice City had an art style that was very specific, right? Again, I'm not gonna say after all the patch they needed a shit ton of patches. I'm not defending them, but at the current state, it is actually playable and works properly now. But that doesn't save the game from being, just a bad remaster all around. I'm not
Yeah,
defending
yeah.
it. I'm just saying there are some quality of life improvements that console players didn't have, right? Because I'm not like a PC. I don't like again. I used to play PC games back in the day, but we're talking like N64 and PS1 and Super Nintendo. Like I'm not. I don't have as much experience with like PS2 emulation. I've had a few games, but like mainly my at that point I was gaming mainly on consoles, and
Mm.
console gamers they didn't have the benefit of like GTA 3 where you had the free aim reticule, right? And that in GTA 3 is a game changer because
Oh
playing
yeah,
that
they
game,
also have the checkpoints and you can put waypoints, right?
yeah, waypoints. I think the map is so like there are some quality of life improvements. I do think that I think the reticule being like more like modern third person games where like how the PC versions were of those games. I think
Hmm.
it's a big, massive difference in how those games are played. Like using the auto aim by being forced to use the auto aim in Vice City and GTA 3, it
Yeah.
again, I'm not trying to overplay it, but I'm also not going to downplay how much of a difference it makes. Like the difficulty spike is way lower because of that because you can aim and shoot wherever you want or whatever.
Hmm.
Um you have different options like that. So those are quality of life changes that I would want them to implement in a proper remaster or a proper port. So
Hmm.
I'll give them credit there, but overall, it's not a good port. I'm not defending it. I'm just saying that it did add some things that I think the game needed.
Yeah, yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Let me catch up to some questions and some comments before we start getting into the topics. Um, Mermac, what y'all think of Fallout TV show? Uh, Terrible from what I've seen. I haven't watched the episode or anything. I've seen clips here and there, and some people talk about it and how, um, from what I understand, people were saying it's pretty unfaithful to the lore. And I think that was another show where the director or whoever said like it's not for the fans or something like that or
Yeah, blah
whatever.
blah
But
blah. It's not for
yeah,
you, bigot. It's not for the
yeah,
fans. What do
it's
you
the
mean
same.
that? What do you mean I can't make a Fallout show without knowing anything about Fallout? Fuck
Yeah,
you. Why is it doing bad?
that's
It's toxic bigots. But
yeah,
then
right.
again, where's the modern audience? The modern audience should make up for your losses. I guess it turns out that's not the people that you need to keep your show going. They always say,
That same
it's
thing that's
kind of
gonna
sad.
happen with the Yakuza show. They're gonna fuck that
These
up too because they got the same
arrogant
mindset.
arrogant Hollywood always talks shit and makes excuses, and it never fails. It's the same excuse every time. At what point do you stop
Hmm.
being retarded? Because it's at this look
Yeah.
at this point it's retardation. Either look, you have to pick one. These Hollywood people have to pick one. Either it's retarded, they're retarded, and they don't have common sense. They don't say, hey, this doesn't work. This movie is not for my own personal collection. It's supposed to make money, and people are supposed to want to watch it. um Either it's that and they turn their brain off and they're retarded and they don't see what's going on, or it's an agenda and propaganda, and I'm leaning toward the second one. Because if you have the resources and funds to make these kind of shows and films based off properties, then you have enough common sense to know that people aren't going to want this shit, or people
Yep.
want an accurate portrayal of what they're doing. So they're fucking idiots. They're going to say the same thing every time. Fallout show is no different. Another shit adaptation.
Hmm. Yeah.
What can you really say, man? Like even look, even some of the better alternatives. I'll give you an example. The Sonic movies, the Sonic the Hedgehog movies did really well. But if you
Oh
actually
yeah.
watch,
With Neo Zoe had asked if we've seen the trailer for the
yeah,
third movie. I
I've
have
seen the
not.
trailer.
I seen a
I've seen
screenshot
the
of
trailer.
Sonic, but I didn't see it.
I seen the trailer. I seen the trailer. And here's
I
my
actually didn't
point.
see any of the movies to be honest.
But here's my
I actually
point. Here's my
gotta
point.
get on that.
Here's my point with Sonic though. Yeah, I mean the first one, I mean like they're not bad. They're actually not bad movies, but they're not Sonic. They're not really like it's like I guess what I'm trying to say is that they make these movies and then they put a name on it like Sonic the Hedgehog or whatever, and you're not getting that. You're getting some weird subversion. The fact that Sonic is in our regular world and his home world is the actual Sonic world, and the story doesn't take place in his home world. We have some shitty human characters that are hard to care about. It shows you that they don't know what the fuck they're doing, and unfortunately, the fan bases for Sonic are so toxic. And when I say I don't even like using the word toxic, I think it's fucking gay, but using the like they're so like overzealous that they'll be supporting it just because it's a Sonic movie. Quality be damned. You know what I mean? So like they don't care. They just want to do like they're arrogant. They think that they think they can make a better Sonic than the actual creators of the actual creators of the characters and whatnot. Like they just don't learn. They don't care. It's hubris. It's ego. Like it's very frustrating to be a fan and you see something you like get adapted. You know,
No,
Sonic is another
definitely. It
one that
really
should
is
have been.
frustrating though.
It should have been a CGI movie as well. Sonic should have been like entirely CGI on his world. It shouldn't and Robotnik, the best way they could have done it, if they wanted to have a human character, they could have had a like Jim Carrey Robotnik invade his world and then have him be the only character that's not CGI. That's how you to me the better way to do that than what they actually did. I don't want to see Sonic in the fucking streets of like whatever city with normal ass buildings and cars around him. Like I just don't understand. I don't understand fucking Hollywood. I don't get it, man. And by saying I don't get it,
Yeah, I don't
I
get
mean
it either.
I mean I think they're dickheads and I know what they're doing and they're fucking
Yeah, yeah. It just you
stupid.
know logically it makes no sense because when you think about the series like Sonic or whatever, you don't think like, oh, he's gonna be in fucking like I don't know Times Square or fucking in L.A. or something or I don't know in China, whatever.
And think about how beautiful Green Hill Zone look and Emerald
Yeah,
Hill
right.
Zone look.
What a
They're so
waste.
beautiful and like so like unique, right? Like if I showed you a world from Sonic, even if like let's say you didn't know where the image was from, you would instantly recognize that it's a Sonic the Hedgehog like design and area. It's so iconic that like to sacrifice that and degrade it to just a couple cameos in Sonic's flashback of where he came from, it's such a waste. It's a shame.
Yeah, it really is. So I'm sending the links out. All right, that's good.
Yeah, do what you gotta do, man.
All right,
Send
cool.
out the links.
I'm gonna put in the chat for anyone who might be interested in joining, and I'll send out some on X for a few people.
Never forget what they did to Jill in that last Resident Evil.
Which one was that one again?
Welcome
Welcome
to
to
Raccoon.
Raccoon City.
Oh my god.
Oh God, never
Being a
forget what they
Resident
did
Evil
to every
fan.
character in that. Never mind, not just Jill.
Yeah. I don't know what the fuck. I mean, like, oh, man, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating, bro. It really is just very frustrating to be a fan because it's so simple, man. Like Resident Evil is already a movie. The games are already basically movies because they're tributes to like Romero horror films from like the and like films from the past. So it's kind of like you're just going back to the drawing board and just making a Romero as zombie movie now with Resident Evil characters. I don't get how these directors. I mean, they had Romero attached to one of the films, and he wrote a script, and Hollywood kept wanting him to make it more like a blockbuster instead of like a more like grounded psychological horror with some, but not psychological, but more of like a grounded horror with some like theatrical elements to it. And like it's a shame that the people that have the money to invest are the same people that end up fucking these properties up. And it's a shame that the real hardcore fans don't have the financial backing to actually produce these projects. It's always some like
Yeah.
old ass fucking investor who doesn't know shit about Resident Evil.
Yeah.
He just knows it's popular, and he's like, well, wait a
Yeah, that's
minute.
all. Just yeah.
They look at this, they look at the script and they say, wait a minute, I wanted you to make something like an Avengers movie. This isn't that. It must be bad. Script denied. When in reality, they just don't know what the hell they're talking about. And again, like the people with the actual minds to make these movies, they don't have the capital to invest and green like the projects, get the rights to like actually make the movie. It's horrible. Like that's what happened with DC. Why do you think DC was in such a bad state? You had terrible management, terrible um,
Hmm.
planning from Warner Brothers because those guys aren't real fans. They're just a bunch of rich dickheads who want to. It's like they look at it like a stock.
They just see dollar signs. They see like, oh, it's popular, so surely it'll make
Dude,
money no
yeah,
matter what we do with it.
it'll make money. Like, yeah, it's a popular series, but make it like the Avengers because that made a lot of money. Or with
Yeah.
the gaming equivalent would be like people love Star Wars. Make it play like an open world crafting boring ass game. Like that's how these people think, man. How's it going, Christian? How's it going, Venom?
Hey,
Good.
what's up?
What's up, guys? In case there's more people that may. Oh, it's coming up. All right.
Is that Ada Venom snack? Looks like Ada. Yeah, that's
Yeah, it is.
It's the fake. It's the fake Ada.
You know what though? I'll give Capcom credit. Ada was hot, but her voice actor fucking sucked balls in 4.
She just shouldn't have never said anything.
Yeah. I mean, I do like the face model for Ada in the remakes because she is legitimately.
It should have been
beautiful.
like it should have been like Obafemi. In other countries, women are meant to are meant to be seen, not heard. Or whatever he said.
Yeah, that was fucking funny. I like Obafemi. Guys, is pretty cool. For those who don't know, Obafemi is a up and coming wrestler, and he has like thick, heavy accent, and like his
He's
character is
from
basically
Nigeria, right?
he's from Nigeria. His character is basically is that he's a warlord. He's basically like he has elements to his character of like a African warlord, you know. But he's he's entertaining.
Yeah, he's cool. Okay, so all right, so what do we got? All right, let's just start off with Concord. Ooh, we got that. We'll probably be back. Anyway, Concord servers shutting down. I think
Not
it shut
surprising.
down. Yeah.
Who would have
Um,
guessed?
but- yeah. I think it shut down today. Actually,
cueing that tune that Dubois would whistle in Boondocks.
oh yeah. I thought you were gonna say the fucking God, what's that game show? I know my grandmother used to watch it. The Price is Right.
Jeopardy.
When they mess up
Price
in
is
the
Right?
game. Yeah, The Price is Right. Like boom 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 boom, wah, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
The price is wrong, Bob.
Rather, the price wasn't worth it. The price
Come
was worth
on down. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. Actress.
Yeah, now they're gonna be like, come on down, you're next contestant for the next game to fucking fail. And Concord, they got the fucking they got the pronoun robot or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, that
Flipping on
game
the
can rot.
stairs.
Yeah, that game can rot and piss, and it won't be missed because it's
Nope.
just like these people. They just make these things, and it's almost like it was designed to fail. And And it's like almost like the Dustborn thing. Now, I don't really care about the whole using assets thing or whatever. Not really my thing. But my thing is, when you do that, that's a step of trying to save money, because it's cheaper to do that than actually make stuff, right? So
Yeah.
if they were doing that, that tells me that the Dustborn people were trying to save money. So I'm just wondering what they were trying to do with this game, because it just seemed like it was designed to fail. And the question just had to be asked is, where's the money? Why they put so much money into this thing, and at the same time they went the opposite route of the character design? Because it's so funny. I said these characters look like background characters for a science fiction show, and then all of a sudden somebody else, I can't remember, was V or one of those other people, they were saying it looks like background characters for a
Well,
science
look,
fiction show.
Octo
So
Commander, I want to say a couple things,
oh,
bro.
you can just
Because
say OC now. You can just say OC.
okay,
Just make it. Yeah.
OC, remember that show,
Okay.
the OC? That shit, I'm gonna make
That
that
was a
your
good
theme
show.
song, bro. California.
Shailene Woodley, when she was a young
Original
girl,
character.
acted in
I
episodes.
know, I know, I know. California. I mean, all right, I'm gonna stop. But look, here's the thing, man. Like they, like you. All right, what you got to look at like the details that lead up to the game's release, right? On its own, using assets is obviously a cost-cutting measure that a less known studio might have to do to save money. But when you look at that, the agenda behind the game, the fact that it was government funded, it's kind of clear that that's a thing that the government will do. Like that's a
Well,
very
the
government
government funded Dustborn, not Concord.
that. Well, I'm talking about Dustborn because
Oh,
you
okay.
mentioned Dustborn. Where like that's a very government thing to do. It's like we're gonna try to like we have the resources, but we're gonna try to use the lowest amount of resources possible to make this thing, and then they get surprised when it fails. It screams government. Dustborn screams government propaganda, like all over the place. You know what I mean? And like that game was never. I said this in previous podcasts. That game was never intended to make money. Like I think people need to really understand that that game was it was like it wasn't like a thing that was supposed to have a return on investment. It was just supposed to exist as propaganda. They just want these things to exist. They don't care if they do well, because if they exist, then the optics of it push the narrative that they're trying to push. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, they
Um,
they don't care if these games are financially failing. They're essentially they're bankrolling them no matter what happens. They don't give a shit. It's about the message.
exactly. It's just about the optics. It's about saying, hey, here is the woke liberal, because like all right, if you look 15 years from now, 20 years from now, people aren't going to look at how well and how successful these games were. They're just going to use it as evidence as to why it exists. You saw this with comic books, right? Where they did like Jane Foster Thor. They did um Miles Morales. They were not successful at all in the beginning. I think Miles Morales comics are still not successful, right? But that's not the point. The point is that they introduced all these ideas in comics in the 2012s, 2013s, and then now they're using them as justification to make movies on them and stuff like that, and say, well, it happened in the comics. Well, it only existed back then to play the long game to justify the bullshit they're doing now. So they're just playing long-term propaganda games. A game like Dustborn, you could just look at the game and know that it was never meant to make money. Because even if it wasn't woke garbage, why would you want to play that? It's basically a shit Telltale games, but worse. It's like a even if it wasn't woke, it would still have a niche audience. It would still not be like a widely popular kind of game. So
Interestingly enough, I do promote stuff for a niche audience as long as it doesn't promote any wokeness or stuff. Like I've
well,
been promoting like Go Go Mobile Boy or Haunting Ground over the years.
well, a niche audience isn't bad. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that that game was never gonna be like a niche audience is successful, can have a successful series relevant, uh yeah, what's the word? Not relevant. Yeah, but basically like comparatively to the fan base, right? So you can have a game that's like a smaller game, but it has a good fan base. It'll make money. It'll be a success depending on the budget, but it's not. It might not have the wide stream appeal of something like a new Resident Evil game or whatever. Niche when you're making content for your niche audience, it's fine. But what I'm saying is that with all the investment from government and stuff, that game, even if it was um not woke, it would still not be like a what's the word I'm looking for, like a modern, like it wouldn't have been like a mainstream success. It would have probably had niche success at best, which is a weird thing for the government to do if it's not propaganda. If you wanted it to be successful, you would want it to be like you would, especially if you're the government, you would want it to have the most eyes, the most money possible. So it
Yeah,
tells
it's
me that
like it's like
just
Star Wars.
propaganda.
It's like Star Wars Outlaws. If you put you put Han Solo or a Harrison Ford looking type character as the lead, you know that's going to be a home run. But they don't give a shit.
Mhm.
They do not care. It's over.
No, they don't.
Exactly, yeah. Venom is basically wording it in a much simpler way, which I appreciate, and it's basically that. The basics of it is that they don't care. As long as it exists as propaganda, then mission successful. If it makes money, good, thumbs up, that's great. But they're investing knowing that they might not get a return. It's like they're paying for propaganda. They're
Or
just paying.
like
Yeah,
like
that's
Assassin's
all it
Creed
is.
Shadows. Like if that game flops and Ubisoft keeps going, you know they're existing on tax write-offs and just corporate funding because
Hmm.
how many of these failures can they possibly afford at this point?
Not many. Honestly,
Yeah,
the fact that
I
they're still
mean,
around is a
it's been like
testament
back to back with
to
them.
that.
So
Right. And the
Honestly,
other
I
thing,
think if it
Mhm.
wasn't for that, they would have died. They would have died. They would have died years ago.
Right.
yeah,
Honestly, if it
yeah,
wasn't for
Yeah.
that.
because
Yeah, that's true.
them and
That's
other
true.
companies are definitely like relying on like investors to keep them
Well,
around because they're definitely not
most
seeing much of a return in their games. So
Yeah, but most likely what would actually happen is you're not going to see a story saying this company's shutting down. They're going to hear is, all right, this other company from whatever, like Saudi Arabia or China, is going to buy up the company. They're going to keep it propped up. They're going to keep it alive. It's kind of like the movie Kagemusha, that I think it was from Akira Kurosawa, and George Lucas and Steven Spielberg produced it. So pretty much is about, like the real, like pretty much borderline like real life events of Takeda Shingen. Anybody familiar with the movie?
I've seen a
no, I
lot of
never heard of it
Kurosawa
actually.
movies, but I've never seen that one.
I've seen a lot of Japanese films, bro, like a shit ton. But I'll be damned if I could tell you half of their names. So it's
Oh,
possible. I'll be honest with you. It's possible that I have seen it, but don't know it by its name.
okay. So what actually happened was, this is based on, like, like I said, true events. So pretty much, the Japanese samurais, especially the daimyos, they had enough money to have body doubles. So Takeda Shingen had body doubles in this movie, and so he dies from a sickness, and the double is propped up as the real one. So, because they didn't want everybody freaking out. So pretty much what's, most likely would happen is, like I said, some company from, I should say, US, China, or Saudi Arabia, or UAE would show up and they say, okay, listen, we have the money. We're going to buy your company and we're going to keep it propped up. We're not going to say anything. The only way you can find out if you do a um, extensive search on Wikipedia, right? So that's mostly what's going to happen. And the other thing is, I'm waiting for somebody to make a video talking about how do these people, the creative team and whoever is trying to prop this up, got the money to make this game, because you have people like Harada, he almost wasn't able to make one of the Tekken games. I think it was the fourth one. And so, of course,
It was Tekken 7. He had to beg because Tekken Tag 2 almost killed the series. So
right,
Tekken 7 was made because Harada literally begged Bandai. That's why the budget is significantly lower, and it actually shows in the game relative to other games that came out in 2015. Or you
hmm,
can actually see that the quality of that game, it's primitive, and then they have a lot of features. A lot of things had to be put in through DLC. I know that's not your point, but I'm referencing that because you know
right, right.
just a fun fact about it.
Right. Thank you. And so yeah, that's pretty much what is like, that's the one question I want to know is, how did they convince the heads of Sony to put so much money into it? Because you had also, like, this is a slightly different, but Kojima almost didn't get Death Stranded because none of the banks wanted to work with him, and you can't just ask for $100-something million and 8 years of development. I don't know. I just want to know. Like, I'm waiting for that video. I'm waiting for that video from that person that's going to make it. So yeah.
I think it kind of goes back to the point Jim Pachi was making about what was it, the Sonic movie, and like those video game movies where it's like they're either retarded or what was the other one you said? I forgot exactly how you worded
or
it.
it's either they're retarded or they're knowingly making propaganda. They're knowingly pushing agendas. It's like it's either like they're that blinded and ass backwards where they're like literally retarded, like literally and when I say retarded, I mean literally defective thinking, and they don't learn from their mistakes and whatever, or it's that they just don't care because it's propaganda and they're hubris and they just want to do whatever they want to do. Fuck the fans, basically.
It was in development so long, it was probably scrapped a few times. I mean, if that was 8 years ago, they were probably trying to jump on the Overwatch craze, and by the time they were finished, they've changed the character designs, they've changed the philosophy, and politics probably overtook exactly what they were doing.
And I think that there's actually a lower vibrational thinking. I think I've mentioned this a while back. I don't know if you guys remember. This isn't a podcast of probably 5 podcasts ago. There's different levels to agendas. You have your useful idiots, right? Those are the guys on Twitter that are like, I like Spider-Man. It's not woke because I like it. You have those people, right?
That's most people.
But again, the lowest common denominator. Most people, the sheep. Those are the people they want, the sheep. Then on the higher level, above that, you have people that have a vested interest because they want ESG money. They want, they want to have the investment. They want to play ball. They're looking to increase their clout. They're slightly smarter than the people at the bottom, but they're also just slaves to money. Ultimately, they're also just a bunch of slaves as well. Then you have the highest level, right, which is companies like BlackRock, Vanguard and whatever, where they're investing because they're consciously trying to engineer society in a certain way, and they know that entertainment is the way to do that. So when people say like, oh, it's not because of this, they're just greedy. That's true. We're like, oh, it's not because of this, it's because they're brainwashed. That's also true. It just depends on the layer of the ladder that you're looking at. And when you think about a game like Concord, the people develop, like, it's like you have people like Kim Belair and like fucking Sweet Baby Inc. They're like they're not at the top of the pyramid with this. They're just fucking useful idiots. There are people that are either have internalized racism, they're trying to push an agenda because of whatever traumatic feelings they have about themselves, their race, their gender, whatever. Those are people like Alyssa Mercante and stuff like that, where they're also brainwashed, but they're just in a position where they can actually influence things. And those people, they think they're just saying like, hey, I don't care if we make money. I think this is the right thing to do. Like those people are like extremely dangerous. And then again, at the top levels, you have like the BlackRocks, you have the Vanguards, and those are the people with the nefarious agendas. Those are the people that don't actually care, and they only want to impose this stuff to control you, basically. They want to bully you into being controlled, right? Because if everybody thinks a certain way, if everyone's agreeing that 2 + 2 = 5, now if you say 2 + 2 = 4, now you run the risk of being mobbed on, being ganged up on.
Yeah, right? It is amazing that they say the quiet part out loud now. Just on stage, they openly say, hey, we're going to impose our values on you, and we don't give a shit. And yet you still have these fucking shills on Twitter, like you said. Most people who are just actively defending a game like Spider-Man 2 saying like, well, actually, there's nothing woke about it. Mary Jane looks fine, and this is a good game because I'm so desperate to play Spider-Man. I will shovel any shit into my mouth to do so.
Bingo. Exactly, bro. That's exactly what it is. And even when you provide evidence, it's like I was arguing with a guy on X. I was talking shit about Tekken 8 earlier. And I was saying that Tekken 8 is mediocre. Yes, it has good presentation. And I'm going somewhere with this, by the way. It seems off subject. It has good presentation, yes. And yeah, the game can be fun, which I admitted, but it's competitively mediocre because of the game being busted, right, with Heat. And then they put ESG DI shit. There's no sex. Sex appeal has been lowered. like blatantly, and it's neutered. It has greedy MTX, and somebody was like, "Oh, you're not even a Tekken fan. Say you're not a Tekken," whatever bullshit phrase that people repeat, right? And then I posted Then I posted videos of me doing the hardest fucking Kazuya combos. I don't know if you play Tekken, but that's like, if you can do those combos, that's pretty like elite level gameplay, right? Like it's like upper echelon gameplay. The guy's like, "Oh, just say you used footage from someone else to hide behind." I'm like, but the reason why I bring this up is because it illustrates the point that these people will do any mental gymnastics to avoid dealing with reality. You know what I'm saying? Like, even when you provide evidence to the contrary, they can't accept it. It's like their brain goes into like, becomes so cognitively dissonant that you're literally talking to an NPC. It's literally like a programmed bot that you're speaking with, And
I mean, it might as well be. So,
and yeah, that's the kind of people you're dealing with. It's like, oh, why is Spider-Man 2? You ask them, why is it not woke? Well, I like the gameplay. Okay, but what about the other factors? I don't care about that. The gameplay is fun. Okay, then you're a slave, because that means that whatever they put in front of you, you're gonna digest it if it just has the brand recognition you want. That's an incredibly dangerous way to think, because I'll give you another example. I knew a dude, and I was telling him about the trans stuff. I'm like, dude, watch out, because that stuff is propaganda. And he literally said, "Hey, I'm built different." He literally said, "I'm built different. It doesn't affect me. I can enjoy things that are like left leaning without it affecting me." Then I'm like, all right, this motherfucker's an idiot. I got on his ass about it. Then months later, he fucking converts to trans. He has profile pictures wearing dress. This is not even a lie. If I was an asshole, I would actually just say their name on here, but I'm not going to do it. And I'm thinking like, oh, you're so built different that you fucking are dressing like a woman now. Okay, like, all right, cool. So people don't understand how dangerous this propaganda is. It's not hard. It's really not hard to normalize things if you get enough people to play ball. There are so many people that are against this stuff that they're afraid to speak out because they don't want to be ganged up on.
Yeah, and the other thing is, okay, so let me see where I'm going to start with this. So, of course, the other thing we have to consider with these bots, it's very interesting that you said bots. So, of course, those Chinese bot farms are still going up, and if anybody has a cell phone and it is like out of it's outdated or it's broken, keep it. Don't throw it away or don't give it to anybody or sell it, because it probably might be sold to a bot farm, contributing to the problem of the dead internet theory. And so that's one thing. Number two, now this may seem a little bit off topic, but it was reaching to a point where this was going to happen. So there was this video talking about this artificial intelligence system that is able to read the brain mapping patterns of the mind so precise that it can have a almost over 50% precision rate of figuring out what the person was thinking and
Yep.
what even words or visuals.
Yes.
So yeah.
Even
So
by the way, OC.
yeah.
I feel more comfortable with Octo Commander. I ain't gonna lie, but anyway,
It's all right.
OC.
It's cool. It's cool.
But
It's cool.
but I'll use Octo. Is that all right?
It's cool. It's cool.
All
That's
right,
the
so-
original. That was the original name, actually, Octo.
All right, so Octo, like,
Yeah.
Can I call
the
you
thing is
Octopus?
Yeah,
Listen.
exactly. That's because the
but hold on.
Go
Let me just say this real quick, because Revenant fucking distracted me. With
Oh, we're good.
But anyway, the AI, even the rudimentary AI that we have, like the public access AI, it does this. Algorithms already do this. Like if you use an AI language model and you start talking to it, it can actually predict what you said. I was experimenting with it because I will use AI for certain things. Like for example, like I will use it as a souped up Google. I won't use it to create art. I won't use it to create as a creative thing, but I will use it to to curate information, right? Like, oh, what passage of this book, or like, shit like that. I hope that makes sense to you guys. So
Yeah.
if you ask the AI language model certain things, it will actually predict what you're saying based on patterns, because we're all human, and it can detect patterns over like it has a large database to pull from. So if I say like, a certain thought or idea, another person had that thought or idea, it will use that reference point to predict what you're going to say next. So it'll even have predictive text that will be like a lot of times what you possibly might say. It'll have things like it'll give you probabilities of things based on what you're saying. Like you can, like AI, if you use it correctly, you can actually get some insane fucking like insight into how it works. It can give you percentages if you ask it to. It can give you percentages of what your possible responses are, or give you a list. And believe it or not, if you experiment with it, you'll see that sometimes it can be pretty accurate. And that's the AI language models that are common, available for everyday use. Not to mention like the ones that we aren't allowed to use that are like, you know, used by these corporations and shit like that. It's insane, bro. If you look into it, it's actually pretty scary. And what people don't understand is that algorithms are a form of AI, and algorithms on YouTube, Instagram, X, or whatever, they're already using AI to hijack your dopamine and basically like leverage your attention. So if when content is quote unquote geared toward you, like for example, like your feed of what's being presented to you, that's based on what is giving you dopamine because what you're clicking on. So if you're watching a lot of videos about like martial arts, for example, it knows like, hey, this guy likes watching martial arts, which means liking something means it gives you dopamine. That means that every time that you're on YouTube or whatever, it's gonna push that shit on you to get as much attention from you as possible, because ad revenue, because of site data, because of the company making money via your views or whatever. So you're already being leveraged that way with algorithms. It's the same thing. So hopefully that makes sense.
Well,
No,
let me read what
mhm.
Toby says. What pisses me off is when you point out these obvious propaganda in games. They say it's all in your head.
Gaslighting tactics.
Yeah, they gaslight you, bro.
Yeah,
gas-
everybody's a conspiracy theorist, and you're just, you're a chud, and you should stop speaking. You should stop
stop
voicing
noticing.
your opinion. You should
Stop noticing.
Yeah, it's like,
Don't trust your lying eyes.
exactly.
Basically.
Yeah.
But you know what it is? It's because
Put
they're
your
sheep.
blindfold back on.
It's because they're sheep. You know, it's like they're sheep, so everyone else should be a sheep too. Even if they
Yeah.
know something's bad, it's like that mentality of like people like somebody could get scammed by like an institution, and then they'll demand it. Like it'll be like all right, let's put it, I'm gonna use an example. Let's say somebody said we want colleges to not to be cheaper. There'll be people pushing for people to still have to pay more money because they had to pay more money, not because it's right or wrong, but because they're like, I was forced to do that, so you should be too. Fuck you. That's a lot of people's mentality. And it's crazy, man. Like these that's like that sheep mentality where it's like, I'm a sheep, everyone else must be a sheep.
Right. Yeah, and yeah, but back to this Concord game. The other thing about this game, of course, they had a dude masquerading as a lady, of course, in the game, and they had the Thug Deficit. Remember that one? So
Yeah.
somebody had Thugnificent from the Boondocks, as a meme picture of one of the characters from Concord, and it was the
Oh
one with,
yeah. I remember it now.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and it's just like,
Thanks for checking out the stream, Neozoic.
Yeah, hold on,
Yeah.
Octo, keep that thought in your head. Neozoic, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for coming in. We always appreciate your questions. It's always good to have you. Let me just address another comment I saw, and just keep that thought, Octo. Oh yeah, so Apollo, I get that, because I like using AI for, like I said, for certain things like research, but I draw the line at it for art, music,
Yeah,
writing.
it's gonna sterilize everything. You can already
Yeah.
feel it. There's
It's
YouTube.
gonna oversaturate everything.
There's smaller YouTube channels. I can tell that they're taking tropes from more successful channels and throwing it into an AI blender, and then their entire script is written for them. And I just unsubscribe. It's
Yeah.
already ruining. It's
I do
already
the same.
ruining
I do the
art,
same
man.
thing. I do the same thing. So like Apollo, I get what you're saying, because AI can be a good tool for like certain skills, right? And certain and gaining information, and like it's like I use it as like like I said, a souped up Google. But as far as creating art goes, and creating music and creating writing, I find it very unethical and very I'm not trying to like, I'm not trying to like talk down to you because do whatever the fuck you want. I'm just saying like for me personally, I just can't in good conscience support AI. AI is like as an artistic
Me
as an
neither.
yeah, it's just to me it does too much damage, and all it is gonna do is oversaturate industries where people with talent are gonna be smothered out of it, which is it's a shame. It really is a shame. But anyway, continue. Oh, Akbar, sorry
Right,
about that.
right. And now in terms of the AI, in terms of art or whatever, I think I think only companies should probably use it for like in between frames for cartoons, and also concept artists could have a like a it's almost like a third concept artist that can help out, help visualize, like a writer, right? Is saying, okay, I want a light city that looks almost something like from the early 2000s, that very circular shape or whatever. And if you were telling that to somebody, of course, you're going to have the Mega Man cover effect. But if you had the AI to do the concept, not the actual stuff, and the artist look at it and say, okay, is that what you want? And yeah, all right, I'll make it happen. But in terms of like actually AI
That's
taking
somewhat
jobs, but the AI,
that's somewhat ethical, because I'll be honest with you. There's a client that I have because I do commissions, and he asked me to do something, and he sent me AI images as a reference, but he didn't use the AI images. He wants me as an artist to create the work. He just wanted to have something to show for it. But sadly, that's not gonna be the usage of it majority, which is a shame.
yeah, that's the like that's like I said, like in between art and stuff like that for like cartoons and stuff like that. Like I think every artist, if they do that, every artist in a production studio would be main keyframe artists, and everybody will be able to apply their artistic philosophy, like the Sakigan artists in Japan.
Yes.
Those guys that really do those really good art frames. Now imagine all the staff members are able to be their own Sakigan artists, and nobody has to be the in-between artist, and we can see how they can express themselves, because that's the thing that's takes so long, the time consuming part of art. But aside from that, my thing is about this Concord thing. Now here's the other thing that kind of just made it weird. So it's $40, of course. You're paying $40 for the game. How like, if this game did work, how do we know that they weren't going to pull off a microtransaction on us?
Well, they
So
were.
yeah,
Any multiplayer shooter, they are gonna do that with it. Like it's like the first Descendant. Like if people thought they were gonna get a free to play game with those graphics and it not be crammed to the brim with microtransactions, then they were basically smoking crack, because that game was not cheap to make. You can see it just off the jump with how it looks visually. So
right.
I'm using that as an example. So with Concord, if that game was more successful, you would have had a shit ton of MTX in there.
Right. And the other thing is
I mean,
about it is the
wasn't it like
fact.
a
Mhm.
games as a service? So I mean, that's gonna kind of
Yeah,
like
in
the
a way.
microtransactions are gonna go hand in hand, unfortunately. So, but the thing
Right,
is, if we would
right,
have been doing that, no one would have bought anyway. So that would have just made things worse.
right. And it's tragic that the graphics isn't bad. It's just the idea, like how the characters, like I said, how they were presented, just other things, and it just came off as another shooter, hero shooter thing. And like I said, it took him 8 years. Like, something's not right here. And the other thing is about it is the fact that so oh my gosh, I can't be back. Oh yes, that's right. The other thing that I had noticed, they had these preview videos with these animations, and you can tell those animations were not cheap. Those were some very professional, well done, well paid artists to do those cuts. Those cut scenes they had, not the in-game cut scenes. They had
I know
stuff
what you mean.
from
The
actual.
CGI cutscenes, the CGI
No,
stuff.
no, no. Oh, no, no. We're not talking about
They were like,
CGI. We're
and it
talking
was
about
like an anime. It was like
Was it
animated.
2D? It was 2D.
yeah,
To
that's right.
promote the
Revenue,
Okay,
game or
so
right?
2D
something like that.
animation. 2D
Yep.
animation. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
they had like multiple preview videos for this game, and that tells you where the money also went because that you have to have deep pockets if you're going to make something that looks like that. What they did, those, you know, those like Apex Legends had something similar, but this one looked times better than the Apex Legend one. So yeah, let's see here. SOP, if yeah, SOP, what's up?
Okay, good. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Sorry I'm late. I just got back home. So, how's everyone doing?
Solid.
Good,
Pretty
good.
Pretty good.
Yeah. So what's the topics for today then?
We're talking about Concord right now. Right?
Right now we're talking about yeah. So
Oh, the game that didn't even last a month. Oh,
let alone 2 weeks.
oh. Yeah, you know this one's gonna burn Sony real badly. Like not even 2 weeks. That's the quickest live service shutdown I've ever seen.
Yeah,
But
they made history in the worst way.
But I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like every time I saw any promotional material, any gameplay, I'm just looking at it like there isn't a single character that I want to play in this game. Like, why does everybody look so bloody weird?
You don't want to
Like-
play as fat Doom guy, fat female Doom guy.
Like, yeah, no. Like, I was wondering the same thing when I saw that character. It's the one with the green armor and the big gun,
Yeah.
ain't it? It's
Yeah,
like.
obnoxious
Lizard.
I know they're trying to be all inclusive and that, but how many fat women do you know are out here carrying miniguns?
How many do you know
I don't see
how
that.
many do you know that are sprinting at 20 miles per hour and fucking
It's
ducking
like-
bullets and shit?
I get the representation thing, but that doesn't exist. I don't see any
No.
fat black women out here carrying guns that weigh more than themselves.
Well, it's like when women get mad that, you know, that the woman who's flipping around like a gymnast is built like an athletic Olympian gymnast. It's like, what do you expect? You expect some fucking obese donut-shaped woman to be flying through the air like a
Because
fat ass
it's like
jiggly
they say
jelly donut and shit? Come on.
representation, and like they say representation, but really it's just this developer's personal self-insert fantasy.
If they wanted
like,
real,
I
if they
don't
wanted,
want
That's
to
what it looked
play
like.
as
All the
Debbie
characters are
from
like
the development
self-inserts
team.
and just
if they
awful.
wanted real, if they wanted real representation, it would be some fat like computer whiz at a desk with a box of donuts and her cat on her fucking shoulders. That would actually be more accurate.
Don't give them any ideas. That'll be next.
You know what though?
Oh, yeah.
I'll be honest with you. If I
they'll
play
come
the
back
game,
months later, like we redesigned the characters, and you see them
But
that,
look,
Hold
like
on,
that.
hold on. How much did they pay for Concord and the company?
$200 million.
Oh, so
Upward
it cost
much.
them $200 million
Yeah.
to fuck that
make
shit.
the
Oh,
game,
so
yeah.
where was so after all the demand for like Killzone to come back or Resistance,
Resistance, yep.
SOCOM, Sly
Cooper.
Cooper,
Remastering
Jack and
Bloodborne.
Dexter. Nah, we don't
Well,
want
I have
any of
some good
those. You want
news.
I
Concord.
remembered. Hold up. I remembered. Thank you for bringing that up. I remembered that this game was partly responsible for preventing an infamous, and there was another game that was supposed to have a crossover.
Prototype.
Excuse me?
Only-
No, hold on. Repeat that. Did I just hear those words come out of your mouth?
That's correct. All right, let's go
Hold
and
on.
look for
Hold on.
it.
Let me
Let's look for
process
it.
this. Are you telling me they cancelled an infamous game to make Concord?
All right, let's go and look here because okay, okay. Let's see here.
Don't
Not
get it
to
twisted.
mention-
I believe you, but like, if Sony actually did that, then they deserve this L.
not to
Like-
mention the last Infamous game was kind of weird as well. So
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
remember the
true.
DLC
Yeah.
with the girl. Was
that
pretty-
shit was pretty
Yeah.
weird, and that
You
female
wanna
villain
know
they had,
something?
Mhm.
that was pretty sus, man. That game was
Yeah,
sus as hell.
Yeah, it was.
I played that game, and I've always wondered how does the character even possibly able to die if you turn into smoke?
I
Like,
don't remember that.
like what is this? So you can kill like carbon dioxide now? Like
Look,
I,
technically you could do it, but the game did not have the brains behind it to make that make sense. If you were to
Because-
somehow ignite him in that form, then you could potentially blow him the fuck up when he's in that form. But the game never addresses that because the writers were not smart enough to implement that.
because I was like, you went from electricity to smoke, like not fire, like anything else, telekinesis, super strength. Just no, you can just choke someone to death.
Well, he
it-
ended up
it-
he
it
ended
lost-
up having he
it
ended up
lost all
gaining.
the edge of the PS2 game or the PS3 games. It just felt like sterile and
You know, it
stupid.
was like a Marvel movie, bro. If you look at the story, like I know that's a common thing
Mhm.
people say now, but if you play that game like in today's time and you really like pay attention to the story, it's a Marvel movie.
pretty
It
much.
really is a Marvel movie where you play as fucking
Yeah.
Troy Baker insert.
That explains
So-
why it was so
So
fucking boring.
Infamous 1 was actually one of the games that I got on my first PlayStation 3. I absolutely adore Infamous 1 and would like a remaster or remake to that. But
It's amazing, bro. It was an amazing game. It was groundbreaking.
careful.
I love
you asked
2.
for.
I love
First
2 as well, but like for me, I prefer 1 because I love the gritty tone of 1, but I love 2 as well. Them
Well-
2 are my favorite
well-
superhero games.
While we're at it, bring back fucking Prototype and this time do it right. Like imagine, like I was saying this before, like think about all the tentacle physics, the
Mhm.
liquidy
With this
physics.
amount of power we have on the modern consoles,
Bro,
absolutely.
that would be so
Mhm.
amazing, man. Like imagine what
Unfortunately, they're not creative enough to do that.
imagine what
Mhm.
consuming would look like with next gen graphics. It would look gory. It'll be insane. You'll have like some
Like
really
the
awesome.
Thing,
Yeah, it would be
like
so
John
fucking
Carpenter's
cool.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Thing.
And I love that. And it's
Mhm.
funny you mention that because I love that's probably my favorite horror, my second favorite horror film. And like I love like body horror and like stuff. And that's why I love Prototype. It's kind of like one half a Venom game and one half like body horror. You know, it's
Oh,
amazing.
since you had
So
mentioned
for
you mentioned
me-
a thing. I don't know if anyone played the game on
Yes.
PS2.
Yeah, I was
They're
about to
making a
say that. Yep,
remaster.
yep,
Yeah.
I'm buying that too. Yep.
hmm
I was about to say that, but yeah, I can't wait to play that again.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, it's been like over 15 years. Like I'm talking 2006 was when the last time I played that.
What was your favorite part?
I would say, oh, now that I think about it, I would probably say when my man, you can find out that one of the guys was the Thing in the end. What was his
Yes.
name?
I don't remember his name yet. That part was sick, man. And like
No, because I know some of your brethrens do turn in the game. I know. I even
Well,
tried some
it's-
aspects to see
it's
if I
somewhat
could
random.
change it, but it
It's
was
somewhat-
Yeah.
sometimes it's scripted and sometimes there's like
That's it. That's
yeah,
the word I was looking for.
it's partially scripted. So sometimes it will be scripted and other times it will just be like it'll just completely bamboozle you to throw you off. It's a fucking amazing game. It's honestly ahead of its time, especially for an early PS2 game. I would love for them to do even a sequel with like the same ideas but explored with stronger technology would be amazing.
Like that's gold. That is video game horror gold. John Carpenter's The Thing video game. You can go nuts with them creatures.
They're not gonna recapture that correctly now. It just
Oh yeah,
it just
true.
wouldn't happen.
Especially
They're
with that prequel.
We're
No.
talking about a world
No.
where things haven't went the way of full retard.
Yeah.
As Tropic Thunder, it went full retard. But we're talking a hypothetical alternate reality.
Although
you know?
the
Mhm.
Shadows of the Damned and like Lollipop Chainsaw stuff looks like they're gonna just lightly remaster it, and I think that's the way to go. Those look pretty good.
Well, that's
Yeah,
why I enjoyed the
do,
Metal
yeah.
Gear Solid remasters, but unfortunately they had to put that really gay disclaimer
Yeah.
as if somehow
what?
the
Tomb
Metal-
Raider did the same thing. They
Yeah,
said like
they put disclaimers, yeah, that some of the content may be outdated. It's like, oh yeah, all right, tits and ass are outdated. Try to convince a straight man of that now. Try to convince somebody that they should be offended by some slight tits and ass in the game that's pretty.
You want to
like,
know
tame.
something? I was playing Mass Effect 2 the other day, and I was just
Me
thinking,
too.
there is no way we're gonna get a female like Miranda or
Nope, or Liara. Or
Or
Liara.
Liara, or
more
even
feminine
Samara or Morinth. None of that. We'll get loads of Jacks.
I mean,
Not
look what
from
they
Mass
did to
Effect 3.
Morgan in Dragon Age Veilguard.
oh
Oh.
god.
You know
with
what
them
needs? This is what
Fortnite
needs to
graphics.
happen. I'm gonna offer a solution here that will be a counter to games like Concord. Here's the solution, and it's gonna sound counterproductive. It's gonna sound a little shill-ish, but bear with me. People need to temper their expectations a bit, support indie games, and understand that an indie game made by 20 people might not have the graphic fidelity of a multi-million-dollar company, but they're going to give you more of what you actually want, right? And once they give you more of what you actually want and the game is successful because people are supporting them, then they can allocate more budget and not have to rely on
Well,
investment.
the issue with that is consulting firms are approaching these small indie teams and willing to
true.
give them a few $1 million so they can destroy that too.
That's what I'm saying. But
And
we're
like,
talking we're
what's
talking
that one
about
that
people
came
with
out?
ethics.
Capes
Yeah.
is
But
that indie
but look
game,
at
yeah.
look at Sun Wukong, look at other games where it's like it really depends on the ethics of the person that is
yeah, but
involved.
China's going to be a bait and switch. They're going to corner the market. They're going to come in and then just make a bunch of free to play garbage games.
Venom.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you were here for this, but I actually said this a while back. Is that what I think they did was, because they're playing ball with a lot of that stuff, they push narratives on narratives and standards on Western games, and it's kind of like they made a virus and then they're coming in to be the cure for that virus. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
like
So,
seeing a bunch of right-wing people like shilling for the monkey game. I mean, sure, fine, it looks good, it looks cool. I like Souls games, but the fact is, like, the CCP is not our friend, and the way they do things is fucking evil. And
exactly, bro. Look, I'm 100% with you.
pathetic.
I'm 100% with you. I was actually saying that in the last podcast. I was saying, like, we got to be careful about supporting China because China is still, they have a heavy government hand in every operation, every corporation, every business within China.
TikTok
and all of that. But it's funny you bring that up because I don't know if you were here for last podcast, but I was
I wasn't.
one of the things that I was actually talking about, which is why I didn't support Black Myth Wukong. I didn't buy it.
Me either. I didn't buy it.
But that's a whole nother thing where, like, it's like I think that's what they did. I think they pushed TikTok on the West unrestricted. They pushed these narratives with like Tencent and with their relationship with BlackRock. And then after the West fails with these games where you have Concords and Dustborns, they say, hey, look, sexy women, but then you buy the game and you're basically funding China now, which is like the fucking like the troll of it all.
I was genuinely surprised. A few guys I follow who are more on the intellectual side, usually smaller channels, but very smart guys, and they're they're like defending the Chinese party over one game, and it's like, if it's this easy to sway you, you're just as stupid as the NPCs.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm actually glad you brought that up because I was actually about to say that after you mentioned Black Myth, that you got to be careful supporting China. But the whole point is that even though these DEI companies come in with this investment money ideas, that's what I'm saying. It comes down to the ethics of the person. So, for example, like, I can speak for myself here. If I was developing a game, right, and I'm making it and I have my crew of people, I know myself, I know I'm not going to succumb to that, because even if as long as my game is successful, even within the niche, which they try to tell you it's a niche, but they usually do well. Stellar Blade's a great example, actually, even though they bitched out last second. But if I make a game and it might not have the budget of a big AAA studio, I know myself. I know I'm not going to compromise because I'm so adamantly against it. I'm so adamantly against it and outspoken that I just wouldn't do it because I'll alienate my own fan base. And not only that, it will fail. I know it'll fail. So because I think like that, I know, like, that if I did that the funding would just lead to better games. So it requires the gamer to have a little bit of more thought behind the games they support, right? Because like you said, somebody could say, hey, we'll give you $2 million for your budget if you let us put some DEI stuff in there. But also somebody like me will tell them to fuck off. And then if they try to do whatever, I'll just show the receipts.
Do you know what I would do?
Right.
Like that.
Hold on. You know what I would do?
Yeah.
I'd set up a meeting, right, with these DEI people, and what I would do, I'd get a hidden camera, and then I'd record the conversation that I have with these people, just to make sure everybody knows on the internet knows what I want in these meetings. And then after the meeting is done, I tell them everything. Fuck off. We don't want your business. But I'm going to post this online because you guys are some political assholes and you ain't really out here trying to make money.
Dude,
you're just out here trying to push your nonsense into my product.
that would be the best marketing. Like if I made a game, I wanted to have sexy women in there. I wanted it to be, you know, hyper masculine characters, badass, you know, your Metal Gear Risings, your fucking DMCs or whatever game you want to compare it to. If I make something like that and these DEI people try to threaten me, I'm just gonna post every single message they send me as they send them. So if we have a discussion, I'm gonna post that exposing them with receipts.
Yep.
Then if they continue to harass me, I'm just gonna keep posting it, and I'll just say use that as marketing. Like, hey, they don't want you to have sexy women. They don't want you to have these
Yeah.
badass characters. Buy my game. Fuck them. Tell them to fuck off with your wallet. That's what I would do. But these developers are afraid because, again, a lot of them they have no fucking spines.
Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why they're scared? It's not because of the revolt from the consumer. It's probably because of the revolt from the investor, and that's going to go down to whoever's got them into trouble. That's
Yeah.
probably why.
But
'cause
also, they don't want to
care
get
about the
blacklisted.
consumer.
It's a cabal.
You beat me to it.
Mhm.
You beat me to it. Right on.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because Jeff, look at a Jeff Keighley. You think Jeff Keighley is not part of that cabal? You don't think that
Oh, of course, yeah.
even
The
though
whole
no one
industry's
should,
part of it.
even though
That's
no one
why.
should listen to him, no one should ever listen to Jeff Keighley because if you actually think about it, why the fuck would you care what this person thinks? That's a whole nother argument. But
It's like big
even
man. You only pop up once a year to do your looking event.
like
It's not the Oscars
like these guys say
and the
like
Oscars sucks.
it's like Dave Meltzer in wrestling. Why would you ever listen to this dickhead? He's just a fan like anyone else. Like it's just Jeff Keighley's just a guy with money that puts on a show. Like who cares what he thinks? He's a fucking idiot. He thinks he like that's a whole nother argument. But the point is that a person like him will publicly trash your game. They'll shift things in their favor. They'll create narratives. You have Kotaku's, your IGN. So these developers are afraid of being blacklisted. But the problem is that demand will always defeat this because whenever these things come out, like with Stellar Blade, where they actually generated interest by bashing the game, and then when people looked at the game, they're like, wait a minute, this shit looks fucking good. This woman's freaking hot. There's a ton of cosmetic options or whatever, which is why it's so frustrating that they bitched out at the last second because they didn't have to do that. Which is why to make a Stellar Blade 2, I likely won't buy it because they compromise themselves. But that's not the point. The point is that you create a situation where if you just stick to your guns, the people who support you will support you. Look at Eric July. I don't care about ISOM. I don't like ISOM as far as like design. Like what I mean that is by I don't like it is like I'm not interested in it, but I respect that he created it. I think it's good that he's successful. Let me just be clear. I just don't personally. I'm not interested
No,
in
I feel the
the
same way.
character. But I respect him, and he made an alternative, and they tried everything they could do to shut him up and shut him down, and he still made $3 million. Why? Because market demand will speak for itself. You can't artificially tell people not to support something that they want just because it hurts your feelings. Which is why Stellar Blade was successful. Which is why Black Myth was successful, even though you shouldn't support China. Which is why ISOM was successful. So these developers just need to hold their ground and understand that a lot of their quote unquote power and influence is perceived. A lot of it is just scare tactics.
Right. And another thing is two things. Okay, so I did some background research on the infamous game and the crossover. It's most likely somebody that was trying to fan some flames and stuff like that. I looked into it. It's most likely not real, but there is some reality to it because even though they knew that Infamous and this other game, I don't know why I forgot. but
Prototype.
yeah, Prototype. Thank you, Chris. Christian. Now that those two games still would have done good even if they funded it and allocated the funds partly to those two projects and Concord, right? But they put like almost all into Concord. Okay, next thing. Here's the thing about it. So about games as well. If anybody's going to make their own game. Now, the thing is that there's two entities. There is the publishers and the developer. If you want to be in the if you want to be the hand that moved the chess piece, you want to be the publisher. And if you really want to make sure nobody messes with your stuff and you can call the shots and intellectual property, I talked to an actual attorney, and he said to contact some attorneys in the Washington area, pretty much like around the Washington area, Maryland, so on and so on, right? So that's the set of people that you want to talk to. So this is all about power play, putting yourself in certain positions, because yes, the investors are the biggest people that most likely will decide how much money your game gets. Because Grums was saying that one of the problems they had was they were trying to get people, trying to get money into, of course, World of Warcraft and so on and so on back in the old days, and that's how it is. That's how it's always been now. You know how it is. They have to find a way how to get money because it doesn't grow on trees. And so the other thing is, when it comes to ensuring that your game comes out the way you want it, of course you got to pick the right people within your inner circle, the top people, the decision makers within the publishing circle. Because the thing about developers are glorified commission specialists,
They're
artists.
mercenaries. They're contractors, bro.
That's
Mercenaries,
right.
contractors.
Yeah, they're organized into a company, of course. That's why there's two titles, publisher and developer. So publisher has an idea, but they want a developer to produce the product. But the thing is that if Jinpachi, for example, he wanted to make this game, one of the things that he would have to do is, of course, establish your dominance, like the animal kingdom, and also make sure your top people are on the same page with you, but also you got
Yes.
to pay attention to the developers, because there's some real revolutionary, these SJWs, these wokies. They go into the development, they infiltrate, they sneak in their stuff
They
because
hide it in the game. Yeah, you have to be real.
not
You have to monitor them. Yeah.
right. And not just that, you have to, if you really care about it, you have to be part of the testing department,
Of
because you got to,
course, man.
yeah, you got to be like the old school, kind of like it's a little off topic, but you got to be kind of like the old school comic book editors. You got to make sure you look at, from the top to bottom,
Yeah.
the one page to the other, make sure everything is right, because these people will sneak their crap in there. And
Well,
Not even, not even
also
sneaking
cartoons.
anymore.
Thank you for that, because now that's just made me reconsider even opening up a games
well,
company
look,
in the
look, look,
future.
look, look.
Be
Hold
the
on.
publisher,
Oh
not the
no, but
developer.
Octo,
yeah.
there's different layers to this though. Let me explain something real quick. Like, so for me, if anyone's seen Augur, my original animation, I'm a stickler for detail, and I'm one of those guys that unfortunately I'm kind of like very controlling over the things I create. Kind of I'm a control freak about it. So for me, like this is the steps that I like when you look at it logically. There are different things that people are unwilling to do, which ultimately sabotages them, right? So, for example, like I'm just going to use my animation. With Augur, I animated everything myself. I had zero budget. I hired voice actors, and basically, it was a project where I invested my time without a financial incentive behind it, right? Because ultimately it's like it's a new IP. It doesn't have brand recognition, nothing like that. And for me, it's like, all right, if I want to create this and I want to control everything, I'm gonna have to do it this way. And then ultimately, if it grows, then it could lead to finances down the line. The problem is that people they don't know how to sacrifice for anything. One of my MMA coaches told me this. He told me, he's like, dude, because I was working all the time and I was training, and he was telling me, like, look, if you want to be good, you're gonna just have to sacrifice, bro. You're gonna have to sacrifice. It might be uncomfortable, but you're going to have to do it. The time that you'll be like laying down or relaxing or whatever, you left work, train, because that's the time that you have to train. In the case of game design, the time that you're doing these things, you should be focusing on that investment in your own investment, because people are waiting for a handout to kickstart the project. But hey, you might sacrifice your own free time. You're not getting paid to work 14 hours programming, drawing, or whatever, creating models, but you're thinking about the future. You're investing in that. So that's the first thing. It's like people, they don't invest in themselves because they want an immediate financial thing. Yes, people have to work, but you also have free time. And if you really care, you'll maximize your free time into what you care about. So to me, off the bat, that's a way to mitigate a lot of the thing. And if you have like-minded people and you're a fair person, you can say, hey, let's develop this game together. We'll sign a contract and we'll divide the profits of the first game amongst ourselves, and we'll look at it as an investment. It could be a small team. It's like there's so many factors in how to conduct that kind of business and how to do that people don't want to consider, because their immediate gratification being like, hey, I'm getting paid as I work every day, is worth more to them, which is why they work for these companies making games that they don't want to make. So as far as a platform goes, the other problem is that people are unwilling to use a platform that's not Steam, that's not Epic Games, right? Like you can download games from a number of different sites that host game sharing or whatever. Like, there are all kinds of marketplaces, but people are damn near refuse to use anything other than Steam or Epic Games because they want to use their discounts, they want to use their coupons. So again, like, I don't blame that, because people want to save a buck, but the point is that there's a multi-layered issue there. And I think that the gamers ultimately are also partially self-sabotaging any change that can happen in the industry. So I guess my tenants, if it was me, I would say, hey, invest as much of my own time and money. Even if I don't have the money, my own time, invest in learning skills, practice, use your free time to practice, use your free time to create, to get your foot in the door, to focus and learn what you need to learn. Hire like-minded people who are willing to sacrifice with you and sacrifice together with you for the ultimate goal in the end. And you self-publish that way, you self-fund that way. I mean, if you have the money, save money, pay who you need to pay if you have to do it. And then you put it on a platform that's not Steam, that's not Epic, that won't try to restrict you and try to put demands on you because they have a big platform. Because then you can make what you really want to play, and that requires a lot of sacrifice. But ultimately, that is what talented people are going to need to do in order to have a turnaround.
Yeah, it's difficult to put in that kind of sacrifice if you think, if it's in the back of your head that a lot of eyes aren't going to be put on your game. If you put years into this and your own finances and your money,
that's the only way.
You're going to be more willing to take the path of least resistance, which most devs do. Either they have families or they work for a small company.
And I agree with you, bro. I agree with you. I agree with you, Venom. But here's the thing, though. I feel ultimately that shows the lack of passion.
Yeah,
that shows a lack of passion. Because, like, I'll give you an example. I was working as I was managing my business. I mean, the place I was working. I was the top store. I'm in NYC. I was the top store in NYC. I was going crazy, fucking working like crazy hours during the week, and I was still training MMA full time because I cared about it enough for the sacrifice. So I get what you're saying, Venom, is true. It is absolutely true that people are like cautious about it, but unless someone makes that sacrifice, they're ultimately not going to get the change that they want. And if you're passionate about your game, passionate about your comic, passionate about your animation, you will do whatever the fuck it takes to get your vision out there and in a non-compromising way. So I agree with you, but I think that, and again, I'm not saying it to be an asshole or anything. I just think that people need to have more of like willpower and say, hey, I believe in this. I'm going to take the risk. Because what's the alternative? Being a slave to ESG, being a slave to whatever the publisher wants you to do.
Back to the same thing over and over again. Living with what they give, and you gotta, like.
And sorry if I'm being preachy. I'm not trying to preach to anybody. I'm just saying my perspective on it.
Oh no, you're good. Man. You're good.
You're good.
Well,
you're good. Thank you.
That
Thank
reminds me. Over the past few months, I've been archiving a lot of video game interview compilations that actually have a lot of passion.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of interviews where devs will be working on a game they truly care about, even in very small teams. And there will be one decision at the top that's changed for them, and they're forced to go back and rewrite everything they've been working on for the last 3 to 4 years. And that just has to be completely crushing. And I sympathize. I would quit, and a lot of these guys do, luckily, and they go on YouTube and talk about it. But the industry right now is fascinating because you can have these passionate upstarts, then still have them or still see them completely ruined.
Right. And
like I said, watch Augur episode 1 and consider the fact that was made with zero budget. Has full voice acting.
What's it called? I'm sorry.
Augur. AUGUR. That's my original animation.
Okay.
On my channel. If you watch it, I made that with zero budget. Zero. Nothing. Literally nothing from the ground up.
Yeah.
So it's possible. You just gotta care about what you're doing. That's all. Just care about it enough that you're willing to suffer for it. And as far as Concord goes, like, again, back to Concord, because I know we deviated. Concord is a lesson that I feel like it's a clear lesson that just because you have all this money to invest in it, all this marketing, all of this, you think you have the modern audience on your side because it's loud people on Twitter calling everyone bigot, doesn't mean that they're going to actually buy the game. It doesn't mean that it's actually going to be a success. And the combination of Dustborn and Concord, yeah, that's not going to stop BlackRock from still funding these games or whatever ESG company, but at least it'll show smaller developers like, hey, if you're investing your own time and money into this, you might not want to go this route.
I made a funny meme where I took the clip of Dr. Nefarious from Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal saying bigotry, and I repeat it over 1 million times so that way people be like, this is what an ESG shill talks like.
That was hilarious, man. I saw it. It was fucking funny.
Thanks.
He just said bigot about 50,000 times back to back.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
what the Concord
yeah,
devs are saying
they're
now.
Right, and then another thing is about the if anybody was interested in making video games, just pay attention to the people that already did it. Like, for example, Kojima, a lot of the stuff that he was trying to put into, like, especially the second game, Metal Gear Solid 2, he introduced the idea to the staff, and they were like, no, don't do this. So, that's the other thing you have to
Are you talking about bald riding, where his hair gets burnt off and he has wigs?
Yeah, stuff like that. And there was some other ideas as well that he proposed, and they were like,
bro,
nah,
that game is so like, if you Metal Gear Solid 2 is so base, it's not even funny, man. Like there's a whole mini game in the VR missions where you just have to take a picture of sexy women on posters.
Right.
And like, it's fucking hilarious. And then there's a thing with Meryl where you have to like kind of take pictures of Meryl, whatever. Like because look, it's kind of like that mentality of like, you're playing a game. Just because I'm playing as a stealth agent shooting a bunch of people doesn't mean I'm gonna do it in real life. Just because I'm playing a game that fucking little Jimmy is like giggling looking at girls in bikinis and fucking whatever provocative things doesn't mean that he's gonna become a pervert in real life. It's like, I don't understand why entertainment has to be nerfed as if it's gonna have a direct correlation with what people do, and they're gonna all of a sudden become murderer, degenerate perverts just because, God forbid, there's a little bit of tits and ass in a video game, which is perfectly healthy.
It's depressing that Kojima is such a Westaboo that he's so desperate to get in Hollywood and work with these directors because he's, what is he, like Gen X or fucking boomer who's obsessed with classic Hollywood that doesn't even exist anymore. Now he's just compromising on everything he's ever done in his career to make these, I don't know,
to play ball with them. So that he's hoping they'll say, hey, thanks for the propaganda in your games. Now you get to make a Hollywood movie.
It's never gonna happen. It's never
gonna happen. He doesn't even realize that he's better than them. His games are better than their fucking movies. That's the irony.
The thing is, when you guys say this, like, I've recently been up to date about it, Rev, and I just want to say, yeah, you were right. Because I didn't really pay attention to his social media or what he does on a regular basis, but it's like,
he became a dick sucker. In Death Stranding, there's allegories of Trump and Hillary Clinton in the game. They talk about
that game fucking sucked,
bro. Venom.
Baker's character to Marilyn Manson.
For the next one, it's gonna be more
Venom.
The same, if anything.
I played that game. I'm a huge Kojima fan. I'm a Metal Gear fan. Yeah, exactly. Keyword. I was. I played that game.
Hold on.
I played that game, bro, and it was an abomination. I couldn't get past. I couldn't get past the probably like. I couldn't get past an hour in the game. I didn't even get past an hour.
The walking simulator.
It's torture.
It's torture. It's torture. And the little combat they do have is an abomination. It's awful. It's an awful game.
But you didn't like the green grass on the ground when he was walking about.
It's so deep, whatever. All right, try to explain it. It's like
my art. I'm a passionate artist.
Yeah,
I played it for the first time on that PlayStation Plus thing, and I got bored of it myself. I don't actually know what the story is about after all of these years.
I'm a glutton
because it's like I am not walking back and forth like what is it, 1,000 meters or about 5 kilometers? I don't know what how to convert them, but it's like I can't do that. There's no fighting. There's no like good storytelling. It's just walking and climbing up mountains.
You know what it is? It's like a dream
for Monster Energy.
Spirit of Paradox. Let me tell you what the game is like. It's like a dream where you have the dream and it makes sense while you're in the dream, but then when you wake up and think about it, you're like, what the fuck was that dream? Like, I don't like.
The
Like not
beach,
like
wasn't it?
like nothing that I'm thinking of, nothing that happened made any sense. It's like, you know, when you're in a dream or nightmare, you don't question it sometimes because you're in the dream and you don't realize how asinine and ridiculous it is until you wake up and you're like, why did I think that was real, really happening? That's what
Yeah.
that game is. It's like you play through the game and it feels like there's more going on than there actually is. And then when you think about it, you realize nothing happened that made sense. That's
Right.
that game. So
Right.
like
Like
coach, so
Seinfeld, it's a game about nothing.
and
Okay.
it's like how much weird shit can I, how much weird Kojima isms can I pack into the game without having an actual cohesive narrative?
He needed
Right.
That's
he
what that
needed
game
that
is.
team on Konami to tell him when to shut the fuck up and when
Exactly.
to settle
Some people
down.
need reins on them. Some people need reins.
Mhm.
Some people, no, really, some people, some creatives need to have a rein put on them. That's actually
Right.
like a common thing in history. That's true of a lot of
I would
creatives.
actually say that could apply to Kojima because,
Mhm.
you know, he's one of those guys who will be, this will be cool, or this will be cool, or this will be cool. And he doesn't really stick with one idea. He's just throwing loads of ideas in and see if it
He's an
sticks. And it's
idea
like,
guy.
yo,
It
yeah,
sticks.
He
yeah.
just
And it's like, yo,
piling
relax.
idea
One at a
on top of
time.
the
One
other.
at a time, big man. Yeah.
Yeah, and also let me give you another fact about the game. So I like again, I like the Metal Gear games and I respect Kojima's involvement in them. However, he was an idea guy. There was another writer who would flesh out his story. So a lot of the nuances that people like about the story that are outside of like the base ideas are actually accredited to the writer and not him. Because I can think of I'll give you an example. I can tell you I want to make a game about AIs wanting to censor people and controlling society. Cool concept. All right, cool. But the conversation between the colonel and Raiden, that intricate conversation, that was all the writer flexing his chops. So
Mhm.
how much credit can you fully give to Kojima in that regard? You know what I mean? And with these games, like again, like yes, some people need to have reins put on. Some people are better as idea guys, and some people are better at. They might not be as creative, but they're good at polishing someone else's ideas. Those are the guys that like write really good fan fiction, shit like that. Those guys are great, like writers that work with like someone else, right?
He kept breaking his
Nah.
own immersion in Death Stranding. He'd be like, "Hey, here's Del Toro. Do you know this guy? He directed a movie, and here's Nicholas Refn." And he would put all these fucking distractions as main characters or Hollywood directors, and it just it completely destroys
Cameos
and
the
derails
movie.
the story.
You see, the thing is,
Cameos the
though,
game.
the
Exactly.
thing is,
Yeah,
when it
yeah.
comes down
Right.
to Kojima, I would say he's. Well, I don't know him, so don't take this as fact. But I would say, based on what I know of Kojima, he's the type of creator who would tell his story to a writer, and then the writer would be listening to him, trying to make it make sense.
Mhm.
That seems like the kind of
Yes.
person Kojima is. Like he can't write it himself, but he can articulate it
The
in a
idea.
different way.
He can
Right.
articulate
Yeah.
the idea. Let me give you an
Yeah.
example. I'm gonna give you a
Let me
direct
give
example
you a
of
rough
this.
draft of what it is.
Hi guys. Okay, I want to
Hold on, let me just
end this point before I
okay, go ahead, continue.
jump ship because I'm gonna wait till the Mikami slamming the censorship thing. So here's the other thing. So the stuff about the developing the game, you know, don't sweat it. Just be vigilant. Just make sure you understand how the game is played. Make your stuff. Don't worry about too much of that stuff. And also, Kojima, he's not the only guy that wrote the Metal Gear story. And also, we have to give some credit to the publishers at Konami for making sure they look at it and they say this shit is too artsy to sell. Fix
Yeah.
it. Right. So, like I said, I'm
I
gonna
think
jump
the
ship.
guy's name is
I see.
Fugakawa or something.
Yeah, that was somebody else. Aside from that, let's see, we got somebody else wants to enter the chat, so I'm gonna step out for a bit. And thanks for right now, and I'll be back.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Alright,
We'll be
yeah.
glad to have you
Okay,
back,
cool.
man.
It was great
Um,
We'll have you
hearing you,
back
bro.
on.
That being said, I wanted to say this about Kojima because it's a direct example in the game. There was a thing before the game came out where they wanted Raiden to lose his hair early on and to be burned, and then
Yeah, I heard about that.
and he finds different wigs throughout the game, and the wigs give him different abilities and skills. This didn't make it into the game directly, but it was more fleshed out in a like quirky little dialogue thing where you can hear Emma questioning if Raiden's hair is real or not, and then the mechanic after you beat the game, you unlock different wigs with different abilities. So it was a weird idea that it was rejected by, and he was he was advised not to do, but it made its way into a game in a much more palatable and sensible way. That's an example of the writers actually framing his idea and giving it better context.
That's why I like Metal Gear 5. I know it's controversial in the series, but it does a
I
lot.
love Metal Gear
It-
Solid 5 too.
It reigns Kojima's, like, it does more showing than telling, as opposed to all the exposition he likes to stuff in all of his video games. It's mostly gameplay.
What's up, everybody?
Hello.
Yeah, what's that, Greg?
What's up, Reborn?
What's up, Reborn?
Yeah, that's why I love Metal Gear 5. It's his last good game I think he'll ever make, unfortunately, and it's not even finished, which is a bummer.
I mean, you're
It's,
probably,
it's
probably
definitely,
right.
it's
yeah.
definitely not finished, man. Those last few missions were fucking pathetic. They really were.
I didn't get to hear Liquid say the phrase. It's not
Bro.
over yet.
Bro,
I
literally
didn't hear him say it.
the end of the game was literally do these missions again on hard difficulty, or you don't get the ending cutscene.
I would have loved to see that Costa Rica chapter in that engine. It would have looked
Yeah.
awesome.
It would have looked
But you
really
see, the
cool,
thing
man.
is, I bought the collector's edition of 5 and it came with the red hand, but I've actually got
Nice.
the bonus disc to watch that cut mission. I haven't watched it in years, but I think I might watch it tonight.
One additional thing about
Damn.
MGS5 is that MGS5's gameplay has that kind of appeal that I mentioned it before about Splinter Cell Blacklist or Arkham Knight, where you
It's
have like
so
this
good.
this creative freedom where you can like either be a total badass god master planning fucking chess ace, or you can be a bozo running around shooting everyone, and both methods work pretty decently for
I
the
mean,
most part.
you could send your dog
That's-
in. You
that's-
can use
that's
quiet
mad.
to
Yeah,
mark
boy,
everyone
else.
for you.
And you see, the thing is, Ubisoft will never be that creative with
Never.
those franchises.
Never ever
dude,
in that
I
damn life.
honestly
Hell no.
say,
Tell you that.
I would
Never
I
ever.
honestly say Ubisoft should just sell Splinter Cell, because it's like they ain't gonna do shit with it, and there's
Never
loads
can.
of fans who
they
want
putting
it.
in shelf. I'm
No.
telling you, they're putting that shit in shelf. And Jeremy, right now, what is it?
Ubisoft.
The Ubisoft. Hold on, Christopher. Ubisoft. I heard like it's been confirmed. Ubisoft now spend like what is it, 500 million around the Star Wars Outlaws, and damn, it don't work on them. See,
It
we're
hurts.
right
They
all
get that
along.
back.
Yes, we
Um,
are damn right all along.
Christian, what were you saying?
Even without DEI, Ubisoft would still neglect Rayman for so long.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, they have. I mean,
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
last one was
Yeah.
what was it? Legends in 2013.
And
Yeah.
Rayman was playable in Mario and Rabbids 2.
yeah. They should
Oh yeah,
they should
yeah.
go back to
I
their
forgot
roots
they
with
still make
Rayman.
those games.
They should really go back to their roots with the original Rayman. I think the original game and even Legends, which I think was also 2D, I think those were the golden standards.
Yeah, it
of their
was.
games.
Origins and
Because-
Legends were
Because
2D.
the 3D games, I find them kind of mediocre, to be honest, compared to like what the original Rayman brought to the table. I know that might not be a popular opinion. I had Rayman 2 and I played the remake of Rayman 2 on 3DS, and both times I played that game, it just made me wish that I was playing more of Rayman 1. But anyway,
Well, Rayman
but-
Arena is
Yeah.
pretty fun though.
That's
Yeah,
kind
I
of
mean,
how
I-
it is with platformers, though. Once it goes 3D, it loses that magic.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
true.
well, I wanted to say something about the last thing I was gonna say about Metal Gear 5, that like it'll be so hard for other developers to recreate. There was a moment where I forgot what the base was called, but I put a smoke grenade on the back of a truck, and I was driving the truck, and the smoke grenade was like actively blinding the soldiers.
Yeah, it's dynamic.
And
The
then I
gameplay is
jumped out.
very dynamic.
I jumped out of the fucking truck, CQC'd all of them. They couldn't see me through the smoke, and then got back in the truck. And yeah, it's a little like, it doesn't make the most sense logically, but the fact that you could do something like that in that game and then blow up the truck afterward with a bomb that's placed under it is like the kind of creativity that I wish more games would explore. I mean, like look at that game Mercenaries, the first game that was on 360. Like games like that, and like what's the other one where you had the gliding suit and stuff? Just Cause 3. Like those are the games that are like, those games are so fun and creative, and I feel like developers are just losing sight of that, and now they just want you to play like walking simulators or games that are so on rails that they become boring.
Or even like the Red Faction games where
Yeah.
you could destroy every
Oh.
environment in the game.
Bro,
Mhm.
listen.
Well, I
I'm-
haven't heard about that in a long time.
let me tell you something crazy about that game. My friend and me were playing. Remember, it had the multiplayer mode. So we were doing like a deathmatch kind of. I think it was one of the deathmatch modes. He's so fucking smart for this, and it's amazing the creativity. He was running inside of a building because it was one of the buildings you can you can enter them or whatever. He was smashing the structural points of the building while I was chasing him, and he jumped out and fucking like blew up the last beam, and the building came down on me, bro.
Really?
And I'm like, that is the kind of creativity that I wish more games would implement. Like that's so dynamic and like such like a game that really tests your problem solving abilities, right? Because there's so many like free radicals going on that like the fact that you could have a game where you can be shooting somebody chasing them, they're attacking structural points like a fucking movie, jump out of the fucking building and then blow up the points and then have the building come down on the person on me in this case. I always found that to be like something like that was truly special, you know?
Oh yeah. Hey, I have to go, guys. Good talking to you.
You too, man.
Bye.
You take
It's
care.
nice to like have you on the stream though. Respect, Venice Snake. I mean, Venice Snack.
All right, man. Catch you later. Thanks for tuning in.
Take it easy,
Thanks for
Pimp
joining
Snack.
in.
Appreciate
So,
you coming on.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to
Um,
like address this.
Hold on,
With
Reborn.
the Star Wars.
Let me just answer this in the chat real quick from Mandalorian Martin. We were talking about Concord and games similar to it and whatnot. We are after Reborn says what he's gonna say. We're gonna talk about Star Wars Outlaws. So yeah, Reborn.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
Yeah.
So, like I say, we all know it's just the answer and another answer for ourselves. And what is it? These type of people, when it came down to the shows, they're trying to be, even though I'm gonna be real with y'all, they're trying to be degenerate and also look what happened. They still buy the damn game and it flopped. Even though we came to Ubisoft, technologies and also the requirement skills. Look what happened. They lost $500 billion dollars from that game. They lost 500
I mean,
billion.
yeah. I mean, Ubisoft now don't have no one.
Yeah, it's us
for skills.
and the
Obviously,
stock
I mean, you see the
tight
game.
and it's split.
Yeah, it's like every game they put out, the stock is tanking. They're losing money.
The stock
and
damn tanking and shit. The Shadows Creed now I heard it's gonna have
that's
like
not
a
gonna be
low
any
sales.
different. Yeah, I heard the pre-orders are pretty shit.
Low.
Pretty shitty.
So let me tell you this, Jimpachi. So when it came down to these, what is this so-called degenerate? I'm not saying not you guys, but I'm talking about the damn show. So where are the degenerates saying, oh, still what like where is proof? Where's the proof? Like the game is gonna do well. The game is gonna do well. So look up at Ubisoft and take all the game. So how come a damn ass game that costs around near about like $150, and if you take a look at the gameplay, all that type of shit, damn, it is nowhere near, because right now I see a lot of creators try and compare this game to around AC, maybe the AC4, and generally like the Watch Dogs, and generally I'll be honest, they try and compare that game to Watch the Legion. So why take a look at the comparison Star Wars Outlaws? They done horrible to the NPCs and also horrible to the when you try to play as a character and you try to run into water. You can't even run into the damn ass water. And that's the type of people that you need to be inviting. Really?
I felt like that game is exactly what I thought was gonna happen.
Yeah, it's gonna like guys.
Same.
I'm honest. Here's what these type of individuals want to do, and it's their narrative. It's the same thing they're trying to like go and attack. What is it? Warhammer, Space 2 Marine, and also Black Myth Wukong. Here's their narrative. I figure out what they're willing to do is censor the game. They want to make a low quality game so that they can release it around the product to their own consumer. And meanwhile, when the game launch broken, I'm not buying it. Vast majority not buying it. And when their their sales go low and the stock go low, they all start to use this type of freaking out, panic and attack. And I say, damn, no. I see what y'all's like. Y'all's there to like y'all's are generally there to like destroy, gaming. You're not there for making art. You're not there for making quality games. You're just there to do force, what is it? DI, force the message, and you want to do force censorship. When you censorship, you want to call out every tiny little damn thing around that game, and you want to make it buggy as possible, so you can put it into your products, and then when the consumer find out and they're not buying the shit, they're not buying the damn shit. Then they ain't gonna buy that damn shit with a broken game.
Well,
every
look,
single time.
look.
I'm using this.
Let me stop you there, because like Star Wars Outlaws is the Ubisoft game, or Ubisoft, however you want to pronounce it. I say Ubisoft, it just sounds
Yeah.
better, but whatever, to me at least. But anyway, regardless, it's a typical Ubisoft game.
Gotcha
Broken,
moment.
broken,
Uh,
buggy,
Yeah.
BS gameplay mechanics,
Same goes Concord.
janky animations. It's about everything that people thought, and the ugly
Yeah.
women is just a nice, cute little bonus to coincide with what would have already
Yeah.
probably been a mediocre game.
Mm-hmm.
As far as like what Ubisoft's intentions are, I think that they were highly reliant on the brand recognition. I think they thought that alone would save the game, which is why the development was so mediocre. I mean, like, they rush games. I mean, like Ubisoft, whatever you want. I'm gonna say Ubisoft because that's what I'm used to. Ubisoft is no better than EA. They're basically like an EA mentality, rushing games
Yeah,
out.
they are
mediocre
sort of turn
development.
themselves into them as evil assholes too.
Then you
2.0.
have this woman's chin, which looks insane. I would be insulted. And from what I hear, the woman is calling people bigots and shit. The
Yeah,
model.
it's true.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
she's an idiot,
Yeah,
because it's
yeah,
like you don't
misogynist
look at
and all that.
you don't
She's
look in the
saying
mirror every day,
how hard
like-
it is for women in the gaming industry and whatnot.
which is
and, like,
BS.
just
what she's
they-
talking about.
But she acts like she doesn't see herself.
I would say.
She acts like she doesn't see herself
They
in the
need to
mirror
shut
every day
that
and say,
bitch ass
"Hey,
mouth up.
this character doesn't look
Yeah,
like
right.
me." She doesn't wake up in the morning and look in the mirror and say, "Wait, this character doesn't look anything like me. What the fuck's going
She got
on?"
that Ubisoft money now. She got paid.
She
so now
doesn't
she got a
care.
show.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
She ain't
exactly.
playing that game.
That's the thing they want.
The only time she was
Activision around
actually
the
grabbing a
games.
controller and playing it is if they were showing her
You turn into a robot, bro.
I know.
pretending to play the game during.
Can hold on a
And they
second?
get
Can you
their
repeat
face
that? You
practically
turn into you turn into
probably
Optimus Prime,
told
bro.
by someone that, hey, yeah, you gotta defend the game you were in. So people are attacking us and all this. The game isn't doing too well, so that's gonna affect any type of royalty checks or however that goes for her or people like her.
She didn't get
So now
royalty
she gotta,
checks. She's unless they use that character in a sequel, she got
defend
paid.
what she was a part of. No matter what, when we know, like, they fucking ruined her face. That's not her.
Exactly.
That's
It's not,
Kermit
it's
the
not, it's
Frog.
not them her.
But to answer Toby's question, God, Western games that came out this year that was actually good. I don't know. I've been avoiding
Right now,
most of them,
the
so I don't
mainstream
know.
media bashing on Space Marine T
Probably
because
the next new game I'll probably get will be Slitterhead, which is
they're crying
by a
about gameplay.
Japanese studio. So
Sorry about that, but it's true, guys. I'm telling you,
no, it's okay.
they are
I
legit
know
crying
it's
about
late in the stream.
all right, Reverend and Japachi. Right now, the whole damn mainstream media crying about Warhammer Space Marine 2. Like, because Jeremy is a good gameplay and also got good quality. Even though there is like, SCW shit around that game, yet they are mad like the game is having, the sales expectation high, but not low.
Listen, hold on a second. See, like I don't know. From what I heard, Warhammer 2 has some woke stuff in it, but again, I'm not gonna comment too much on it because I don't know enough about it, about what's actually in the game.
I know
The
for
only thing that
sure. I know
is
for
what I
sure.
saw in that-
Warhammer I'm sorry.
Is
I was
is
just
yeah.
gonna say I know
They
for
they,
sure
they themselves
Warhammer
yeah.
is woke. Yeah.
Yeah. The developers and like the people behind Warhammer have gone DEI, ESG, whatever. But I don't
Mhm.
know if that game
Especially
specifically
with
has
that
it in it.
show.
But
Yeah.
I'm not gonna trust them. That's one of those things where I'll never trust a game from them because they revealed who they are. So unless I like look at gameplay and really see for myself that's not in there, I will not give them a dime of my money because I feel like I'm
Okay.
funding DEI.
Cole
Hold
Cage.
on. Call Classic Cage says, crazy how influencers get flown out to Disney World for 3 whole days just to play Outlaws for a few hours. Yeah, and they do this, and then when these people do reviews or do like their
Mhm.
impressions, they're nice and buttered up because they're like, well, I can't say
I'm
anything
ready
bad
for
about.
buzzwords.
Hold on, Reborn.
Sorry.
Hold on, Reborn. They can't. They say like, they're all buttered up, and then of course they're gonna be like, well, I can't be nice to my kind overlords who flew me out to fucking Disney World. I better say something nice, or my overlords won't fly me out next time. So of course they're biased. Of course that's
G-Man
gonna
lives.
that's gonna
Juicehead.
influence their perspective on the game, which is
I
disingenuous.
know.
I would never listen to somebody who got flown out by Disney. I mean, flown
Right.
out by fucking Ubisoft
Yeah.
and Disney or
Yeah.
whatever to promote
got
this game.
their
Why would I ever listen to
Yeah.
this person? Why do people
free
trust people like that?
Yeah. Hey,
free
Cole
free
Cage.
plane
Join
trip
in.
there, the
Please do join in.
hotel expenses paid and all that.
We're
You know,
free to
not
get
to
you
be
on.
trusted.
Yeah. Genuinely, don't trust Ubisoft or
But
Ubisoft right now.
yeah, I mean, I agree with Cats out for a few hours chilling for it. And then you got fucking who is it? Games Radar compared it to Red Dead Redemption 2. Like, oh, it's Red Dead Redemption 2 in space. Like, where?
No.
Where do you see it's like that? Nothing about it whatsoever says
Shut.
Red Dead Redemption 2,
That
or it
is
doesn't even
ass.
it doesn't even compare to Red Dead Redemption 1.
It ain't nowhere damn near Red Redemption 2. See? Dead logic. None of dead logic.
They wish it
I
was.
catch up.
Spirit, do you have an opinion on this? And Christian Freides, after Spirit gives his opinion, do you want to give yours?
Yeah. So I'll be honest, after I got burnt twice by EA's Battlefront 2 remakes, well not the remake, but the reboots, that's it, with Battlefront 1 and 2. I
Yeah.
kind of just dropped out of Star Wars games, so I didn't really play Last Jedi or the sequel for longer than 10 minutes. And with this new Star Wars Outlaws, it's basically Star Wars without any of the parts that make it interesting. It's like, I don't want to play as some chick in outer space. Like, I want to play as a Sith and cut motherfuckers down. That's what I want to do.
And shoot force lightning at bitches. That's what
Like
Yeah.
Star Wars Unleashed. Like, give me a
Force
new
choke some
Star
motherfucker.
Wars Unleashed type game. Like, I like
Let's
the Jedi.
go.
I love
Mhm.
Jedi. I love the Stormtroopers, but I want to play as a Sith. That's what I want.
Yeah,
Like, I
that's
want to
fair.
play as a or do like an Infamous style Star Wars / Jedi Sith game where your
Well,
choices
Let's
throughout the
go.
game determine what side you're going to be on.
As an aside,
Yeah, right.
I just want to mention a little tidbit here. Notice how in The Last Jedi he looks identical to the actor. I forget his name. Looks identical, like a 1-to-1 perfect recreation.
Hey, Rev,
But this woman in Outlaws cannot look like her actual real life counterpart. And then they blame tech and shit, like, oh, it's the technology, it's the engine. It's like, no, you fucking injected human growth hormone into her jaw, because there's no fucking way. You look at the main character in the Fallen Order.
Can
It
I
looks
add?
looks exactly like the fucking guy, but then this
Yep.
woman looks like they took Brock Lesnar, painted his skin brown, and put a fucking
I
80s
just
wig on this motherfucker.
like I
Yeah.
want to say in Star Wars Battlefront 2 EA that in the main campaign you play as a chick and she is smoking hot and actually looks like her actress. Don't get it twisted. The campaign was garbage, but she was very beautiful and she actually is a 1-to-1 like lookalike of her actress. I don't know her name. It's been a very long time since I played that game for obvious reasons. And but yeah, that I guess that was the last sexy female protagonist in Star Wars.
That's true. But Jeremy,
And I'm not
Probably
counting
the
Rey.
last
That
sexy
forehead
female
too
in the
big.
EA game.
Yeah.
Why? My question is, why do these game developers hate women this badly? This is like hatred.
Attractive
Like,
woman.
well, but
Hot,
it's
attractive woman.
no, they
and
hate
Gemini.
women.
It's
They hate women,
insecurity from a lot of the
Yeah, yeah.
developers.
bro.
But it's not-
Reborn. I'm gonna explain why they hate women, because they don't respect or don't understand that women have the same, a lot of women have the same prospects of idealization that men do. So I'll give you an example. Like a man like me or a man like Spirit or whatever, you look up to a character like Batman, Superman, Goku, whatever. You don't say, most men don't say in their mind, I'll never look like that. That's unrealistic. Make him look like a soy cuck bitch or whatever. No, you're
Yeah.
like, wait, that's ideal. That's badass. It's like a power fantasy. But
Yeah.
women play.
Well,
Listen. When a
Gem-
lot of hold on. When a lot of women play as sexy female characters that are hot and badass, and they're
Mhm.
fucking cool as shit, and they're awesome. Even if they're a little feminist, right? Even if they do like kill some of the male characters, like the men, even if they are like, even if they are a little like, it doesn't equate with reality where they're badasses, they're killing hundreds of trained men. If the character is badass enough and whatever, that power fantasy is still there, and even men will accept them. An example would be Bayonetta. Bayonetta is a witch with these
That's what I was
superpowers.
thinking of.
She's hot and badass, but both women and men like the character. Don't say, oh, that's unrealistic, she's beating up men, because again, like, she gets a pass because she's an idealized character. But when you have some fat 300-pound, 200-pound cat lady in a game, and you want me to believe she's beating up trained soldiers, then that's when people say, wait, what the fuck am I even looking at? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
that's
they
true.
don't
Concord, for
they
example.
like Concord. Hold on, I'm not
Yep.
done. So
Mm.
that's why when you look at these characters, like, women also like idealized entertainment. It's just the idealization is different. Women want
Yeah,
feminine, sexy
that's true.
badass characters, and men want badass masculine characters. It's like, it's simple, like, psychology. It's basic. It's something innate that we wanna have that power fantasy in games.
But can I
That's why
put
we
a
play.
response there?
That's why we play video games, because we play video games to escape from reality. People don't want to play you're trying to play a heightened reality entertaining thing before you have to
Exactly.
go back to the real world.
Exactly. But can I put a response there? Because even though you got points right, but there is one thing I really want to address too. Even though, like, we want to make, attract hot women around gaming, but why does the Western media generally hate, attract like hot, sexy, attractive female characters, but generally they want us to be kicked out bad, generally, because they try and throw a lot of labels around generally us, like the gender, like everything man
Bro,
for what is it?
but that's why I'm saying they hate all women, because if you didn't hate women,
Yeah,
you would not portray them this way. You would give them idealized entertainment. If you like it shows that they hate femininity, because it doesn't
that's true.
because it doesn't directly correlate with how they may look or behave in real life. Like, I'm talking about the devs and writers. It shows that they don't like women because they don't like the idealization of them.
Yeah,
They don't like
but
the idealization because
yeah,
they can't live up to it, which means that they
and
hate true femininity.
and
You
Women
understand what
don't
I'm getting
like
at?
Jim
women that
Patchy,
are
let's be real
prettier
here.
than them.
Jim Patchy,
That's true.
I want
Women are very catty and competitive with each other.
like Jim Patchy, let's be real here too, because I was thinking about this type of true response, but I just don't know. But the truth is, when it came down to these type of people, I would say for these type of women, for these type of individual women that are genuine activists, that genuinely they hate, attract female character, and also they attract to masculinity and all that type of line. They just don't like amazing, strong, attractive characters or badass character. They really want full on force, like, what is it? Like force push, like feminism.
Well,
Truly, like cool
let's
feminism.
flip it. Let's flip it. Let's say you take men, right? Let's say you take men, Reborn, and
Mm-hmm.
instead of playing as characters that are heroic, badass, or masculine, you're playing as like fat soy boys, simp cucks, or whatever. Doesn't
Yeah,
that mean that you hate the idealized traits of masculinity, therefore hating masculinity, because you're doing everything in your power to not portray that, which is telling me that you hate men. That's telling me that you hate men in their most pure state,
because you're trying to put the antithesis of it in every fucking piece of media. So with women, it's the same thing. It's like the fact that you want these like androgynous, masculine, lame ass girl bosses tells me that people who are writing those characters hate actual women. You get what I'm getting at?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bud.
I
Jeremy,
don't want to be rude, but when it comes down to girls who are like hardcore gamers,
but they're not.
like they're not really like
Thank
led
you.
like that. Now, no disrespect, ladies, but
Thank you, Miss
when you're
Minter. I
like when you're
was gonna do the
hold on,
same thing.
like when you're out here playing video games, you're not really thinking about your appearance like that. I'm one of them people. My sister's like that too. But I think there's just a lot of gal them out here who are just they're not really like
Yeah,
the best looking,
that's
and
the
they feel.
same.
Hold on, I ain't finished my point.
Sorry.
And they do feel somewhat intimidated by like more attractive women. Like I personally think it's, madam, you need to go sort out your insecurities situation.
True.
But but that's basically what it is. It's people with insecurities trying to hide it and trying to push it on the product, and it's like, we don't care about your insecurities.
They hate what they can't be.
Thank you.
Let me add to that, Spirit, but real quick, thanks for stopping by, Cassie Cage. You take it easy.
That's all. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, and always good to have you. She said Ubisoft across the board creates bargain bin games. I agree, but catch you later, Cassie. Thanks for tuning in.
If you ever want to
come, if you ever want to join the panel, just let you're
always free
welcome.
to come on, and we'd love to hear you talk on the panel.
Yep,
but it'd be great.
And everybody, check out her content, because she also makes videos or whatever. You should give her a watch. She's pretty good.
I know. So Jimmy know. But like I'm saying too, it's like the point.
I just wanted to add to what Spirit of Paradox was saying. About the women projecting their insecurities, and that's what it is.
Yeah,
because you were asking before about the game's media. I mean, you look at most of what you see now. I mean, it's like there's a lot of women involved, and a lot of them, when you not only when you like read the articles, you hear them talk, but also when you look at them, you see like the dyed hair, they got the nose ring, a bunch of tattoos. I mean, you look at someone like, say, like the one from G4, Frost. There's like so many of her around now.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, Machine Gun Kelly. Machine Gun Kelly. They're like so interchangeable now. I mean, you got the other one, Alyssa McConte. She's no different. I mean, that's what you have. They're loud, obnoxious people that, for whatever reason, somehow,
anger,
these people allowed them to get into the media, and then now they're infiltrating the games media. It's the same thing with the developers. Why do you think you see so many females now? You look at when you see a developer like, say, Insomniac or Naughty Dog or whoever, they post, Happy International Women's Day or whatever bullshit, and you see that crowd of women. You can look at the hair, look at the face, look at what they're wearing, look at their body shape. Like it's like all there, and then you see the games they make, and it reflects that. Standing with the journalists, you see what they're writing about, what they're complaining about.
They hate what they can't
and the game that they're praising and promoting.
Cause they hate us.
Bro, listen. Let me say something real quick, because again, I'm not a woman, but they hate what these self-insert writers. They hate what they can never be. They look at what they actually bring to the table. They don't want to they reject certain principles, and because of that, when they make their self-inserts in these games,
I don't want to be offending everybody.
Hold on. They hate. They hate. It's a form of self-hatred. They hate these things.
Self-hating.
They hate these things because they feel like they can never be them. They can never. They can never reach that. Reach that.
True.
What's it called?
In a level of politician. Yeah.
Like they can't reach that status. Not even status. You know what I mean? Like they just can't be that.
Cycle or something.
When it's obviously disingenuous, because it's obviously a lot of it is self-inflicted, self-choice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
even if you're like, it's like a dude. It's like a dude that like, again, the opposite would be a
Yeah.
dude who, instead of like saying, hey, I could work out, I could be smarter, I could be more effective as a dude, I'm just gonna hate on guys that actually are like that actually are chads because
Yeah,
me as
that's
a
true.
person, me as a
That's
person
very true.
who's a nerd or whatever, like I feel like I can't be that, so it must be bad.
Yeah,
It's
and
not me, so it must be bad. You know?
yeah, and can I say this? I don't want to cut y'all's off, but I want to say my point, and generally I want to say it in a good way without me being cut off. But generally I'm gonna say it for real, and I don't want to offend nobody, but I'm gonna be real. Generally, it is them. They just want to embrace. They want to embrace like their narcissist and also their self, hatred around their entire shows and type of movie and stuff. And generally, what is it too? They want to like embrace like maybe for them pride by themselves. And even though I know, for example, even though they want everything to like have like gay way, like they want everything to have to be separate for for us not allowed to like be nowhere near around relationship around women, or nowhere guys be cannot be speaking for women in that type of way. And that's all that stuff they didn't want to do, push it and do these type of things so they can generally hate men, and they generally hate women too. And generally, for the truth of that as well, they want to like push like an hidden gender, but there is no type of difference with hidden gender. It's just like they want to like embrace like full on psychopath MS people around the industry that generally don't care about player base, or like people that care about comic books and movies, all that type of stuff. They're just there for like political points. It's no like creativity or no artwork. It's just full on political points, and also what like Remnant saying. It's just pushing narcissists, and also damn narrative being forced onto each and every us majority people throat. And also I got screenshots too of what they're saying too, because they think like everything gotta be like them with the nose ring and also the pierce, and also guys got like dressed like in clothes. And generally, personally, I just don't like that type of style, because most men and also most women around my state, they don't dress like that. And even though since we're in the early 90s, if you take a look at the modern day right now, I see guys dressed like the normal self, but not have these type of you know creep outfits, and also no spikes and all that type of shit. No, for us like dudes, we don't dress like that. We just differently. You get what I'm saying? And generally, for that meaning, when they say like for diversity, equity,
Yeah, I
inclusion,
get what you're saying.
it's
You're
not
right.
about like
Um,
fun, caring. It's just there to just embrace,
Bro,
the
bro,
message.
they hate the things that go against their narrative, so they push
That's the
whatever
thing.
they
Thank you.
push whatever is the antithesis of that.
Thank you,
Men
Gemma.
like sexy women are gone. Men like badass masculine characters, they
mhm.
make them into soy cucks. They don't
Yeah,
want you to have the thing that you like because it hurts their feelings, because they don't have the confidence to improve themselves or have any faith in themselves to be more than
yeah, and
what they actually are. They have no
and,
ambition. They don't have the confidence to
That's
say, "Hey, whatever I'm lacking, I can improve on and become a better person."
and
So what they
Gemma,
do, hold on,
that.
they try to say that bad is good because they want bad to be good and good to be bad because they have no drive to become better than they actually are.
that's
And
true.
that's the core of what all this DEI shit is.
And
That's why they're
Gemma,
trying to normalize it.
Yeah.
Reverend Miller, I got another good question.
Remember, working out is hard. Improving
Yeah,
your personality is hard. Saying your
thank you.
shit physique and shit personality is good and trying to convince people of that is easier and less effort than actually having faith and wanting to improve on yourself. That's easier. People, it's like Venom said earlier, people are always going to try to do the easiest, lowest common denominator activity that
Hmm.
they can do. You know, it's like the saying,
True.
everybody wants to lose weight, nobody wants to fucking work out. Everybody wants to
Yep.
fucking learn a skill or learn things and be better and be rich, but no one wants to put the work in. And this is
Yeah,
just
Mhm.
nobody
but
don't put the work
this is
in. That's
just
true.
this is what you're looking at now is a $500 million a $500 million example of why it doesn't work.
That's true.
Yep.
And Jeremy Kate this for the two of you, Revlon and Jempachi. And for the reason, for example, for military, it's for the hard working people, very talented, hard working people. But look what happened now. It's been embraced by this type of agenda. And generally, when it came to military, you got to I'm gonna be real, you got to have like masculinity, not be embraced by having lower self-esteem, or what I would say lower weakness. Because generally, if you're not comfortable around military, then it's okay if you're not comfortable. But doesn't mean it has to be forced and injected around each soldier around military. No. They need true real identity of masculinity traits. But
People
not
need accountability.
Right.
Really, it comes down to accountability. Yeah, let's
Yeah.
let's
Thank
go
you,
on to
Jeff.
let's go. Let's let Christian Frades have a chance to speak because Christian wanted to.
Yeah, I was
he has an
gonna
opinion about it,
see what he
Yeah.
had to say about it. Yeah.
and
Thank
then
you.
we'll
Star
move
Wars
on.
Outlaws.
Spirit, you basically
Yeah.
said what you needed to say, right?
Well, I've been slandered online because saying I'm glad that the Owl House got canceled anyway because I just don't like how easily brainwashed my generation is, and online
Thank
they
you.
keep slandering me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, they're
hate that,
doing that
man.
because they don't like what you're saying because it hurts their feelings.
Yeah,
So they're
even
gonna say whatever they need to
They don't like
e-
hearing the truth.
even
Yeah.
for my state, we got that too. If we generally speak the real truth about it as well, we gotta have that embrace.
A lot of
Yeah, I mean the thing with what they're trying to do, Christian, is that they want to silence any opposing views because they want to believe whatever delusions that companies or the media, you know, constantly feeds them because they don't want to think for themselves or get out of their echo chamber to
Thank
hear
you.
or see a different perspective that they're not used to. They just want to go with whatever is it's easy for them constantly stay in the position that they are in the same mindset that they have instead of them actually trying to like get out of that bubble and actually see and listen to what other people have to say that don't share the same opinion as them. So to hear someone that's exposing like DEI, ESG, and like bringing awareness to all this stuff, they don't want to hear it because they've been conditioned to reject it, and they've been conditioned to consume whatever these companies or media is trying to feed on them.
Yeah.
well, it's no
I know.
accountability. That's what it is. It's that's what it comes down to. It's no
Yeah.
accountability.
And also
Yeah.
too, just let you know what they do. They rather use their own laws, like their own people, to just come and harass you, and even to put like this type of fear on you. For example,
Well, again, like when you're saying things that people don't like, they're gonna find anything they can do to try to diminish you, attack you, or discredit you.
yeah,
You know,
that's the damn
and
thing I just don't hate, man.
and they're gonna keep doing it. It's like it's just
Mhm.
one of those things you have to accept. When you say things that are when you shatter people's delusions, they go ape shit. Basically, it's like they're backed into a corner and
Yeah.
they're backed into a corner. It's like an animal. You back them into a corner, they can't logically fight their way out, with like reason, and they realize what their belief system that they held for so long
That's
it
true.
makes no sense. Then they want to tear you down. That's when they say, all right, well, we're gonna resort to ad hominem. We're gonna
Mhm.
call you all kinds of names.
Yeah.
We can't use logic, so we're gonna try to discredit you, say you did this, say you did that, say you're a bigot, you're a foe, because at the end of the day, they have no argument, so all they can do is try to destroy your reputation, so
Yeah,
that
Mhm.
other people don't hear the truth as well. They want to
yeah,
silence you. They
yeah.
want to
With
discredit you,
both
so
like
your opinion doesn't hold
xenophobic,
any weight.
transphobic, all that bullshit. Get that shit out my face.
What were you saying,
No.
Christian?
Oh,
It shows that they can't handle freedom of thought. With my freedom of thought is that I
thank
promote
you.
like lesser known media and facts that not a lot of people know.
Mhm. and that's
Because
what
I
then
bet a good
I
amount
used
of
to that.
YouTube wouldn't have heard of Go Go Mobile Boy if it wasn't for me.
That's actually true. I never heard of it until you were like posting stuff about it. So
Yeah.
Well, the main character's older sister, who's 18 by the way, she sure is beautiful.
Hmm. Go on.
I'm pretty sure that was it. You just want
Yeah,
to say she's
Spirit.
beautiful. So let's move on to the next subject. I think
Oh.
it's about time. I mean, Spirit, you said what you wanted to say, right?
Do you
Yes,
got
I did.
something
Yes,
else?
I did.
Okay, so
You got
let's move
something
on to
else
the
to say?
let's move
Okay.
on to the next subject because we've been on this for a while.
okay, so
And I think
yeah,
we
yeah.
all agree Star Wars
Um,
Outlaw is dog shit. I think we can all say it's
yeah,
it's
and
it's,
it's
it's shovelware.
terrible launch was to be expected, and hopefully people. I mean, people should have learned already. I mean, it's
Yeah,
fucking
and
Ubisoft
wake
at this
up.
point. So
All right,
Another
yeah,
so
wake up.
so
And, yeah.
yeah, basically
So,
it's
Yeah.
garbage. It's fucking
Yeah.
it's garbage. It has it's politically driven in some
Yeah.
aspects. It's
Mhm.
And
buggy.
start defending it.
It's buggy. It's a typical Ubisoft affair, and that
Yeah.
game is gonna fall into obscurity like many of their other games. So let's move on now. I
Yeah.
think we all agree there. So
Yeah. So next topic is Hideaki Itsuno has left Capcom after being there for 30 years. He put a statement out about it last weekend. I think it was last Saturday.
That's true.
And so let me quickly give my thoughts on it before I let everyone
wait,
else.
didn't Octo Commander want to talk about this subject as well? Was it this one?
I know for sure he wanted. It was the Shinji Mikami one. But
Okay, cool.
Okay, he's back, so maybe it was this one too.
Yeah.
Oh, this was not the one I wanted to talk about, but
Oh,
Oh, come
Yeah.
on.
You didn't-
Let's
you
get
didn't
your
have to
opinion, bro.
come
Let's-
back.
here now. I'm here.
I just asked.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just
Yeah,
asked,
that's
bro.
all
You didn't
it
have to
was.
come
Yeah.
back. All right,
He's like,
cool,
I heard
cool.
my name.
He's
Nah,
like,
it's all good.
call my name, and he appears.
I believe in OC.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway, so yeah, if people are unaware of who Hideaki Itsuno is, he created Dragon's Dogma, and I don't remember if he created Devil May Cry. But I know, no, I'm sorry. I know he was involved in some of them. I can't remember exactly which ones for sure. But he definitely was a huge part of bringing it back for Devil May Cry 5. And
He also wrote
Yeah.
Devil May Cry 3.
that's what it was. Yeah.
Which
So,
is
yeah,
one of the best
so-
ones in the series, by the way.
Yep. And I believe he was involved in some other Capcom games. I think some of the fighting games. I think he was originally a part of early on. But anyway, so obviously he has a resume and a history with Capcom, and he's respected and loved by many, the fans and all that.
He
For
has
good
made
reason.
the following games: Power Stone 1 and 2, Darkstalkers Chronicle of the Chaos Tower, Geo's Bizarre Adventure, Devil May Cry 4.
Wait, you said you mean JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
Geo's
think-
Bizarre Adventure. Known
I
in
never
Japan as
heard of that. What is
Jojo
that?
no Kimyo Naboken Ogo no Kaze.
Okay,
Hmm.
I never heard of that before. I wonder, but yeah,
It was made in
continue.
2002.
Yeah,
Okay,
interesting. Okay, anyway, yeah, moving on. I thought.
Well, I was. But can I say
hold on.
something?
Hold on,
Alright.
hold on real quick. Christian, was that all the games he worked on?
No, but I brought up a good amount of them.
Oh yeah, you did. Thank you for that, by the way, because that shows he's made a lot of games. I'm sure many of the other people have played, maybe you haven't heard of, but yeah. So I'm assuming that keep in mind, Dragon's Dogma 2 came out. Let me see, January, February, late March, I believe, and it was pretty buggy, especially mainly with the frame rate as far as the technical issues. I heard the gameplay is fairly watered down, and so was the armor and how everything works there. I played the demo that came out like a few months that came after launch, and I can notice the some things are kind of like streamlined in comparison. And
I knew it.
there's no male or female like it was in the first Dragon's Dogma. There's no body type A and B, but
I
there's body presets to choose from, and I think I think that was about it. But overall, a lot of people say that Dragon's Dogma 2 was disappointing. I'm thinking that it has a lot to do with Capcom's involvement, considering the other shit they've done, like with Street Fighter 6,
thank you.
and also what they're doing with the Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
also, what was it? The Capcom SNK collection that they just released fairly recently, or it's going to be coming out. I think that's been censored as well. I know one of the Marvel
Specifically,
vs.
the
Capcom
artwork
games or
was
re-releases.
censored.
I think
Hey, Rev and Jim Patrick, I want to say something. Sorry if I interrupt. I want to say something. I'm glad I got like the original Dragon Dogma on my PS4. You know, the
Yeah.
Dark
yeah,
Arise.
same,
I've-
yeah.
I'm glad I got that
Dark
one.
Risen, yeah,
Boy, I
yeah.
can't
That's
believe
the best
why they
one.
just done this. Yet again with the characters, the female character, male characters.
Yeah.
Why can I at least you just maybe use the original, you know, Dragon Dogma characters from the Dark Arisen and copy and paste it here, but add in a lot of new characters. That's it. All you have to do is copy and paste it. That will be great.
I'm sick of the body type A, type B
It
myself.
is.
Yeah,
It's nonsense.
Oh,
It's
retarded.
nonsense. It's just
it's
playing
just
ball with
nonsense.
the. It's basically Capcom saying we don't know what women are. See, we agree
Yeah.
with you. Buy our game.
They're
But
they're blurring the lines even
And
further with Monster Hunter Wilds, where now the
so
armor is not
yeah,
locked behind
guys,
gender.
so
So
like for this
yeah.
type of hidden gender, and there is no meaning of the hidden gender. It's just like they want a piece of these type of delusional, sick mentally people. I'm not saying you, Reverend Unjapati. It's just like, you know, the trans people. They just don't play game at all. They just don't play game. They
Yeah.
just watch and they
Well,
can't understand shit.
so anyway, but listen, yeah. So the Capcom thing with SNK, apparently, from what I understand, it was Capcom. It was that they censored the artwork in the promotional
yeah,
artwork.
that's
But
what it was.
if they censored the
Mhm.
promotional artwork, then it's likely that they might censor the sprites as well. Which is, you know, because if they're going that
Yeah,
far,
yeah, I'm
then
sure.
I'm sure like the Western release will receive like some things, because they do that all the time. There were other fighting games that were Japanese where like they'll put like dark spots like where like their, you know, upskirts would be and stuff like that, just to like censor them. They censored
Mhm.
Rainbow Mika in the West, so the West gets a lot of censorship. So I wouldn't be
Yeah,
surprised if
that's
like
true.
if the fact that they changed the concept, the promotional art isn't a clear indicator that they're probably gonna
Yeah,
also
the bus
change
slap. Mhm.
yeah, they're gonna also change the actual game models, the game sprites, because it's kind of easier to change a sprite than it is
I'm so sorry
than it
for
is. It's
these.
easier to change a sprite than a 3D model in a way, because they could just put some pixels, some black pixels there. You know what I mean? Or just some extra like pixel fabric. I really think it's a high probability that in-game sprites will be also altered.
Yeah, generally,
Yeah.
gone October, Konami.
Oh,
Go on.
no, go on, finish what you're saying.
No, no,
And,
no, no. All right, but I was gonna say this for my last message, last quote. But generally, they for me personally, for each gaming developer, person in my opinion, they need to stop pleasing for everybody and just focus on their own creativity. They don't need peace from small audience, like
That's
when they say more the audience. They need to
that's a
stop.
good example on
Yeah,
why
they need to stop peace with this type of
Hold on,
stuff.
let Christian say what he was gonna
Yeah,
say. Hold on.
go on.
What were you saying, Christian?
that's a good example why Mortal Kombat should retire the guest characters.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, they should just stop being ass in general, because
yeah,
Mortal Kombat is balls now.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
and
It's just
hold
horrible.
on, Reborn. Let Octo speak.
oh,
Okay.
okay, thanks, man. Okay, so the thing is, about about him leaving. Well, he's done a lot of games. So I guess he's also reading between the lines. Hey, this is not looking good. People are doing all this censorship stuff, and you know, it's like a Chinese proverb: you can't chase two hares. You have to pick one. And of course, they think that they can appease everybody, but of course, they alienate everybody. And the other thing is, even though Capcom has been doing some censorship, for example, in Street Fighter 3's, I believe Third Strike, when this time's up, Urian would actually like grasp his arms and there would be like blood coming out or whatever. And they removed that from the American version. But the thing is that I find is somewhat just really confounding. Okay, so they're going to censor a centimeter of cleavage, right? You know, when they see a centimeter of cleavage, is somebody help me. So you know, it's like they do that, but at the same time, you got people with chainsaws ripping off the heads of freaking Leon from RE4, but what's her name?
Rainbow
And
Mika.
the Chinese, the
Oh,
Chinese
Ada.
lady,
Ada Wong.
Ada,
Yeah.
Ada Wong. Yeah, that's right. I haven't played that game in a while. So Ada Wong, you know, her outfit is quote unquote changed, and I can tell what they were doing with that because, of course, they're going to be all, oh, well, it's more realistic. Like, get the flip out of here. You got giant zombies bursting out. the
Motherfucker
wall.
dodged lasers with backflips. Realism
That's
went out the window a long time ago. These people are smoking crack with those statements, bro. It's
Right,
just
right,
it's a cope when they say that.
Well,
Anyway,
they'll
continue.
also
right.
say they'll also make excuses like, oh, it's the beta version or whatever. Oh, they use the
Whatever.
beta version. I'm like, all right, whatever excuse you got to make, they put
justify
that
bullshit.
the outfit in there for a reason. I know whether if it was a beta,
Whatever you got to say to
outfit or
not feel bad about buying the game, to buy the game guilt free.
Yeah,
Whatever you need to
exactly.
say.
Yeah,
Right,
validation.
and just the idea like the president is going to send one former cop to save his daughter. It's supposed to be either CIA,
Black Ops,
Secret,
Delta Force.
Secret Service, Detachment Delta. Those guys are the ones that's supposed to be rescuing the president's daughter, not a single former cop. I mean, get the flip out of here, man. But aside from that, like I said, for him, it's Itsuno. For him leaving, like I said, it's you know, he did Power Stone. I was hooked on the first Power Stone. You know, it was just
I love that game too.
yeah, that was something else. And you know, I just feel like a lot of these people are just work to the bone, and you know, video game development on that level must be really hard. So you know, hats off to him, and at least he did not have a cool what's that term, koroshi moment, you know, that idea of working to death, and that's really happening a lot in Japan. So at least,
Shogunai to death, basically.
yeah, it's the term is koroshi.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But have you ever heard that term, Shogunai?
shogunai. I am familiar. I'm hearing it, but you know, I can't really.
It's a trickle. It's a trickle down. It's a trickle down of the same idea of like, you know, any situation that comes, you just work through it no matter what. And a lot of like corporations, like a lot of corporate Japanese will have that mentality of like, you know, I'm tired. I've been working 20-hour shifts, but Shogunai, you know, it's a similar. I'm just saying it's a similar concept, and it's
I hear what you say. That that's something new. Thanks for letting me know about that. Aside from that, I can so just of course he's not listening to this, but thank you for giving us Power Stone and all these good games. And you know, I mean, I'm not a fan of JoJo Bizarre Adventure, but you know, at least they had their game. And but aside from that, that's pretty much what I'm gonna say. Aside,
yeah. No, and I mean, I'm like, again, I'm a fan of his too, and it's just one of those things where maybe it's better he left. Maybe he didn't like the direction. And, you know, Japanese are very conservative with how to use language, because you know they have a very, like, I would say, polite culture where, like, you know.
Thank you, Jim Patch.
So he could have been hating the direction Capcom has been going in years. But because of the culture, he's like not willing to just straight up say, "Hey, I don't like the direction these guys are going in, so I'm leaving." Right? So, no, there's that aspect as well. Like with Shinji Mikami, it's like, all right, you want to do your own thing, but he's, you know, because of the society he comes from, he's not going to be as prone to say, well, hey, Capcom is fucking ass and I don't like what they're doing. He's going to be more politely say something like, I want to go off on my own and do my own thing with my own vision, which is just a polite way of saying that there was a conflict of creativity.
Yep. You know that's what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, it
But
makes
again,
no sense. I mean, they finally makes a sequel to Dragon's Dogma 1, and then not even a year later, after it comes out, he announces he's leaving. So, and that game is obviously planned to have like an expansion or DLC like the first game did. So,
From Software is not gonna
and
it's not
then
gonna be too far behind.
now it's like, all right, what's gonna Devil May Cry? That's probably I mean, we already know what's gonna happen. It's gonna be tampered with by modern day Capcom. So
Yeah.
you never know. I mean, you
Well,
think about what do you think they're gonna do to Lady and Trish? So
well,
Yeah. They're gonna.
it's like all the Japanese developers, especially the big game series, they've all been going in this direction. It's been Square Enix, it's been Capcom, it's
yeah,
been Konami,
Yeah. But
and
for
now from
Western
Software,
stuff, bro.
the
Mhm.
DLC of Elden Ring has some really like weird. I know those games are always kind of weird, but it has some very like weird like gender stuff going on. So I wouldn't, and they
Yeah.
had body type A and B. So I'm sure that it would become within the next couple games, it's going to be far worse. It's just going to
Yeah.
progressively sneak up on people, and as it sneaks up on people, they're going to keep defending it. Like, it's just one little
Yeah.
change. This doesn't matter. It's just a little thing.
No,
It's just a DLC,
Mhm.
and
it's a
eventually
huge
it's
problem.
going to add up to them going full on fucking woke, which a lot of these Japanese developers are unfortunately doing
like
now.
Yeah, bro.
Yakuza or Sega as a whole.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
So
Perfect
that's
example.
true.
they're another one. So
Yeah.
And notice
or
those are the
even
biggest Japanese companies.
also
That's
NIS America, the ones that do the Trails of Cold that publish the Trails of Cold Steel games.
Mhm.
Localization
Oh.
is all fucked up.
Oh.
What was the other one? I think
And Bananamico
Axis
too.
Games, whatever the fuck it's called. There's a
Them
few. I mean, that's not
Bananamico
really like
having it
a
too.
big
DI.
company. Yeah, Bandai Namco with yeah.
With
So
Yeah.
yeah,
And
with
a
Bandai
lot.
they're
Namco
all
too.
the same pretty much. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
But look at the Dragon Ball Z localization that I showed you. Trunks is talking about it's cap now and shit. Like, what the hell?
yeah.
What the hell kind of weird localization
Oh.
yeah.
is that?
Oh, this is
There was
gone.
more. I saw other ones from it.
Destroy.
Like I'm not about to take this L and all that. It's pretty bad.
But I don't.
Spirit of
But
Paradox. Do you have a position on this?
Well, I'm gonna be real. I didn't know who he was until recently, like till today. So,
Okay.
but after hearing what he's done for the gaming scene, like it sounds like this man is like one of the first gaming celebrities.
Yes,
So,
that's fair.
so I guess after doing so much or making so many projects, yeah, I guess it would probably be him wanting to retire. But I can understand why a lot of you guys feel the way that you do on this situation. But then again, as I said, I'm not well versed on this topic here.
and guys, can I say a last thing?
No,
Because
I understand.
even though I'm about to head off on all that, but I will say this.
Okay.
I'm gonna give one the developer that calls the gaming industry out, Shinji Mikami, about how the fact we came on the gaming industry with the censorship. It's just generally disappointing. Generally disappointing, bro. You know, Shinji Mikami is right, Jinpachi, and you Revenant.
Yeah, I actually mentioned him before.
Yeah,
I mentioned him not like literally like one of the last things I said was about Shinji Mikami.
yeah. It's just like no, because you could have like many of the creators and also dynamical creators gonna call this thing out, and it's getting to the point it's gone down too far.
Look, I like to think that they're based and they left because they're tired of BS. That's like what I want to believe is true. That's the reason why
Yeah,
they're leaving and they're doing their own thing because they don't want to play
I
ball with
think I
Capcom's
may have
BS.
mentioned here, but I know what happened with Ruben Langdon.
Yeah, they did him dirty.
When I forgot the guy's name. Yeah, when basically they were like smear campaigns from the journalists about him
Because he's
because of his
conservative.
political views and
Yeah.
whatnot. Yeah.
yeah.
The guy in charge of Street Fighter, I don't remember his name. maybe some people here or in the chat will remember his name.
Yeah.
He
I don't
didn't want
remember his
nothing to
name,
do
but
with
yeah.
he
Yeah.
didn't want nothing to do with Ruben Langdon or his I think his what the fuck you call it, his agent, because the agent called him like, oh, they're dropping you from the game and this, that, or whatever, and shit like that. 'Cause I believe didn't he used to voice Ken, right?
He used to voice Ken and Dante in Devil May Cry. He also did the
Yeah.
mocap for Chris in Resident Evil 5.
Yeah.
That's
So
what it
yeah,
was,
it
yeah.
makes sense. But you know what? Look at Street
So
Fighter 6. Look at the direction of Street
and
Fighter 6.
mhm.
Sorry, continue, Revan. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
what
it
he
is
did with
that's
the
that's
characters.
how that's how he thinks. That's he's it's much more left leaning in how
Sure.
he's portraying these characters. But anyway, yeah,
Yeah,
continue, Revan.
yeah. So but the what's his name? Hideaki Itsuno, the guy, who had just left Capcom, uh where Ruben Langdon voices Dante. He was telling him that he actually kept in touch with him and told him that what the media and everyone's trying to do is like ridiculous and silly and all that. So where it seemed like what you're saying before, like you want to believe some of them are bait. I think some of them are, and they know a lot of it is bullshit, and I think that's why he left Capcom
I agree.
because
That's just sad,
like
bro.
you're
Imagine
seeing,
trying to
like,
make
I
Dante
mean,
woke.
we even
Imagine
mentioned
trying.
like with
That
the
is just generally
Rising,
disrespectful how
Street
the
Fighter
company
6,
is, bro.
Dragon's Dogma 2, and you're gonna see more of it with or even Resident Evil. Resident Evil is doing some dumb shit with some of the games,
Well, wait till Devil May
and it's
Cry
gonna
comes
keep
out. And we
getting
get
worse.
we get politically correct Dante. That's gonna be an abomination when that
Yeah.
happens, which
This,
it will happen in the next game.
Yeah.
well, by the
Yeah.
way, like
I
I'm
also
saying,
heard that what were you gonna say, Reborn?
like I'm saying, guys, it's nice to like you to invite me on, and Jeremy, I'm glad for you, Jumpachi, Revenant, and also you, Spare Paradox, and maybe others to here, trying to like call the industry out. Cause generally, even though I'm about to go, but I'm gonna tell you one thing though. I'm gonna tell you one thing by mind about this type of stuff we came on the industry, and also when it came on to this type of modern, or I would say modern minority audience. Because I'm telling you right now, bro, if Eastern, like for example, Bandai Namco, Capcom, and Square Enix gonna go for that route where they're gonna like take away a lot of majority of people most beloved game franchise and all that type of
I have
stuff.
to get going. Bye.
See ya, Christian. Thanks for coming on.
You take care,
Oh,
man.
see you,
See you,
Christian.
Christian. But I
Thanks
will
for
tell you
coming
one
by.
thing: if 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 Capcom and Square Enix and Bandai Namco could have changed the entire thing with Dragon Ball Z or for Final Fantasy and also maybe other games around, their studios, and generally it's been established by majority below fan base, and they want to ban their community so they can appease to this modern audience. I'm gonna tell you one word. I'm gonna say. I'm gonna be definitely clearly, and it's gonna be true. They are gonna start another revolutionary war around this type of subject, and generally, it's even
I
though
think
it
I think
happened.
you're looking for the term civil war. But
Yeah,
yeah,
they go start civil war and also revolutionary, and also it's not in the game industry. It's happening on the entertainment, and they gonna like embrace with a lot of revolutionary and also culture war too. And generally, if that goes for Japan, a lot of their own people gonna start truly civil war, and they're not gonna tolerate with the type of Western Western horrible politics, bro, and also their type of the type of ideology where everybody got agree, and they're trying their best to like exclude vast majority. So they willing to focus on minority, and even though the damn answers, well, the damn answer, I would say this: minority is always been minority, and majority has been majority, and company is allowed to have their own winning a fan base. They don't need to piece to any minority group. They got their own fan base for sure.
Yeah.
For you, Rev, and also you, Jimpachi, I'll tell this for you, Jimpachi, before you go. You got your own audience. You don't need to piece to nobody. You don't need to piece to any minority groups.
Oh yeah, of course. I know that, man.
That's a fact.
My goal is to make content that I think would be good.
Yeah.
And if I want to include whatever characters, it's because I want to include them, not because
Your
it's mandated.
creativity.
Because it's not because it's mandated by some investor or corporation. I'm not going to do that. So
Yeah.
that is it is what it is.
Yeah. Be yourself and be who you are. You can create your own creativity, and therefore you can make your own money.
Oh, bro, trust me, you're preaching to the choir. I have no intention of doing that.
Hmm?
I said you're preaching to the choir. I have no intention of playing ball with any of this bullshit. So, but yeah, man, like
Yeah.
ultimately everyone has to do that. Everyone just has to make what they want to make.
Exactly.
That's what it comes down to. Like my own
Exactly.
creations, they're all about what I want and what I think people might like, not because again some corporation is mandating me to do some inclusion or inclusionary shit.
Nah, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
So
by the way, I'm about to say this to you, Jimpachi Rev. Thanks for inviting me on. And if you want to like hear more about them, join my stream tomorrow. We got discuss about something else, but it's generally different topic if you're willing to join.
all right, man.
Cool, man. You
Alright.
take care, bro.
Take care,
You too,
man.
Spirit.
Appreciate you
Take
coming
it easy,
on.
Reborn.
Yeah. Same. Alright. Take care, guys. See ya. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah. So Rev, there's any more subjects?
Yes, there's one more. The one Officer Commander wanted to talk about.
Yes.
Shinji Mikami talks. Well, he addresses censorship, specifically about how it's done in Japan, where let me try to pull it up so I can actually read exactly what he said. Let me see.
This don't
And this
sound
is in
good.
no, and this is in relation to Shadows of the Damned remaster because it has been censored.
Of course.
So
While you're looking that up, let me read some comments because Emerald Torres left a few.
okay.
Emerald Torres said, my last Capcom game to buy is Monster Hunter World. Most likely, I may get the original RE games, and that'll be it. I hope if they do remaster the original RE games, I hope that they don't censor them retroactively. But I would get those two if they re-release them. As long as there's no censorship, because I mean, they could easily do it because they already have them on the PlayStation 3 store and on the Vita, which I do have them on the Vita. So it's just a matter of them being lazy or not. I hate that Capcom goes on a crusade on modders and then they want to make their games unplayable on Linux with the crappy DRM. Yep, true. Capcom tried censoring Trish's butt on DMC5. I remember that, but that was mostly Sony's fault right there. But thank God the fans raised a stink about it. It got reversed. Okay, so if I play DMC5, they actually show it now. Did it get patched out on consoles? I got to check that out, Emerald. If you can answer that, if it's patched out on consoles, that's a pretty good thing. I was looking forward to Sparking Zero. I was looking forward to it too, but that localization is very suspect. And I guarantee you that the female characters, like the ones in the game, I'm pretty sure they're gonna censor some of them as well. Because Bulma had some risque outfits, and I just have a feeling they're gonna do something weird with the characters. And the censorship was on PS4 on Trisha's butt on DMC5. I mean, okay, yeah, I remember that. That's why I'm asking. So if they reversed it, that's awesome. I hate to see what they do to Makoto in Street Fighter 6. I mean, she was already like inclusive in a way. I mean, she was already like a badass female. She wasn't sexualized that much, but they're gonna give her man jaw or something like that. Japan has gone to hell in gaming these days. I hope they didn't ruin Bleach. Bleach fans have gone through crap enough, got enough crap going for them as it is. They need a win for once. They haven't gotten a game in years. That's true. Don't by nerds for nerds. We need to go back to those days. Yeah, I agree. Anyway, you could continue, Revenant.
Rev, you there, bro?
This man
Rev,
is
respond.
this man's eating a
sorry.
sandwich right now.
There was
Oh.
a delay on my part.
Yeah, that delay was that sandwich he was eating. Anyway,
I wish I had a sandwich.
Don't worry, bro. I was eating my pizza a few minutes ago.
Don't encourage this behavior, Spirit.
Yes,
Why are you
don't.
That's what we
encouraging
gotta
this?
do.
Shame on you.
How dare you eat like a
Okay, so
normal
I
human?
found it. So I skimmed through a little bit of the early part of the article. Following a brief discussion on the improvements made to the Hella remastered compared to the original 2011 version of the game, namely improved textures in keyboard and mouse support, as machine translated by Deep L, I think that's what it's called. The two creators were met by, and by two creators, they were referring to Shinji Mikami and Suda51, because they were originally, had made the game. The two creators were met by their previous admonishment of content regulations, speaking to Japanese outlet Game Watch at the time of the original Shadows of the Damned release. Mikami specifically opined, "I feel that the scope of what is allowed in Japan is now narrower than what is allowed overseas compared to the freedom allowed in other countries. Japan's is narrow. In an age when the internet is so widespread, I have the feeling of, why are you saying this now?" To which they were asked if their current thoughts on the topic were the same as they were back then. In turn, fucking shit. In turn, Mikami asserted, "My thinking has not changed at all since then. I think it is a strange situation when there are customers who want to enjoy a game with a unique aspect, and those who do not play games prevent people from enjoying the game by restricting their enjoyment of the work
Whoa.
through regulations."
Whoa.
That's
He's
right.
saying in
Added
Japanese talk, he's saying that wokeness is ruining games in Japanese polite
exactly.
speak. Crazy. Yeah, continue.
That's right, added Suda. If regulations are imposed, we have no choice but to respond to them as part of our job. But I also wonder what people who play games would think. For example, he continued, if a lot of people buy the PC, fucking ads on this shit, man. Fuck. Where am I at now? Okay. Uh, if a lot of people buy the PC version of this game on Steam because they want to play it without restrictions, it would be a bit sad. Even though it is available on a variety of platforms, it makes me wonder what the restrictions are for. Who are these restrictions aimed at? I feel that at the very least, they are not aimed at the customers who play games. Where am I at? To this end, Mikami then raised the example of Dead Space, which at the time of its initial release could not be released in Japan due to regulations. So if you wanted to play it in Japan, you had to get the overseas version somehow. At the time, I had the opportunity to talk with people at the development studio in the US. The original Resident Evil director recalled is that some of them were in tears, saying we couldn't release the game in Japan after all the hard work we put into it. I can say this about the work I was involved in. I can say this about the films that I was involved in, but I am not doing grotesque. I'm not doing grotesque or splatter films just because I want to express cruelty. I use them only as accents in the direction of the film. This is a difficult issue, Suda further noted, but it would be great if they could create a Zero X rating on top of Zero Z, the Computer Entertainment Rating Organization, otherwise known as Japan's answer to America's ESRB or Europe's PEGI system, so that the expressions of the overseas versions could be used in Japan as they are. To this end, their host then inquired, wouldn't it be quite burdensome to create two versions of the game, one for overseas and one for Japan? Prompting Suda to confirm, "You are right. It is really hard. It is really hard work because we have to prepare and produce two versions of the game. For this remastering, we had to merge the two versions that were being developed at the time." He recalled, and the amount of work involved was tremendous. Fucking ads. where the fuck am I at now? Tremendous. Okay. And it had such an enormous impact that the development period was extended. At this point, Suda declared, anyway, Japanese gamers who want to enjoy this game without any restrictions should buy another copy on Steam. In response, the Game Spark interviewer asked, I was a little concerned earlier, but is the version of Shadows of the Damned hella remastered that will be distributed on Steam the unregulated version? To which Suda outright confirmed, yes, it is. Adding, you can play the same content as uh, as the international version. As this particular point of discussion grew to a close, the interviewer ultimately laughed, you have no choice but to buy it on Steam, prompting Suda to further joke, no, you see, we've made it so that you can play it on any platform, so please buy all versions.
Yeah.
Is there anything else? Okay. At current, Shadows of the Damned Hella Remaster is set to. Okay, just telling you about the release date. Well, if anyone's interested, it's coming out October 28th for PS4, PS5, Nintendo Switch, Xbox One, Xbox Series X/S, and PC. That's all.
Wow. Wow.
So I want to say one thing that immediately stands out to me is that even though basically, and like I said before, in polite Japanese speak, he's saying that basically more or less saying wokeness is ruining gaming, right? Politically correct, censorship, and things like that. It's important to note that censorship in Japan works a little differently in the West, where Japanese are more prone to censor violence, which is Shinji Mikami or whatever horror developers, they need the violence in order to propel the story, because if you're making a game like Resident Evil, you need the gore in a way because you're fighting zombies and stuff like that and
Right?
whatever. But I mean, it doesn't always have to have violence. I'm just saying, with the case of Resident Evil, when you're trying to make that game, you need to you're going to have some violence in it, because again, you have some gore, you have heads blowing off and stuff like that. While with the West, they're much more sensitive about sexuality. So it seems like the West is more sensitive towards sexuality, um hyper femininity, like ass, tits, stuff like that. Where with Japan, it's more of like violent censorship. So it's kind of funny that it's the same problem, but it has different faces in both countries.
I didn't know the first Resident Evil didn't sell in Japan. Like, that's mad. Imagine that. Now, that must have been the biggest gamble of their entire careers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, they must have all felt like, oh shit, if we can't sell it here, who's gonna buy it over in overseas? But I gotta admire him for that. That's one hell of a gamble, and it paid off really well.
Yeah. And also and also think about it, right? Like, you're trying to sell this game, this like horror zombie game. It's not like Silent Hill where you can get away with some censorship because it's more psychological. Like, Resident Evil's like a gory, scientific, like, kind of game. And imagine having to nerf that, and then you're trying to sell the game, and then like you're getting a gimped version in your own country. I would be annoyed
Mhm.
too if I had to deal with that. um and again, like, it's kind of funny how like Japan's all about sex appeal, at least back, even fairly recently with the Japanese version of games. But it's like the West, it's like trying to nerf that shit. But then, and the other end of it, you could have like the cop in Resident Evil 2 remake with his face sliced open by the liquor, where you like examine him. That's censored in Japan. But in the West it's uncensored. So it's mind boggling to me that on one hand, you could say, yeah, cutting someone's face open and having it be explicit is perfectly fine. But you show some titties, some ass, oh shit, now we got a problem. And then with Japan, it's like, yeah, you could have fucking high school girls jumping around in thongs and whatever, and fucking tits hanging out, but you got a little gore, got a problem. Isn't it kind of funny how it's the same dumbass argument for either one? And then the kicker in all of it is that those games are adult games. So an 18-plus-year-old adult is not allowed to see tits or violence, according to Japan or the US. It's hilarious.
Yeah, and you know what's the funny thing is? Okay, so just a quick thing. Chris Dad says, "Hi, hey, what's up, man?"
Hey, what's up, Christian's? Say Christian's dad.
What's up,
Right,
Chris's dad?
right,
Big
and
Chris.
yeah. So that's exactly all right. So the thing is like
Big
that's the
Chris.
funny thing. We have this thing that they're making content like Jampachi was saying, adult content, pretty much. Of course, they're expecting some teenagers, but centimeter of cleavage, that's got to go. But we have to hyper masculinize women, and like I was mentioning to Melina about how video game companies and these publishers think, because the devs, they're taking orders, but the publishers are going to be the last say, and these people are going around telling these devs that they have to change these women to make them more androgynous and hyper masculine, and the men are like hyper feminized and overly emotional, and
Soy beta
their body,
cucks.
right. And like for example with body language, Stan Lee, he had a certain set of rules that how the male characters are supposed to be drawn and the female characters are supposed to be drawn, and there were some things that expressed the differences between the both. But now they're trying to mesh them both, and of course the body type A stuff and B stuff, and so it's just now to a point of chaos where Japan, like everyone was saying, they had this thing where they had to make changes for the West, and the West had to make changes or completely block, because the first Mortal Kombat game was the only one that was able to get into Japan, and that really would have worked. And but of course, they had their rules, but at the same time for America, it's just very unusual because these people are married. Most of these publishers are married with women, of course, and or probably they're dating one, and they know that they have to have snoo time, and they know that they're gonna have to see some skin, right? So they are allowed to have these interactions with their wives or girlfriends, but and, they can see their skin, but we can't see any skin in our video games because, oh, why don't you get a girlfriend or whatever? Like, some guys do have girlfriends, but at the same time their wives or girlfriends are not going to be threatened by cartoon women, and they probably might get ideas from these
Well,
characters. The
it's
girlfriend or
silly,
wife can
bro.
cosplay.
It's
Come on,
silly,
man.
bro. It's silly because again, I agree with you. Like it's silly because like there was never a time in my entire life where any woman that I've ever dated where I'm like, oh, I'm dating this woman, so I have to like turn a blind eye to video game characters. In fact, most of the women that I dated that played games with me were like all into them. They were like all about it. I don't think it's like those narratives that people create, like this like fucking Puritan BS Puritan behavior is just a total lie, you know? Like
Right.
I've dated girls. I remember I was playing Arkham Knight in my girlfriend's house at the time, and she was talking about how hot Catwoman was.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
She was
right.
just talking
And
about,
That's
she was
when
like,
Harley was hot too.
she was cranking jokes about how she was cracking jokes about like how oh, you want me to dress like Catwoman? Oh, what do you do if I got that? Like just being playful. Like that's not verbatim. It's not verbatim what she said. I don't remember verbatim, but that was like the gist of it. And like again, like most women are not insane. They're not these insane weirdos that are overly like
Contrary to social media.
yeah, contrary to social media, women like hot women, and sometimes, and again, it's like what I said earlier in the podcast, where they look at it as idealized, so they can look at it as empowering.
not just
Yeah.
that. The other thing is that I remember when Soul Calibur came out. I believe I was 13 or 14. I was looking at the back of um
Of
the
Taki.
case, and at the back of the case, and it would read suggestive themes. And I asked my mom what it was, and she told me pretty much what it was, just like a general idea, like stuff you see in music videos or whatever. And she did not have any problem with that because she understood me, right?
Yes.
So she didn't take the game away or anything like that. She knew who I was and what kind of stuff that I was going to play. People, even like the Puritans, back in the the Satanic Panic, the 80s and 90s, they were concerned about those kind of issues, Satanism and entertainment or whatever. And but in terms of like, if there was like a picture of like a woman in bikini or whatever, and like the advertisement, there were a lot of them in the video game
Yeah.
ads. I loved it, and I
Yeah.
still have like a good amount of the Dreamcast video game magazines. And the thing is that we have so many of those ads in there. But guess what? Puritans, Christians, whatever, they didn't care because they knew that that was, the boys thing. That wasn't going to, they weren't going to tell you, oh, you can't think about like women like that. Like, okay, check this out. So, my comic is on Webtoons, and that's, pretty much one of the places I put it on. And so I'm, I said, well, let me go and see the other stuff, even though most of the stuff on there is just, hot garbage, right? It's just
Yeah.
like these romance stuff. But there
Yeah.
was this one particular one that's so-called so popular. And I was just staring at this thing for a moment. And I just said, something's not right about this. So you have this male character that is like really pressing onto this female character, and the body language just seems all wrong. And people think that if you are a normal, like straight, normal guy that like girls and whatever, right? They think that you're a pig. But the thing is, they don't understand is we know what is, appropriate behavior. And when I saw that picture, I just looked at that and I just said, that's not how a dude would approach, like even though it probably might be like behind, closed doors or whatever, they're goofing around with a girlfriend or whatever, right? But if your public perception of this character is supposed to be a good guy, that's not how you draw a good guy interacting with a woman. So it's just like these
Yeah.
people, they like to think that we don't understand how the game works. That's not how it works.
Well, they're in stark contrast to reality. They're
Right.
living in delusional world.
Right. And they think that a fictional character and just looking at it and whatever and appreciating it is tantamount to, going out, like attacking women or whatever. But it's just like, let me get this straight. You have video games where you're robbing liquor stores, and your average 9 to 5 worker, or someone in the suburbs is not going to think, man, I feel like robbing a liquor store, this looks easy. Hell no.
Well, you remember what I said earlier, right? In the
Mhm.
podcast, it's like, just because you play a violent game or like a game like Dead or Alive doesn't mean you're gonna become a pervert, like, predator. And if you play a game like GTA, doesn't mean you're gonna become a violent maniac. It's a delusional take from people that don't know what the hell they're talking about.
And they're projecting too, because
They're
the other
projecting, yeah.
problem is like these guys, they go around, they attack anime and all this kind of stuff, and they don't understand that when these people show up, they're projecting, they're putting the straw man onto you. You're the monster, but they apply the monster title to you, but they are the hidden monster so that they can get closer because they understand what the prey wants. And of course,
Yeah.
the women open up, and then all of a sudden there's some horrible accusation because, quote unquote, the male feminist, aka the predator. So
That actually had to happen. Some people saw a
Skeletons in
game
the closet.
journalist a while ago.
Yeah, skeletons in the closet. They're usually perverts. They're projecting. They have no self-control, so they think no one else
It's like
does.
it's like this. It's like the saying, the ones who scream the loudest have the most to hide. So,
Or
and that's
also,
usually what happens.
when you point the finger at someone else, there's 3 more pointing back at you.
Yep.
But yeah, man, and like again, I agree with what Octo is saying, and it's kind of funny that these people act like that. And then, if you want to take it even deeper, the way women portray men in female censored media. So that would be an example. Would be like 50 Shades of Grey, Twilight, whatever, a lot of the shit that's on webtoons, they portray men in a way that they have a standard for how they portray men that's not necessarily politically correct. But then on entertainment geared toward males, then they want to infringe and put all these they want to infringe on creativity and put all these restrictions and call this sexist, blah blah blah. Meanwhile, these are the same women rubbing it out to 50 Shades of Grey, where this guy is like dominant or whatever. It's ridiculous, bro. If you really like analyze it, you would realize that it's a bunch of bozo hypocrites who they just want to control how other people think, because again, the way other people think hurts their precious feelings, right? Like, you can't sexualize women, but then they write stories about how these millionaires want to do force BDSM on them, which is funny. It's ridiculous. So, much to your point, you have a lot of these standards these like double standards, these hypocritical standards that are placed
Their
on men.
fantasies, their fantasies are okay, but anyone
Yours
else's,
is alright.
specifically a male's fantasy is wrong.
Exactly, and that's what it comes down to. That's why, like, I don't fucking care what these people say. They're not the consumer base. They should stop listening to them, because they're not going to
Yeah.
convert something that inherently was never made for certain groups to get. You're not going to convert them no matter how much you change it. All you're going to do is destroy it and make the people that were paying you money go away.
Yeah, it's like back in the day when you had like these like fucking old ass, like, it is what it is, old ass white men in suits fucking complaining about, oh, this game is too violent, this game is too sexual and all this sort of shit. They're on like news, like, back in the day, like they were on Fox News, CBS News and whatever, and they're talking all about that, going usually, they'll go after something like GTA
John
or
McCain.
yeah, or whatever, like Rockstar made game, because they also, I remember seeing people were complaining about Bully at the time and whatnot. So, and usually those people were by the gaming community and also within the gaming industry, like journalists or whatever. They'll laugh at them. They'll also um debunk whatever bullshit they're saying. Where now it's like they're listening to those people, and now those people are within the industry ruining games.
Yeah. And what's
And
funny is
they're ruining it for real gamers, and they're also ruining it for developers that actually care about games, like Suda51 and Shinji Mikami.
and
Yeah,
going
and
go
he
ahead.
said, "Who are these people?" I love it when he said that, because it's just like, who are these people? Even they don't even know. They
Yeah.
are in the inside. They have higher positions. Of course, they're older guys. So of course, Japan has their structure of, like who gets to know what. And they're in the
Mhm.
behind the scenes stuff. And they don't even know what is going on
Yep.
here.
They're asking the same questions as us. Like, who are these people? Where are they at? What are they talking about? The same thing we'll even say, like they want to control what's okay and what's not okay, what's suitable and what's not. And then it's like, who are these people? They don't play these games. They don't care. They're a bunch. They're people who are out of touch, or they're people who are secretly activists.
Yeah, and but the other thing is that you know when it comes to like the character designs, like um it's kind of funny. So when I was younger, I drew the characters, and of course hormones kicking and junk, and then all of a sudden I'm drawing these babes or whatever, and then all of a sudden Anesian Cartesian or whatever, the Joker Queen, call her.
Oh yeah.
She shows up with her mind control, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm just, I must rethink my stuff. And then I'm drawing these characters and keep drawing, and I was kind of mortified at a point where I realized, I stopped and said, wait a minute, this character does not look like a woman. This character looks borderline androgynous. I'm like, wait a minute, pump the fucking brakes. And apologies for the language. But
No, you good.
that was just one of those shocking moments where it just hit. And I was just like, hold up, this is some mind control. And then I just went
Mm-hmm.
back, and just, drew what I felt, because it's not just, oh, I wanted to see something that I like, but weirdly enough, if you see something or somebody that you like, it mellows you out as well. because I was at a point where I was going through this thing they call, oxalate poisoning, where if you eat certain type of foods, of course, your, kidney would, release these oxalates in your system. And it was just driving me nuts. I couldn't even exercise or anything. Like last week, after I was recovering
And
from
that
this,
sounds
I was
horrible.
able to do like, I was able to do like a 3 hour jog and, with a little bit of running. And I wouldn't even think about doing a half an hour jog because this stuff was bothering me. But when I was
Yeah.
going through that, when I was also drawing and doing my 9 to 5 and making the game, I was just going through so much stress. But when I drew whatever I like, guns, ladies, whatever, it just mellowed me out. It just told me that we're good. It's just like less stress and all that kind of stuff. And for people
Mm-hmm.
that don't do this kind of stuff, make this kind of stuff, it may seem kind of weird, but in a certain sense, it's not just the hormones. It's like there's certain chemicals that if you see something that you like, it relaxes you.
Yeah,
And
yeah. I was actually gonna say that. Like once you got down to like drawing and animating and all that, it's like you kind of can like release whatever it is you were holding back, and now you can like just be creative and free and not have to worry about like anything that you know you're forced to do or you don't want to do. Now you can just like get down to what you really want to do.
right. And this drawing that I'm doing, of course, is not, for, you know, a hobby. When I'm drawing my graphic novel and making the game, it's not a hobby, because if it was a hobby, then of course I wouldn't be planning things out. Like I send a message to Jimpachi about like how I pretty much operate. So when it comes to the comics, it's the comic I'm making right now, still making it, and it's free. I make the drafts months ahead, or probably even a year ahead of when it actually gets released, because I want to make sure everything works out. But at the same time, I take it seriously. That's one of the things that defines making something for a hobby and making something for fun. Now, when it comes to the censorship stuff, um when I'm drawing the stuff, um, I try to also try and balance it, not to make it a hentai, but at the same time, just something more on the lines of almost like Bleach or whatever. That's how I'm thinking, because if even though I'm
Some
not thinking
etchy.
about, yeah, I'm not thinking about the broads, like trying to get everybody in, because sometimes you have to make some decisions that alienate certain people so that it makes your core audience feel more appreciated. Because people have this weird thing that if you make something that alienates a group of people, your fans are going to really like it, because it kind of tells them, oh, you really care about us. But the thing is that with these modern audience, people, and they're trying to get more people involved, it almost seems also like some of them, not all, but I think some of them want to sabotage products. Because, okay, for example, um so remember there was this conspiracy theory talking about, oh, the Illuminati sneaking sexy images into kids cartoons. But what actually happened was, certain artists were so frustrated and strung out, they snuck that stuff in. It wasn't, the quote unquote Illuminati was trying to get kids, hooked on, those kind of stuff. I didn't notice it. And even if it was a subconscious or unconscious thing, you're not going to notice it. But the thing is that um people, when you hire people, one of the things that goes on, like for example, there was this story about Blizzard had some staff members, when it grew really big and had like hundreds of people, some staff members were deliberately sabotaging certain parts of the game. and you have some
And
very,
cheap.
very spiteful people. So that's one of the reasons why, like Jimpachi was saying, that he's very like hands on and very focused on getting his way. You have to you have to keep your group small. You have to make sure you balance out, letting them know I I'm the boss, but at the same time, if you have an opinion about something, I'll hear you out. But
Exactly.
with these you know modern audience people, like there was a story about the sorry, this rain. I'm not sure if you can hear it, but anyway, so the thing is, these modern audience people, they go around, they sneak their stuff in, and of course, like the translators, there was this thing with the localizers, and they were saying, oh, we're not going to work with your game because of this and that. And that's the other problem too, because these people that you hire think they can also take over your project. So, I'm not going to mention about like how you're supposed to structure your business or whatever if you want to do your own thing, but just try and do your research and figure out how you can make sure that people you're working with are not going to take over and try and force you to change who you are, because this is pretty much what I'm seeing with Mikami and just other people trying to express their stories the way how they want to, because
Yeah.
the mystery people.
Well, you want to tell the
So
story how
yeah.
you want to tell it. You want to give it. You you want to tell your story. You don't want to tell what you don't want to tell something that's politically correct or neutered because people might not accept it. You want to tell your vision or whatever. And the less people you have involved in it, the more you're able to do that. Like what you said about adding etchy to your comic. It's like you want to add a little bit of sex appeal that's not full on hentai, and there's nothing wrong with that. And the people that don't like it, well, then maybe the product's not for them because not every product has to be made for everyone, right? Like it's okay if like you have an audience of people that like your stuff, you know. So I generally agree with you, and I think Shinji Mikami and those people like they've kind of played ball, but I think they're tired of it, and I think that they probably see that the landscape is getting even more restrictive, so they're jumping ship before it gets worse. Because now, Shinji Mikami, as I say, he's contracted to work on a Capcom game in modern times. He has to censor his vision, and his name is slapped on the game because they're going to use it to sell it. Now, when people see that game, they're going to say, "Hey, Shinji Mikami sold out. He did whatever." So they're jumping ship early now, so that their names are not tied to these products that are not their true vision. Um, and I wanted to say something before I got disconnected. It's somewhat unrelated. About the guys in suits and stuff that are trying to like bash video games or whatnot. Those people, it's funny they say that, but those are the same people watching adult orientated movies, watching mafia films, watching reading books that are like for adults. So in the end of the day, a lot of them are freaking morons because they don't even see their own hypocrisy, because the entertainment that they engage with usually is actually adult content. It's just not it's just done in a medium that they don't feel uncomfortable with. So instead of video games, they're just watching a violent movie or watching whatever, you know what I mean? Or reading a violent book. It's like it's the same energy. It's just done within a different medium, and it's why they're hypocrites. Like people like like a lot of these modern conservatives. They're preaching this what's it called? They're preaching Puritans. They're being Puritans, but then they're watching comedy movies that have raunchy shit in it. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
But back on the subject of what we're talking about, like yeah, like as creators we just have to maintain our vision. I mean, again, like there are so many things that like when you actually look at them, they're successful. You just have the courage. You just have to have the courage to reject the you have to have the courage to reject the pressure that comes with people trying to silence you or gang up on you, because the people that do support you will show up. And I think people saw that with Stellar Blade. They saw that with Isom, um, Black Myth Wukong. Even though again, like you got to be careful, China. But we saw that, hey, if you just stick to your guns, your audience will be there.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You gotta be
Another
smart and vigilant too, because they lose sleep just thinking about just how you're able to freely think the way you think. They hate that.
exactly, exactly, and this
They
is
hate
also
what they
somewhat
can't control.
they hate you because they can't control you. They hate people hate you when they can't intimidate you either.
They're
Mm-hmm.
the real colonizers. They're the
Yep.
psychological colonizers, hell bent on using stories that's conjecture by mention about slavery and all this kind of stuff, because it's like I was saying about the straw man idea of saying finding an enemy so that they can get the praise from their peers. So what's their enemy? Quote,
Communism number 101.
yeah, colonizers. Even though a lot of those people, like in when the British and other European countries showed up in Africa, they didn't go all the way deep in Africa. There was some places that they knew they couldn't go, and the tribesmen said, don't go here, this is our spot, and they said fine. You notice also a lot of those places, the coastal areas are the tourist areas, not inland. When you go inland, that's Africa, but the coastal areas, they still have those old buildings for the tourists, because they kept it outside. It was a place for trade. And also the idea, like I said, they use these old stories, which is, like I said, conjecture, because some of those documents will be destroyed throughout time. And of course, they use that. They call them the enemies, even though they're dead and they can't speak for themselves. They use those people just like they use us. They call us this, but that's how they can stealthily psychologically control you. And now they reached a point, they're literally making mind reading devices. How
Bro,
did we get here?
it's communism, bro. That's what it is. This is communist ideology. You hijack history, you hijack the past, you delete you try to destroy what it originally meant, and then you warp it to your own means.
These
Um,
people are worse
it's
than,
dystopian.
yeah,
It's
these people are worse, because if you try to take over somebody's land and enslave them, you can enslave their body, but their mind and spirit will still think about freedom and still fight for it. But now these people want to go deep into your mind and alter your way of thinking. Like
why you
it,
think
it
they're trying to control your language
it's
by saying you can't
crazy.
Mm-hmm.
by saying you can't say certain words. They are guiding your speech to the correct speech that they condone, or that they what's it called, uh there's a word for it too. I'm like stumbling with these words today. um there's a word for it. Damn, what the hell, it's not demanded.
What's the basic
Basically like it's like government, basically a approved language. That's the closest word I can think of right now. It's like
yeah,
they're trying to guide you toward their approved mandated, that's the word, approved mandated
yeah,
language, by saying you can't say certain things, you can't say this is offensive, this makes you a monster, your context be damned. By controlling language, they can delete ideas, because words ultimately represent ideas, right? And
right,
if you cannot express those words that represent those ideas, you have now successfully removed an idea or changed it to suit your narrative. And that's what these
right,
people do when they break down statues, when they deny history, when they make something like Hamilton, where a lot of people don't even realize that a lot of those characters were white. Now you have a generation growing up on that version of the characters, where they don't even realize, like, hey, these are historical figures. That's why you have them race swapping Viking warlords into black women, like in movies. Like it's funny because, again, it doesn't matter if it's true or not. If the people are ignorant and all they know is what they've been shown, then they're gonna have a constructed narrative based on that. You know what I'm saying?
right,
So
right.
it's what's going on, and to me, that more than anything is a form of communism that leads to authoritarianism. It starts off as communism, socialism, then becomes communism, then becomes an authoritarian situation, and I
Yeah,
think that's what we're headed toward.
and not just that, we also, okay, so they have they're upset. Oh, you have the upskirt shots. They're freaking out about that. But at the same time, they're making all these games and movies with stories about slavery and stuff like that. Okay, that happened. But the thing is that just had me just thinking for a while. It was just like, is this some kind of weird reverse psychology thinking exercise where they're trying to impose these ideas? Because why are there so many of these stories coming out in these movies, and it's like over and over? And it's not just that, it's just like they just talk about what happened at a certain time in a certain location. Every single person on the planet has been subjugated by an oppressor and overcome. But these people, they keep
That's correct.
pushing this stuff, and they conquer and divide. Somebody was making this very interesting video analyzing evil about Frieza. And
Oh
one of the
yeah, I've
things
seen it.
yeah, and the thing that kind of really struck me, I didn't really think about this, was how he allowed division within his ranks. Because if you don't have an organized group of people saying we're not going to take this anymore, then of course you're going to be able to rule. It's like Tokugawa when he took over Japan. One of the things he did was, of course, he had his shinobis turned into the secret police or the Oniwaban, and also the other thing is that he changed the rules on how much the warlords made and all this kind of stuff, and made sure that certain rules were established so that he can create division so he can
Controlled
maintain his
opposition.
rule.
Look, you
Not
control
just, yeah, that
you
too, that
you
too.
create controlled opposition, but also you give the illusion of freedom. When you give the
Yep.
illusion of freedom, people are much more likely to accept it than when it's harshly thrown on them. Or like more like aggressively thrown on them. So, for example, I'm going to use the movie The Matrix. The reason why the people were able to sleep is because they stood asleep and stood in their pods was because they had the illusion of freedom. They thought they were making free choices every day. They thought they had their freedom, so they were unable to realize that they were actually being controlled and oppressed. And then by the time that they do realize that that's what's happening, they're so conditioned by the system that they feel like they can't live without it, right? It's kind of like in history where some slaves would stay with their masters because they were afraid to be on their own, which is it's fucked up, but that was a real thing in history. So
Right, right, right.
it's that mentality of, like, that Stockholm syndrome that is developed when people are thinking that they have freedom, right? It's like, animals are like that. You have an animal, they want their freedom, they think they're free, but then if you give them true freedom, you let them run outside, a lot of times they'll want to come back home because they're scared. That's all they've known. All they have known was the captivity. So that's it's all, again, it's like you look at it all together. It's like not communism, sorry, entertainment is trickled down of what's happening in the world and people's ideas. And I think the push to control entertainment is just to stifle people's freedom enough so that they can push out their ideas but give you the illusion that they're trying to give you entertainment.
It's like the allegory of the cave all over again, but now it's on electronic scale, of course, changing language, visuals, desires, acknowledgement of the opposites, and creating chaos and having all this nonsense like 50 different pronouns and all this kind of stuff to ensure that people are not on a stable foundation to establish, their feet, their rights. And also the other thing is, like, you're saying communism, but the other thing is these people, um they oh my gosh, it'll come back to me. But the thing was,
They want to keep us divided, man. It's
yeah,
just keeping
divide
division. If they constantly keep reminding you of slavery, if they constantly keep reminding people of atrocious acts in history, if they constantly say colonizer this, imperialist that over and over again, people will never be allowed to heal. Because they're gonna keep bringing up wounds that have already passed and have already been rectified. You get what I mean?
y-
It's kind of
yeah,
like it's kind of like you break up with a girl, you get over it, but then your best friend brings it up every 2 hours he keeps bringing up what the situation and what happened. You're never going to be allowed to move past it. And I think that's what the tactic is there. Keep painting one side of people as demons, and you keep bringing it up over and over again. So we're not allowed to move on and accept the reality, which is the reality is that people now have equal opportunity. They just don't have a quality of outcome, which is the reality of merit. Because again, like just because you have an equal opportunity, you still have to have the merit to be successful at it. And there's a push to remove merit, a meritocracy from society.
And social engineer control freaks can take advantage of subject matter such as character designs and create division. And of course, they're not gonna leave it alone. They're gonna keep fighting and keep pushing this because you know they need people to also be divided. And people might say, "Oh, it's such a little thing. It's just character design." But the thing that told me that there was also something really wrong with this censorship stuff was the fact they pulled up Jeffrey Epstein and they said a man being straight is pretty much tantamount to being Jeffrey Epstein. And then they try convince you to quote unquote, I heard this a good amount in these quote unquote modern comedies, explore your sexuality and stuff like that. When somebody has
Give me
when
one
somebody
sec.
has
Hold on.
Mhm.
Catch you later, Emerald Torres. It's always good to have you, and thanks for tuning in.
Later.
Take it
Yeah,
easy,
and
Emerald. Appreciate you coming on. And
Sure, for sure.
commenting. Yeah,
Yeah,
Mhm.
for
appreciate
sure.
it.
Always good to have you, bro. Anyway, continue. OC Octo.
yeah, so like I was saying, it's like they try to tell you, oh, explore your sexuality and stuff like that. If somebody wants to live an alternative lifestyle, that is their decision to make. These people are trying to isolate you because they took away the red pill or the blue pill, whatever you want to call it, whatever pill you want. That was the choice that Neo had. He wasn't subjugated to taking what pill. And if somebody wants to live an alternative lifestyle, guess what? You took their red pill. So now it's just like now they think, oh, we're going to turn this thing around. We care about these people because whatever. And it's just like they don't understand this whole thing is to create, part of it is to create division. It's not about caring about people living certain lifestyle. They don't care about those people. Like, for example, okay, right now I just remember there was a video about this person saying that Boost or one of those companies are going to be reading your text messages, and they are going to be putting a bill on certain things like quote unquote hate speech. Like,
That's
why are you looking
that's some China corporate. That's some CCP shit.
right? Right. And of course, that's kind of dumb, but at the same time, it's just like it shows that these people are using quote unquote hate speech argument to encroach on your
On
rights
your
and
rights,
getting
yeah. Yep.
yeah, and getting into your privacy and exploiting people. And of course, the other thing they added was like, if you are going around doing criminal activity and talking about it in your messages, like, what is a drug dealer going to sweat about paying $200 more when he made $2 million on a drug deal?
Well, look, I wanna make a point here. Keeping it back to like, I'm gonna circle it back to gaming a bit, but I'm gonna say this: what they're doing now is they're tapping into our animal instinct. What I mean by that is that instinctively we hang out with people that look like us. We hang out with people that speak the same language as us, and there's different levels of that, and the levels get bigger and more. They they become more broad the higher you climb up that ladder. It's the thing that our ancestors used to keep themselves alive, right? Like I trust my community. I don't know what they're doing over there. So there's a division there, but it's also how we stood alive. It's ingrained in our subconscious. I'm not excusing racism, by the way. I'm using the
Tribalism. That's
yeah yeah,
tribalism.
it's tribalism, but like obviously I'm not saying like I'm not also not saying like one race is better or worse. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's a tribe. Yeah, like you said, it's a tribalist thing where they're leveraging that. That's not a thing that's a conscious thought. That's something that you instinctively know. When you're a kid, you don't trust outsiders. You only trust your immediate family. As you get older and you're exposed to more of your community, you start trusting your community. When you start trusting your community more, then you start looking at yourself in a more broader sense or part of a bigger picture, and then and that's why these things get leveraged, because it's like, all right, I'm an American but he's a Russian. I'm a Chinese person, this is an American. I'm in China but he's from the other side of China. We're in the same side of China but we're from different towns. We're in the same town but we live in different apartments. It's always a trickle down of who your community is, and it's all the same psychology of I hang around people that are part of my tribe to protect myself from danger. And that's just a human thing that's ingrained in our DNA. So when you have bad actors like this, they say, how can we keep people divided? Because when we're divided and untrusting of each other, it allows them to get away with things because they have a disproportionate amount of power compared to the average person. On average, the average person, when they come together, they're a strong enough force to overthrow negative ideas, evil regimes, you know, these kind of things. But when you're divided, you're a much weaker force that can be snuffed out before you get any traction. And that's another reason why this stuff is being leveraged against us. And
Yeah.
as far as gaming goes, people love entertainment. It's no wonder that the biggest entertainment industries are the ones that have become the most divided. Whether it's comic books, whether it's gaming, whether it's movies, they know that if they keep shoving the shit into the stuff that you like, you'll never be able to escape it. And if you can't escape these thoughts, your mistrust and your tribalism is going to remain strong. I would argue that the people that are pushing this stuff, even left, they don't even care about these ideas at all. They just want to make sure that they can get away with their crimes while you're focused on whatever BS narrative, like, oh, this person wants to be a man or woman, or this person is saying that white people are the problem, whatever. It's all just, they don't, I truly believe at the highest levels, they don't care. They just want you to fight so that they can get away with what they need to do, amass whatever they need to amass to meet their ends. And
Right.
that's the unfortunate thing, because the people fighting this stuff, like the people at the lowest levels, care way more about this stuff than the people at the highest levels. It's just a scheme, which is the worst part.
Right, right. And if somebody was to ask me, even though I'm black, if somebody were to ask me,
You're black?
like, yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
joking. I'm playing around.
Yeah, but if I was, um asked like, like what kind of music, I would just tell them I like listening to everything. I would tell them one of my favorite guitar riff moments was Metallica Ride the Lightning. That was some epic shit. Especially like I said, the part where the guitar was going and it was like do that part.
Yeah.
That was some when I heard that, I was like, oh snap, because people, they just with the tribalism thing, if I saw somebody, if I saw them with a Metallica shirt, I asked them, can you name a song, or whatever, I could tell, like I said, Ride the Lightning, Puppet Master, stuff like that. And so when it comes down to that, that's one of the ways how I see tribalism is, especially modern day tribalism, is like what you like to hear, because there's some, white guys that want to only hear rap music, right? And
Yeah.
so, yeah, so you can't say, oh, you need to listen to this music because you are colored like this or whatever, or any of that.
Or my favorite bullshit thing people say is you're speaking white. And I'm like, wait a minute. So you're saying that if I use full sentences and I fucking and I don't skip words, that's talking white? Okay, thank you, motherfucker, you dumbass. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard that before, but
Right.
it's fucking. I remember when I was a kid, I would hear it all the time. Why are you talking? I had a friend who
I
literally
get
tell
that
me
too over here.
He's like, "Why are you talking white?" And I looked at him like with the like I remember it like it was yesterday. I looked at him with the fucking most confused face. I'm like, "What are you talking about? What do you mean talking white?" And he's like, "You're using big words." I'm like, "Damn, this guy really said stop using big words and shit." And I couldn't believe it, bro.
Right. And yeah, the ironic thing is that argument comes from those people. And it's like they have this weird thing of trying to be um they say things like diversity, equity, inclusion. Those are sales pitches. Those are um diversionary tactics, and gaslighting you to thinking like they're the good guys. But at the same time, they have this weird thing where um okay, so let's say Indian character is dressed in traditional Indian garb of a certain tribe. They would say, "Oh, this is over stereotyping," or like they did what they did with Apu from Simpsons, right? So if they did that to him, it's too ethnic. But of course, if originally Apu was, let's say, I don't know, let's say he was not a doctor. Let's say he was a businessman, right? And he's like speaking in in a New York accent or whatever, like straight up, like you can't even tell this guy's from India, right? He's probably like dark skinned, straight hair or whatever, but you're like, oh, is he like Mexican or something? But at the same time, it's like he has to these people, they they see something that's too ethnic, they call it a stereotype. If they see something that's too out of the ordinary or too modern, they say is white. The whole thing of the whole concept of modern is not just a white person's thing. It's a multiple countries had their own structure. Like for
Well,
example, like Japan, like for example, their companies like Mikawa, I believe it's Mikawa company corporation. They've been around since before America was made. A Japanese company still existing through the family line.
it's older than the United States as a whole. Yeah.
Yes. So these people had a borderline, you know, corporate structure, multiple companies. The whole thing of that's one of the reasons why I love Tekken, especially the lores, the Zaibatsus, and the
It's really cool, man. I love it too.
yeah,
Good shit
because
in.
because some of these people were the real ones were actually belonged to samurai families, and they carried on tradition, and they brought that idea into the game. And that's the other thing why since this whole censorship should be um talked about and put out into light. Because could you imagine if they had these kind of ideas in the 90s of hyper censoring things, and oh, we need to change this or that? We probably wouldn't have anything as interesting and as Tekken or Resident Evil. Like there's so many things that would not exist and have the punch that it has if these control freak psychopaths were running things.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something funny. Here's the funny thing about Tekken that I love. Most of the characters now in Tekken speak their native language, but they all somehow like understand each other. And like even though it's like just a mechanic, so that like you don't have to think too much about how these characters can speak to each other. I love that because like on a subtextual level, it's like it kind of represents that it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like they're all humans, they're all fighting, they all want to be the strongest. Like whatever language they speak, it doesn't matter. Like they're speaking the universal language of fucking fighting.
Right.
Which
The fist,
yeah,
hmm
the
fist do the
fist
talking.
the fist do the talking. So even though even though they're speaking different languages, they actually still understanding what each other is saying. And I love that because it's like to me it's a kind of allegorical of that. Like they understand each other because they're fighting through. They understand each other because they're fighters. You know, that's how I look at it.
Right, with their own causes.
With
And
their own clauses. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, Yeah, and you know, like the other thing I was saying about their interpretation of stereotyping and selling out is that they have this weird thing. But okay, so also, if like I said, if Tekken also was released like now, or they had that censorship or controlling aspect of them back then, we, like I said, we probably wouldn't have the quote unquote cultural diversity, legit diversity in these products, because you have a bunch of control freaks that have this weird agenda push. And of course, like people were saying about the hairstyle, and people think a hairstyle is just a small little thing, but it shows that these people are fixated on a certain image, like the hairstyle for Eddie Gordo. All of a sudden, he has this, like I said, Killmonger thing. And then also, there was an alternate costume for what's that character from Street Fighter, right? So, um, they had him, the Jamaican guy,
Oh, DJ.
DJ. That's
Mhm.
right, right. And I used to, you know, live in Jamaica. And what I'm going to tell you right now is you barely going to see anybody wearing anything similar to that. There's some people that had the dreadlocks at the top and shade side of the you know, front and back. But in terms of the way how they did it, no way. You're not going to see that. I never even do that either. I used to had like locks at the top and you know, you know, the side shade or whatever. But the thing was, you know, it was better for me to put things on like caps or whatever, and I wanted to do something different. But in terms of like these people, they think is, well, they're not thinking, of course. What am I saying? And so, you know,
Well,
these,
they don't realize the simple fact that people from different cultures have, like for example, with the Vikings had braids independently and dreads independently of black people. So
right,
when black people say, "Oh, you're appropriating our culture," it's ridiculous because independently, with no interaction with Africa, they came up with braids and dreads. So
right,
why? So how is it appropriating culture? It's a dumb argument that people make. Another one would be like fades, like or buzz cuts. Like, a lot of people try to attribute that to like black people, but again, like white dudes used to. A lot of pit fighters used to shave their head like that. That was like a military thing as well. So um, it's just funny to me that like people are trying to claim things and then they're trying to claim things they didn't come up with. It's like
right,
you're trying to take you're trying to take credit for things that someone from your race happened to come up with. So even if it is something that's true, you're taking credit for something that you yourself had no hand in.
right.
You
And
know,
you know, it's just like even the Spartans had, you know, dreadlocks, because the thing about dreadlocks is that some
not combing
people,
your hair, just not combing your
yes,
hair. Don't
yeah,
brush your
some,
hair.
yeah, sometimes you know, warriors have to travel a long distance and they probably get harassed by ambushes and stuff, so they're constantly on the edge. You know, they're not gonna think about, oh my gosh, how my hair look, bro. You know, it's just
Yeah,
like
especially you're getting wet. Your hair is getting. All it takes, even for white people, your hair gets matted up a bit, and then
mhm,
that's it. That's gonna be the trickle down to you having dreads. It just sticks
right,
together a little too much one day. You don't brush it, then it starts collecting more hair strands, and then all of a sudden now you got dreadlocks. Maybe not
eh,
nice looking dreads, but just still dreadlocks.
right. But here's the other thing that I just remembered about these people that gaslight. So they like to say that ancient people weren't able to think of different ways of solving problems. So what did they do? Like, for example, the pyramids. They think, oh, aliens did that. Aliens didn't do jack shit.
Give
The
humans
three,
credit.
right. So they like just gonna make it quick. They had somebody did an experiment. They had a large block of, you know, cement, and they were able to move it by having water. And there was like, I believe there was like some logs under the water, underwater, so it lifted up, so it was like a miniature boat, and he was able to push this big old brick. And people, when I'm bringing this up, people think that modern people they create this illusion that they are the only people with great thinking, and everybody in the past were just ignorant racist bigots, and you know, they were cave people that ate raw meat and and skinned animals and all this kind of stuff, and we are the enlightened ones. And that shows also about their obsession with the whole creating a cave allegory in a mass scale by changing, like you said, about communism, changing history, and they put themselves as these great, wonderful people.
Well,
And
look at
Mhm.
recent history. The average Westerner, like I'm talking about from like in the 1800s, was more capable than people are today. They had more practical skills for survival, independent of what's the word I'm looking for? Like not society, like independent of cities or towns. A lot of these people could live on their own because they had the practical skills that were passed down to survive. And that wasn't even that long ago. That was like in like the 1800s. You get what I mean? Where nowadays you put a person in those times without access to modern tools and they're lost. So who's really smarter? Who's really like who really has the who's really better at problem solving? Is it the guy who knows how to be totally self-sufficient and live off the land and has stronger common sense because it was more useful for survival, or modern people where everything is a click away, a button away, a couple steps away, a block away, or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Obviously, I'm not discrediting modern humans. I'm just saying more that because we do amazing things now. I'm just saying that humans have always, and in agreement with you, that humans have always had high level of problem solving abilities, and that all that happened was that science had become more efficient. So we just abandoned older ways of older older mechanical application of things because they became inefficient. But to say like that these people couldn't have done X or whatever is like really discrediting human ingenuity.
Right, right. And modern people have to be humbled, and they we have all these fantastical technologies that we are enjoying, but at the same time, we got to pump the brakes because there were children living in worse conditions and able to overcome their trauma better than most adults. And you got a lot of these people taking copious amount of drugs and saying things like, oh, I need these meds because of my anxiety and stuff like that. And just read a book about how people used to live, like the Great Depression. You see pictures of these kids, like dozens of them in a house, living in a house for probably three people, and they have no shoes on their feet. This is America. And we had, like I said, kids living worse than adults, but they didn't have a bunch of prescription meds and
Well,
constantly.
they
Yep.
didn't have time to have anxiety because remember, idle hands, idle mind and idle hands is a chaotic mind, right? Like people
Right, the idle
nowadays,
hands of the devil's workshop.
the devil's workshop. Yeah, that's a better way to word it.
Yeah.
And people they have so much more free time that their ability like living creatures are always meant biologically to survive and to procreate and to always worry about the next step they need to do to ensure their survival. When you limit the dangers to your survival overall, your brain is going to be wandering. And it's going to create problems that are perceived and not real, right?
Right.
So instead of worrying about a tiger jumping on your back because you went too far in the river, now you're worried about people being mean to you because your brain still is wired to worry about survival mechanisms.
Yeah.
That's why
Yeah.
even animals in captivity, a lot of times they end up getting there's a disease, I forgot what it's called, where they'll get restless and they'll start to like perform weird repetitive actions because they can't, and they start developing anxiety and depression because they're not meant to be in it sounds weird, but and it sounds counterproductive, but animals are not, and living things are not meant to be at peace. Peace is supposed to be like a small part of, it's supposed to be a part of life. I'm not saying people aren't meant to be happy or anything. I'm just saying that like it's a state. You can't be in a state of happiness forever. If you are in a state of happiness forever, then you're gonna create problems because the brain is hardwired to do that. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yes, and it
So
goes all the way back to this whole censorship thing, because if we live in a world that these people, now the video games and entertainment is the micro. The macro, if we don't control this space and let these people know not to push in, this is a test. This is their test to see how much they can control you. And as soon as they push the entertainment into their direction, then they're gonna do that the next step into the totality of your life. And people might say, oh, what is this stuff about survival and stuff? Could you imagine if you live in a world where nobody could talk about stuff like that? So this whole thing about games and this anti-woke stuff, this is no joke. This isn't something where it's just like, oh, I just want to see boobs and ass and stuff like that. This is more than that,
It's an
because
attack on free thought, man. It's an
free
attack.
will.
It's an attack on free will. Don't like the government approved thing, like the mainstream approved thing, or else. That's what this is. And you're absolutely right. Revenant. I don't know if you want to like start wrapping things up because we've been going on for a while.
Y-
And I think that was the last
Yeah,
subject.
yeah.
Spirit of Paradox. If you have
Yes.
anything to say, you can wrap it up too, or give your input because I know.
Like when it comes down to the censorship in gaming, like I can't stand it, and I don't think we need it. And when it comes down to like people in the industry fucking things up, hopefully they can hurry up and get laid off with the rest of the people who are making shit games. But
I
I
yeah,
agree.
man, it was really good listening to this, guys. Thank you again for having me on, man.
No problem, man.
Oh
Always
yeah, of
glad to have
course.
you, and we always
Always.
appreciate your perspective. Same as you,
Mm-hmm.
Octo Commander. Same as everyone who tuned
Yep.
in. Melina in the chat. Um, Apollo Patriot, Y Chromosome. We
Emerald
appreciate all you
Taurus.
guys.
Yep.
Neozoic, everyone who tunes in.
Cassie
Classic Kate.
Cage.
Yeah, she was
Mm-hmm.
here earlier. She's great too. And I like hearing diverse opinions from different races and different genders and stuff because it shows that we all kind of it kind of shows that it's universal that we all just want entertainment and not be preached to by the thought police. To put
Yes.
it in layman's terms, and it doesn't matter if you're a woman, doesn't matter if you're a man, doesn't matter if you're black, white, Asian, Russian,
Mm-hmm.
German. People want to be entertained, and not everybody is a sheep who's going to be playing ball with anything, no matter what
Yes.
creed you come from. So
Mm-hmm.
and
Mhm.
so let's do our outros.
Yes.
Spirit of Paradox, I'll let you go first. Then Octo, then I'll give mine, and then Revenant will close things out.
Just want to say thank you guys again for having me on. My name's Spirit of Paradox. I make content about comic books related to the Ultimate Marvel Universe. So if you guys are into that content there, make sure you drop a like and subscribe. And thank you again, man, for having me on. You guys
Oh
have
yeah, of
had a
course.
great show tonight, man.
Yeah.
No problem, man. And hey, yo, listen, maybe we should collab on the Ultimate stuff. I love comics, man. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, man, absolutely, absolutely, yeah. Well, let me know, and I'll get that sorted, bro.
All right.
Okay.
So
Octo.
I am Arctic Commander. You can call me OC. I am the creator of the Octomind company. It's a video game slash comic book company, and I am currently announcing, hopefully, I could enter the board game space. I am working on it's still continuing. I have a web comic on Webtoons. It's called Octavio Camacho. You look it up. You have to sign up because it's mature, so you can't read it off the website. So that's what I'm currently working on in terms of streaming and making videos on YouTube right now. I have my hands tied because I got a lot of stuff on my mind. And aside from that, I like to thank Revenant and Jimpachi for um, inviting me to this podcast and having this um, amazing exchange with all the guests on this subject matter, which we all love. Thank you. And that is my outro.
Nice, nice.
All
It's
right.
always great having you on, Octo. I mean, OC.
Yep. Always good
Mhm.
having you, man. You're always welcome. And Reborn as well was here earlier, so he left. So also next
Oh
week.
yeah, shout out to Reborn and Venom Snack for coming on, and
Oh,
also
and
Christian
Venom
Frady's.
Snack, yeah, Venom
Yeah,
Snack as
yeah,
well. Totally, and Christian
yeah.
Freeze as well.
So
Yeah, that's right.
definitely check out both their I'm sorry, all three of their channels, and if you want to find them on X, I don't think Reborn is on X, but I don't know. You can look and see. I don't know if you're interested. So appreciate them. They had yeah, they had good perspectives on the topics that we were discussing when they were on. So
Yep. And as for myself, I'm Jinpachi. I make animation. I make Arkham content. I also stream games from time to time. I have some political videos. I do plan on adding more of those to my channel, but generally it's mostly gameplay, streams, and animation. Check out my original series Augur. It's kind of like a vigilante, kind of like Max Payne-ish, Punisher kind of story. So if you like that kind of thing, you might enjoy it. um Check it out and subscribe and share. That would go a long way in helping me. So if you like what I'm talking about, that's a good way to help original non-woke creations. Sharing goes a long way.
mhm.
And thank you. And I stream from time to time. I do a lot of fun Arkham content and other game content, so I appreciate you checking me out. If not, that's fine too. And yeah, thanks for watching and thanks for having me on, Revenant. Always good to call with you.
Oh yeah, of course. So yeah, good podcast today. I don't know how long we went. If we went the usual long time or not, but
It's actually was a
4
little short.
hours and
It was a little. It's
34 minutes.
Yeah, it's a little
okay, all right.
shorter. It's not. It's
A little
not damn
shorter.
near 7. It's not even. It's not 7 hours.
Oh,
Ooh, so we're doing pretty good. Okay. So yeah, appreciate everyone in the chat, everyone who watched, commented, anyone who's watching the replay. Of course, appreciate everyone who joined the panel. You guys are obviously very cool people and give a very good perspective, like Jinpachi had mentioned before, like different perspectives from different people from walks of life and whatnot. So it's really good to have that. Um, so yeah, as far as me, if you're not familiar, you can just check out the videos that I put out and you can get a little familiar there. Last video I did was with Jinpachi. We talked about Concord and how other games, kind of relate to it and how it all kind of connects to each other and whatnot. If you're interested in checking that out, if you haven't yet. As far as the next video, I gotta figure that out. Since my laptop's giving me issues, I'm trying to do as much as I can before I do get another one. But yeah, so appreciate you guys for checking out the podcast. Taking time out of your day. Hope you have a good weekend, and hopefully I'll have a video up this week about something. I'm not sure yet. So
Peace.
anyway, yeah.
take
So
care, everyone. See you later.
yeah,
Take
take it
care.
easy,
Yep.
guys.
Catch you later. Have a good one.
Peace.